Chapter 401, Those Lost Memories. You shameless perverted crook, I will kill you. The moment she saw that the youth trying to kiss her wasn't her husband, Wash Wang immediately started chanting an incantation. Don't be impulsive. Impulse is a devil. I have helped you to regain consciousness and now you are treating me like this? The handsome youth grabbed her neck as cold sweats appeared on his forehead. The scene changed once again, both the heavens and earth began to tremble. Lost City started sinking and the ground rose more than 10 meters high as if a wave in the sea, burying everything. The young girl's hazy tearful eyes looked at the sinking ruins and felt sad for an unknown reason. That was your home. For someone to not have a home, it is truly a sad thing. No one will laugh at you for crying. However, from here on out, my home shall be your home. You'll have a home again. The youth comforted the perplexed, sad and confused young girl with his warm words. Then, where is your home? The young girl asked softly. No matter how high the condor flies, home is where the children are. No matter how far a daughter goes, home is where her parents are. As for my home, it is located at the end of the world. The youth looked at the winged condor circling in the sky and said with a trace of loneliness in his voice. When she heard his words, a feeling of desolation washed over her. She had the feeling this youth in front of her was a person who was degenerated to the ends of the world. From this moment on, you shall be called Wash Wang. Wash Wang, which represents undefeatable. Danxia Wash Wang, 1. The youth happily said, Wash Wang? The young girl mumbled repeatedly and nodded her head. She seemed to really like this name. Couldn't find other people. Since there is no one else, I shall help you. You can treat me as heir. The youth carried the young girl and charged into the lavatory. I don't. The young girl blushed and protested. However, she was too weak to push Long Yi away. She didn't have the strength to raise her hand. What else do you want me to do? Do you really want to pee in your pants? The youth smiled and reached out towards her belt. The young girl could only close her eyes in shame. Don't be nervous. Now that I have seen everything, I will definitely take responsibility. From here on out, you shall be my woman. You don't have to be shy in front of me. In the midst of a snowstorm which covered the world in ice and snow, a youth carrying a young girl wrapped in a thick brocade quilt flew over the origin ice. Despite the snowstorm confusing his eyesight, despite being fretful and restless, he firmly shielded the young girl in his bosom from the wind and snow. He didn't allow a single chilling breeze past his body. Shuanger, you must hold on. We'll definitely find a Ruai ice silkworm soon. The youth encouraged the young girl in his embrace who was on the verge of death. Her breathing was already extremely weak. It seemed as though it would stop any time. At this moment, this young girl's consciousness was already very hazy. She heard the voice of her sweetheart which was coming from the horizon far away. His voice was the only thing pulling her away from the darkness. That familiar warmth surrounded her from the start to finish, as it comforted her all the way. Long Yi, Long Yi. Wash Wang, who was having a nightmare, shouted Long Yi's name repeatedly. From the moment she fell into her nightmares, she was wailing for her parents. However, at the moment, she changed her cries to Long Yi's name. The sudden change caused Long Yi, who was beside her, to feel a sense of distress. Shuanger, baby, I'm here. I'm right beside you. Don't be afraid. Long Yi softly sighed before he hugged Wash Wang, who was lying on the bed. It was as though she could feel Long Yi holding her as she started to calm down the moment Long Yi pulled her into his embrace. However, her tears still flowed down her pretty face. Within a few moments, Long Yi's clothes were soaked. Long Yi felt very sad and he comforted Wash Wang endlessly. Wash Wang was introverted in nature. Perhaps because she cultivated water magic, it had an impact on her nature. She seemed to be calm and cold most of the time. It was rare for her emotions to fluctuate. Usually, it was difficult to get a smile from her. Not to mention see Wash Wang cry like this. Perhaps she would only behave like this when she was dreaming. After shedding a large amount of tears, Wash Wang, who was in the bosom of Long Yi, slowly opened her eyes. The scenes which appeared in her dream replayed in her mind as she savored this long-forgotten warm embrace from Long Yi. Yes, This was the feeling, this was the familiar smell and rhythmic heartbeat of her sweetheart when he brought her to find the Ruai silkworm. After staring into space for a long time, Wash Wang gently pushed Long Yi away and sat up. With a red face, she looked at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar handsome face looking right at her. Since the incident in the past, several years have passed. Long Yi had already grown up from a youngster to a young adult. He was currently in the prime of his life. Even after several changes to his appearance and body structure, the bad and warm smile Long Yi had on his face never changed. He still had a familiar aura around him. "You finally woke up? How are you feeling? Are you okay?" Long Yi instantly sat upright and asked with concern. Wash Wang shook her head, but her beautiful eyes stared at Long Yi without blinking, and reaching out her little hand, she caressed his handsome face. "Show anger." Long Yi was confused as he felt Wash Wang's trembling hand on his face. "Long Yi, I'm sorry." Wash Wang blurted out her apology and threw herself into Long Yi's bosom as she hugged him tightly. She behaved just like a little girl who just found her knight in shining armor. Wrapping her arms around Long Yi, it was as if she would never let him go. This strange behavior of Wash Wang confused Long Yi. He had no idea what she meant when she apologized to him. Neither did he have any idea why she was behaving so strangely. "I'm sorry. I actually forgot you." "How can I forget you?" Wash Wang muttered under her breath. Although they were already in a tight embrace, Wash Wang felt that it wasn't enough. She tried to get closer to Long Yi as her arms tightened even more. Long Yi was ecstatic. If he wasn't able to tell what was going on, he could take a piece of tofu and smash his head till his head broke. Wash Wang had recovered her memories. She was finally able to remember who he was. Was there anything which would make Long Yi happier than this? No, never again. "Even if I forget who I am, I would never forget you." Wash Wang took a deep breath and said. She felt that she was unforgivable. Both Long Yi and herself experienced so many things together, not to mention the fact that Long Yi had paid a great price in order to help her. She actually forgot about him and nearly killed him. She finally understood the expression of despair Long Yi had when they were on the outskirts of Soaring Dragon City. She finally understood the pain Long Yi felt when she failed to recognize him. "Silly girl. It's all over. Haven't you already recovered your memories? No need to blame yourself. I have never blamed you." Long Yi gently patted Wash Wang's back and said with a smile on his face. Currently, everything appeared beautiful around Long Yi. Both of them embraced each other and said nothing else. After going through numerous hardships with each other, at this moment, there was no longer anything separating them. There was no longer a barrier between their hearts. This was a moment which would eternally be remembered by both Long Yi and Wash Wang. "Swanger, there was always a question I wanted to ask you. In those 2 years, what exactly did you do in the Ice Palace?" After hugging each other for a long time, Long Yi couldn't help but ask her the question he had in his mind for a long time. Wash Wang knitted her brows after thinking for a long time. She said, "When I woke up inside the crystal coffin, I don't know why my memory had a gap. Although I knew a few things about myself, I had no recollection of the events which happened before my father sealed me into the crystal coffin. As such, I didn't think about the events which happened in the past." "What about that woman from the Ice Palace? Didn't she tell you anything? Since you arrived at Ice Palace without any reason, wouldn't they be suspicious of you?" Long Yi asked. Logically speaking, Long Yi knew that Wash Wang would definitely ask about her origins. That woman from the Ice Palace didn't have any reason to avoid her question. Wash Wang shook her head and softly sighed. "It's not like I don't want to ask, it was more like I had no time to ask. Right after I woke up inside the crystal coffin, I saw that my master's spirit power had been exhausted. She only told me about the training room. She also asked me to go there and carefully observe and study water magic. After instructing me to leave Origin Ice, Master passed away 2 years later." After hearing Wash Wang's words, Long Yi was startled. That solitary and extremely proud beautiful image appeared in his mind. Long Yi would never have thought that she had really died. He had thought that the celestial being-like personage was immortal and would never die. Although he had once resented her because Wash Wang had lost her memories, Long Yi was clear that that was only a misunderstanding between them. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss and sadness in his heart. Perhaps Wash Wang was tired of crying. She fell asleep in Long Yi's bosom after a short while. As for Long Yi, he was unable to fall asleep as many thoughts spun in his mind. For the time being, the situation on the Blue Waves continent didn't matter. However, the matters regarding the gods gave him a headache. Both the Lightning God and Dark God didn't give him a clear explanation. The more Long Yi thought about it, the more confused he became. While thinking, he didn't realize the passage of the night. As the sky grew brighter, the dark mist enveloping Lost City became much thinner. However, those undead creatures stood their ground without moving an inch. When Long Yi came out with Wash Wang from inside the tent, he saw Barbarian Bull, Nellen Ryu and Bertha waiting outside for them. "Big sister Wash Wang, are you alright?" Nellen Ryu and Bertha took a step forward and asked Wash Wang in a concerned tone. Wash Wang felt warm in her heart and replied with a smile, "I am fine, you don't need to worry." "Big sister Wash Wang, you are smiling again." Nellen Ryu shouted in amazement. She had spent a considerable amount of time with Wash Wang, but she could count the number of times Wash Wang smiled with the fingers on one hand. Wash Wang held on to Nellen Ryu's and Bertha's little hands. Looking at Barbarian Bull, she had a warm feeling in her heart. As Barbarian Bull was considered Long Yi's younger brother, he had naturally gone through both trails of fire and water with them. As Wash Wang's memories were already restored, she felt closer to Barbarian Bull. "Barbarian Bull, long time no see." Wash Wang greeted with a smile. Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn. He was confused. They had clearly seen each other yesterday, but Wash Wang was talking about how they haven't met in a long time. With his simpleton brain, he didn't understand what was going on. As for Nellen Ryu, she managed to feel something different. From Wash Wang's behavior, she felt that something was different from before. However, she wasn't able to pinpoint the irregularity with Wash Wang. Only after hearing what she said to Barbarian Bull, she saw the light. After that, she hesitantly asked, "Big sister Wash Wang, did you recover your memories?" "Recover memories?" Barbarian Bull's huge eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Wash Wang. Wash Wang gently looked towards Long Yi, pursed her lips, giving off a light smile. Slowly, she nodded her head. "Congratulations, Big sister Wash Wang. Our husband can finally feel at ease." Nellen Ryu said with barely concealed happiness. As Long Yi's wife who accompanied him every night, she was extremely sensitive to Long Yi's state of mind. She knew that although Long Yi seemed to be happy when they entered the Lightning God Forbidden area, he wasn't truly happy. This cheeky smile barely managed to conceal the sadness in his heart. He was always looking at Wash Wang's back view in a daze with a depressed expression. However, he managed to smile and cover up his true emotions whenever someone looked at him. Suddenly, Long Yi seemed to remember something. He took out the crystal ball that had fallen from the dried corpses and handed it over to Wash Wang and said, "Xiuanger, take a look at this crystal ball." 1. Tanxia Wash Wang, Unparalleled in the World, Chapter 402, Strange Land. Wash Wang received the crystal ball and started to examine it. After turning it in her hands, she exclaimed, "Encrypted magic crystal ball. How did you get your hands on this item?" After a moment of hesitation, Long Yi decided to tell her the truth. "This object appeared after the corpses of your mother and father disappeared." The moment Long Yi mentioned her parents, Wash Wang's face darkened. However, her eyes were still glued onto the crystal ball, and she appeared to be in a trance. "Xiuanger, you don't need to be sad. If you think about it, there is something strange about everything that happened. Just think about it. Your father and mother's hands had pierced through your chest, but there isn't any injury on your body." Long Yi started to console Wash Wang, who seemed to be sad. The lack of injury was one thing Long Yi was unable to figure out. Nodding her head, Wash Wang started to look around. As she waved her hand, she laid out a blue-colored water barrier. After making sure there was no one around to spy on her, Wash Wang pricked her finger and dripped a drop of her blood onto the crystal ball. The blood slowly seeped inside the crystal ball. As the drop of blood slowly disappeared, the crystal ball started to emit a dim red halo. Shortly afterward, the misty gas inside the crystal ball started to churn. The gas formed an image which was surprisingly clear, and it showed a tall, handsome, middle-aged man. He had a pale face and had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered a heavy injury from the look on his face. "Father, it's father." When she saw the image of her father after several thousand years, Wash Wang started choking on her tears. "Ninger, father doesn't have much time left. I won't be able to go into too much details. Enemies of our holy city have arrived at our doorsteps. They are here to kill every last one of us, and there is no escape from this misfortune. If you are able to see this image in the crystal ball, hurry up and enter the holy temple." After Wash Wang's father spoke to this point, the crystal ball started flashing. After a few flashes, it suddenly returned to its original state. Both Wash Wang and Long Yi could easily imagine that Wash Wang's father had been interrupted while recording his final words in this crystal ball. "Father." Wash Wang sadly called out, and her already calm feelings violently fluctuated again. "Shuanger, don't be sad. Now, the most important thing is to find out who the enemy of the holy city is. Furthermore, didn't your father ask you to enter the holy temple? Everything happened so long ago. There is no use for you to be sad any longer. Now, you need to pull yourself together and find out who exactly caused the destruction of Lost City." With one hand on Wash Wang's shoulder, Long Yi consoled and encouraged her at the same time. Wash Wang sobered up and her ice-cold beautiful face unexpectedly twisted a little. Gnashing her teeth, Wash Wang said, "I must find out who were the ones who harmed my parents. They dared to destroy our holy city. I must take revenge for the residents of the city. Of course, hatred must be repaid, revenge must be taken. I will definitely help you." Long Yi reassured Wash Wang that hatred between the attackers and Holy City was a huge blood debt and it was absolutely irreconcilable. With a grateful expression, Wash Wang stared at Long Yi. She felt that it was truly fortunate for her to have him by her side. Without Long Yi beside her, she wouldn't have known how to accept the fact that her entire city was destroyed. "Holy Temple. Since my father had instructed me to go to the Holy Temple, I shall go there immediately," Wash Wang said as she looked around. In an instant, she started clearing up the eastern courtyard that had already changed into a pile of rubble. Using her magic spells, she cleared up the entire courtyard. She had to clean up the entire courtyard as the entrance to the holy temple was in her father's bedroom and she wasn't able to find his bedroom in this mess. After asking Wash Wang some questions, Long Yi and the others started to help out as well. As they said, strength in numbers. The eastern courtyard was cleaned up very quickly under Wash Wang's leadership. Relying on her memory, Wash Wang started to search for the entrance of the holy temple. Releasing a thin stream of continuous light blue water magic power, a mysterious pattern started to form on the ground. Along with a loud rumbling sound, the ground started to split open. A square-shaped entrance appeared in the ground and it seemed to be endless. "It's here, let's go down." Wash Wang turned her head to look at Long Yi and the rest before taking the lead. With a single step, Wash Wang jumped into the entrance of the holy temple. With Wash Wang in the lead, Long Yi and the rest followed. Jumping down one after another, they saw a long passage when they finally landed. The passage was illuminated by magic lamps which lit up the moment they stepped onto the ground. Long Yi was surprised that these devices were working. It had been thousands of years since anyone actually stepped foot onto this pathway, yet the lamps were still working. Long Yi thought that this was really amazing. At the same time, Long Yi wondered about the technology the Holy City used. They seemed to be years ahead of the Blue Waves continent. If he thought about it carefully, the technology Holy City used was actually thousands of years ahead compared to the current Blue Waves continent. The passage seemed endless and there were many twists and turns along the road. Eventually, the group reached the end of the path which was situated deep in the ground. Although Long Yi didn't sense any air vents along the road, the entire pathway didn't feel stuff at all. Long Yi was fascinated and wondered how this place was designed. At the end of the path, they saw a conspicuous white light blocking their path. Wash Wang chanted the incantation. The air around them trembled. Then, The white light began to move sideways and the continuation of the pathway appeared. It was pitch black and the pathway seemed to lead into the ninth layer of the underworld. This is the space gate leading to the Holy Temple. Our Holy Temple is built in another space. Wash Wang said. Space gate? Does it lead to a different space like the dark space? What exactly was Holy City like? Why were the things they saw here so unbelievable? Long Yi and the others had many questions in their hearts. At this moment, a feeling of admiration was born in their heart as they sincerely admired the Holy City which was destroyed several thousand years ago. Compared to the Holy City which existed thousands of years ago, the current civilization on the Blue Waves continent seemed worthless. Could it be that humanity on the Blue Waves continent thousands of years ago lived in a primitive society? Long Yi stepped into this space gate deep in thoughts. In an instant, he appeared inside a majestic hall. Behind him stood a singular space gate and Long Yi was stunned again as their journey through space took less than a second. Wow, this place is amazing. Nalan Ryuayu exclaimed. This holy temple was truly amazing. It was built entirely with first-rate white jade. In the middle of this hall, there were 7 statues. The 7 statues were statues of the 7 legendary gods of the divine realm. Individually the statues were of the light god, dark god, water god, fire god, wind god, lightning god and earth god. Other than these 7 statues, there was nothing inside the holy temple. Long Yi carefully sized up these 7 statues. The statue of the light god was similar to the statue inside the light church on Blue Waves continent. It was a birdman with 8 pairs of wings, but his facial features were not carved clearly. The statue of the dark god was also the same as the dark god he had seen inside the dark space. A black robe covered his entire body from head to toe, and he had the appearance of a ghost who had just emerged from hell. The statues of the water god, fire god and lightning god were similar to what Long Yi had seen. As for the last 2 statues, the statue of the wind god and the earth god, Long Yi had never seen them before. The wind god wore a cyan-colored light armor which was gorgeous. Just looking at those protruding chest and pert buttocks, he was sure that the wind god was a woman. However, the facial features of the wind god statue were vague and he couldn't make out her appearance. As for the earth god, he wore an earth-colored armor. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he appeared as if he considered himself the strongest being in the world. Long Yi, I don't understand. Why did my father tell me to come here to the holy temple? After looking all around the holy temple, Wash Wang said in confusion. There should be some kind of secret in the holy temple. If there isn't, your father wouldn't have asked you to come here. He probably didn't have enough time to tell you what the secret was. Long Yi guessed as he scanned this wide hall. I used to think there was a secret hidden here as well. However, I used to come here with my parents all the time. I didn't see any secret when I'm here. Wash Wang shook her head and said, perhaps it isn't a secret. Think about it carefully. Why would your father ask you to come to the holy temple? Long Yi asked. Not a secret. Ah, I remember now. Over there, in that corner, there is a room. My father used to regularly go there to cultivate in seclusion. It is possible that my father left something there for me. Wash Wang thought for a while and said with a pleasant surprise. Walking over to a corner of this holy temple, she knocked on the wall. A fan-shaped magic door opened as it slid to both sides. The magic lamps inside the room simultaneously lit up and illuminated the room. Hurrying over, Long Yi and the rest of the group entered the room together with Wash Wang. This room greatly resembled the study. However, it was merely 10 square meters and there wasn't much inside. There were bookshelves on both sides of the room which were neatly arranged. On the side of the room with no bookshelves, there was a small bed and a large stone table. Even though no one had been here for several thousand years, there wasn't a single speck of dust anywhere in this room. Long Yi was speechless. Long Yi casually took out a book and looked at its exquisite front cover that was comparable to the most superior books in Blue Waves continent. The title of the book was written in a very strange language. Flipping through the pages, Long Yi quickly realized that he couldn't read a single page as it was written in a language he didn't understand. The script was completely different from the current scripts on the Blue Waves continent. This is strange. Xiuanger, Come and take a look at these books. Are you able to read them? Long Yi browsed through dozens of books and found that all of them were written in the same language. Taking a book from Long Yi, Wash Wang looked over it and passed it back to him. In the end, she shook her head and said, "My father must have known it, but he never taught me how to read books written in this ancient language. I have no idea what the books say." Long Yi was disappointed. He knew that these were definitely precious books. One should know that this magic civilization in the Holy City was much more advanced than the civilization in the Blue Waves continent. If it was possible for him to read these books, wouldn't it be possible for him to bring about earth-shaking changes to the entire Blue Waves continent? Even though he had no way to read these books, Long Yi didn't throw them away. He placed them all into his space ring. "Long Yi, look." "What is this?" Bertha waved a strange silvery piece of paper in the air as she shouted in excitement. Walking over, Long Yi took the piece of silvery paper from Bertha. However, no matter how much he looked at it, he wasn't able to see any messages written on it. The only thing that was on the paper was a number of curvy lines and several round dots. It looked like a map was hastily drawn on the paper. On the lower part of the silver paper, 3 words were written in a sloppy Blue Waves continent's script: Sea of Souls. "My husband, this map is so strange. There are no other markings on the map, not to mention the fact that there are no landmarks on the map. How are we supposed to find this Sea of Souls?" Nalan Ryuayu said. "Doesn't these few things look like a sea?" Barbarian Bull suddenly said while pointing at those curvy lines in the middle of the paper. When he heard Barbarian Bull's words, Long Yi felt as though those curvy lines really resembled a sea. When he looked at those round dots again, Long Yi wondered if they could be simple navigation marks. After looked at the map repeatedly, Long Yi started to become confused. If those curvy lines represented the sea, who in the world would know where the place marked in the paper was located? The sea was so vast, it was impossible to know exactly this Sea of Souls was located in the huge sea. Although he was about to give up, Long Yi's intuition told him not to. Perhaps these dots and curvy lines were important clues. After looking at the piece of silver paper for a long time, Long Yi decided to look around the room. He managed to find some interesting objects in the room. Picking up an interesting object, Wash Wang explained to him that it was a magic tracking device. When he held it in his hands, Long Yi felt like these were like the tracking devices in his previous world. For an average person to track other people, they would search for the spirit power, magic power, or ki the other party emitted. As for these magic tracking devices, they would emit a kind of special magic fluctuation when placed on the body of an individual. There would be another device which received these magic fluctuations and it would point the user in the correct direction. These tracking devices were really useful objects. Looking at these items, Long Yi let out an involuntary sigh. The high-end magic civilization was after all a high-end magic civilization. Not only did the Holy City possess a video camera like crystal ball, it also had this kind of items used for spying on others. If everyone in his Skynet intelligence organization was equipped with these items, it would certainly be like putting a stranded fish back in the water. It could also be described as giving wings to a tiger. The capability of the organization would be greatly boosted. Xiuanger, let's slowly study these things. As for now, let's go and see if there is anything else in the Holy Temple. Long Yi said to Wash Wang, who was looking at the piece of silver paper with a frown on her face. Long Yi and others walked out of the study and went around the entire temple to check to see if they missed anything. Something isn't right. As Long Yi looked at those 7 statues of the main gods, he muttered with a frown. Chapter 403, Strange Magic Pattern. Looking at the 7 statues again, Long Yi sized them up. Long Yi was sure that there was something wrong. However, he had no idea what it was. The statues in this hall were exactly the same as the statues outside. They had no differences in their appearance, demeanor and even their posture. Even the clothes they wore and weapons they held were similar. Yet Long Yi still felt as though something was wrong. As he stood in front of the light god statue, Long Yi decided to take a closer look at the fire god statue. As he walked over to the fire god statue, His eyes remained on those towering breasts. Memories of him groping the fire god statue's breasts flashed past his eyes. Of course, Long Yi hadn't degenerated to the point where he would go and molest a statue. Moreover, the fire god statue he had seen inside the underground secret room had slight differences to this statue in front of him. Although the statues looked similar at first glance, he was able to make out the tiny differences between the statues when he looked closely. Did the magic robe's lapel on the fire god statue in the underground secret room have a fiery red crystal implanted in it like the fire god statue inside this holy temple? After staring at the 7 statues for a good while, a smile appeared on Long Yi's face. Now he finally knew what was wrong with these 7 main god statues. In the holy temple, the statues had a magic attribute crystal inlaid on their chest, unlike the statues he had seen outside. To be exact, there were 6 statues with crystals inlaid on their chest. Only the water god statue didn't have a crystal on it. Strange. What is the use of these crystals? Why doesn't the water god statue have it? Long Yi pondered and felt like there was something strange with those crystals. If they were normal crystals, why would the city lord of the holy city bother to inlay them onto the statues? Long Yi, did you find something? After looking through the entire holy temple, Wash Wang didn't manage to find anything. When she saw Long Yi deep in his thoughts as he looked at the 7 statues, she realized that he must have figured it out. Long Yi nodded his head and said, "That piece of silver paper, let me take a look at it again." With a flip of her hand, Wash Wang took out that piece of paper. She passed it to Long Yi and Long Yi began to study the diagrams on the paper carefully. As he was studying the patterns on the paper, he muttered under his breath, "Sea of Souls." Sea of Souls. Could the Sea of Souls actually be a kind of crystal? Long Yi didn't make a random guess when he said that the Sea of Souls was a type of crystal. Among the 7 main god statues, only the water god statue didn't have any crystal inlaid on its chest. As such, Long Yi assumed that the Sea of Souls mentioned in the silvery piece of paper would be the water crystal on the water god statue. If the Sea of Souls was really the water crystal, the map he was holding should show the location of the Sea of Souls. Coincidentally, Nellen Ryu and the others returned empty-handed. Long Yi immediately explained his conjecture to the group. Hearing his explanation, everyone felt it was indeed very likely that was the case. But this map is too vague. The sea is too vast. How will we find the location marked on the map? Wash Wang sighed. There is a way, and I am quite confident about it. Long Yi showed a confident smile as he suddenly thought of the mermaid princess, Liu Li. After going to their so-called undersea city, Long Yi decided to start the search there. Looking at Long Yi's confident expression, Wash Wang nodded her head. She subconsciously believed in him because she knew that her sweetheart was an extraordinary person. He was always optimistic and he was confident in everything he did. It seemed as though there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Although it might seem like an exaggeration to say that there was nothing impossible for Long Yi to accomplish, there were facts to back this statement up. Long Yi definitely had great capabilities. Even while contending against various powers, he was able to walk around leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in a quiet and peaceful courtyard. In times of danger, he thoroughly remolded himself. His strength, as if sitting on a rocket, rose rapidly. Now, he had already surpassed her. When Wash Wang thought about it, when she saw him for the first time, he was weak, extremely weak. However, even though she was much stronger than him in the past, he improved rapidly. Currently, she was the one relying on him. She had no idea why Long Yi experienced such rapid improvement. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded within this holy temple. Everybody subconsciously turned around and saw that the crystal on the earth god statue's chest was emitting a dazzling yellow light. It shot into the ground and pierced a hole in the holy temple's white jade floor. In an instant, the earth element in the air became denser. Barbarian Bull, who was standing beside the earth god statue, stared at it in shock. Barbarian Bull, what did you do? Long Yi asked. You said that these statues had crystal embedded in them and that you found them strange. All I did was press on them. Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn and said, looking intently at the hole which was formed by the yellow light beam from the earth crystal. Long Yi saw that there were other holes on the white jade floor. After counting all of them, he realized that there were exactly 7 holes. All of you step back, I will test the remaining ones. Long Yi instructed. Everybody retreated, and Long Yi tapped his foot. As a gust of wind blew through the entire holy temple, Long Yi formed 5 after images and attacked the crystals on the other god statues. Swish, swish. 5 different colored light beams shot out from the crystal inlaid on the chest of these 5 main god statues. They perfectly filled the 5 holes on the ground, and the entire holy temple appeared magnificent and illusory. The moment all 6 beams of light shot out from the statues, they were reflected back from the holes in the ground, interweaving each other. They formed an illusory pattern in midair. Ah, it's so pretty! All the girls exclaimed in admiration as they saw the beautiful pattern formed by the lights. It looks like there is something missing. Long Yi murmured as he stared at that beautiful pattern in midair. If his guess was right, the pattern formed in the air should be a 7-sided diamond. However, the pattern in the air only had 6 sides. It was clear that the light from the water crystal was missing. The water crystal should be the Sea of Souls which was mentioned by the city lord in the silvery paper Wash Wang found. Bertha was fascinated by this illusory beautiful scenery, and she involuntarily walked forward towards the light. She wanted to take a closer look at those pretty lights, as this was the first time she had seen anything like it. Without warning, Bertha let out a shrill scream. As if she encountered a black hole, Bertha was rapidly sucked into the beautiful pattern in midair. Ah, Long Yi, save me. Currently, Bertha was trapped inside the pattern. She was convulsing as if she was a mad sheep, and her beautiful face was twisted out of shape. Long Yi was startled when he saw Bertha's appearance. It was as though the 6 different magic elements were pulling her apart. In just a few seconds, Bertha's screams became weaker and weaker. The 7 orifices on her body started to bleed, and Long Yi could see that Bertha was entering into a state of death. Long Yi didn't hesitate, using his spirit power and internal force to form a protective cover around his body. He rushed into the pattern. Boom! The moment he entered the pattern, Long Yi felt as though all the blood in his body started to flow backward. Surprisingly, the 6 different magic powers destroyed his protective cover instantly. Long Yi's body also started twisting as the magic elements began to pull on his body. As he was about to scream in pain, the various element vortexes in his sea of consciousness began to rotate. They started dispersing the pulling force around Long Yi. Lightning, fire, dark, light. These were the 4 elements which were countered by the vortexes in his body. Although only wind and earth attributed magic powers were left in his body, it pushed Long Yi to the limit of his endurance. Long Yi grabbed Bertha, had the intention to throw her out of the pattern. However, he had never expected that the suction force from the pattern to be so strong. He wasn't able to move Bertha, let alone throw her out. Seeing as Bertha was about to take her last breath, Long Yi didn't have the luxury of time. Throwing caution to the wind, Long Yi roared loudly and injected the origin magic power from the 4 vortexes into Bertha's body. This resulted in a drop in Long Yi's defense, and the magic power which entered his body ran wild. Both Long Yi's spirit and suffered inhumane torment as the magic powers which entered his body thrashed about. Fortunately for him, Long Yi had experienced numerous pain and hardship in his life. This allowed Long Yi to temper his endurance to a ridiculous level. The suction force on Bertha gradually lessened, and Long Yi took this chance to kick Bertha out of the pattern. As for himself, Long Yi vomited a mouthful of blood and a muffled groan escaped his mouth. My husband. Nellen Ryui's heart was torn apart. When she saw the injuries Long Yi sustained, her heart broke. As for Wash Wang, she tried to make things better by casting a divine water domain. Gnashing her teeth, she tried her best to keep the situation under control. To her dismay, it had zero effect. Barbarian Bull also tried his best to destroy the pattern in the air. He tried digging out the crystals on the statues, but he was flung away by an invisible force whenever he approached a crystal. After kicking Bertha out of the pattern, Long Yi's origin magic power returned. He was finally able to resist the insane twisting power of the 6 magic powers, but he was unable to leave. Long Yi had nearly exhausted his origin magic power and felt utterly powerless as the magic powers assaulted him. As he stayed in the pattern, Long Yi eventually felt as though his magic power was being sucked out of him as the vortexes in his sea of consciousness stopped moving. Long Yi's spirit power was already exhausted, and within moments, he would become like Bertha. He would be endlessly assaulted by the 6 different magic powers, and he would bleed from 7 orifices before dying. Long Yi couldn't help but to make a wry smile in his heart. It seemed as though the end of his journey was here. Just when Barbarian Bull and the others were trembling in fear for Long Yi, the crystals inlaid on the 6 statues started to darken. The light coming from the crystals started to fade and the pattern in midair dissipated. As the pattern changed into specks of light, Long Yi, who was trapped in it, started falling to the ground. Before he could hit the ground, he was caught by a pair of strong arms. "Boss, are you all right?" Barbarian Bull held on to Long Yi tightly as if Long Yi was a child. Barbarian Bull's eyes showed deep concern and remorse. He thought that if he hadn't arbitrarily pressed the crystal on the chest of the Earth God statue, Long Yi and Bertha wouldn't fall into such a miserable state. "If you are the one holding me, I'll become sick even if I have no health problems. How many times have I told you to take a bath every day?" "Your mother." "How long has it been since you last took a bath? Do you want to kill somebody with your smell?" At this moment, Long Yi, who didn't even have the strength to stand up, became really talkative. The main reason for that was because he was truly unable to withstand Barbarian Bull's stink. Barbarian Bull laughed in embarrassment before handing Long Yi over to Nalan Ryu and Wash Wang. They were glaring at him as though they were going to tear him to pieces if he kept holding on to Long Yi. After placing Long Yi beside the 2 girls, Barbarian Bull said in his silly voice, "It's too troublesome to take a bath every day. I've just taken a bath half a month ago." "Do you know, Yanhua, Barbarian Bull's wife, likes my smell? She said that I have a very masculine smell." Long Yi rolled his eyes. If he could stand, he would have definitely kicked the out of Barbarian Bull. It seemed to Long Yi that the behavior of the beast men was really weird compared to the behavior of mankind. Fortunately, the Fox clan was the exception among the Beastmen clans. Bertha's body fragrance was soft and fragrant, which could intoxicate people. "This is a big loss. Help me to sit up, I want to heal my wounds," Long Yi said in a weak voice. If he missed the best time to heal his wound due to Barbarian Bull's bullshit, he might leave behind some long-term problems. That wouldn't be funny anymore. Wash Wang helped Long Yi up as for Nalan Ryu. She went to treat Bertha. When she was sucked into that pattern, Bertha had suffered heavy injuries. Her face was covered in blood and it appeared very terrifying. Chapter 404, Carnage. Golden Falcon. The weather was extremely good today. The sky was clear and quiet, and a gentle breeze was gently blowing through the unconventionally graceful Huangming Plain. Long Yi and the rest of them stood on a small hillock overseeing Lost City. They stared at the ruins which were still enveloped by a dark fog. Even though they were merely 100 meters away from Lost City, they seemed to be in a separate world. Wash Wang looked into the distance in a trance, thinking about the times she spent here in the past. She felt really sad. Not only were her close relatives buried under Lost City, every single citizen was buried there too. The only exception was Wash Wang, who managed to escape the calamity. "One day, I will definitely rebuild the Holy City. Citizens of the Holy City, wait for me." Wash Wang flung her head backward and her black hair fluttered in the wind. The sad expression on her face gradually disappeared and her countenance relaxed. Looking at Wash Wang, Long Yi gave her a thumbs up. At this moment, Long Yi knew that the knot in Wash Wang's heart had completely disappeared. She was no longer immersed in the glory and grief of the past. Speaking from another point of view, Wash Wang had now started to take the initiative to integrate herself into the current world. She finally released her past memories and started accepting the fact that this was her life now. "Okay, we are leaving," Long Yi said. Leaving behind after images, he began rushing forward and in an instant, He became a small black dot in the distance. When the rest of the group saw that Long Yi left them behind, they smiled at each other and began to chase after Long Yi's figure. This trip to Lust City made everyone closer. The relationship between Nellen Ryu and Wash Wang had also improved. Initially, they still felt unfamiliar towards each other, which made the interactions between the both of them awkward. Now, they became more like sisters and the invisible barrier between the both of them dissolved. Besides the both of them, Bertha had also grown closer to the both of them. The biggest change was that Bertha looked at Long Yi with a completely different gaze from before. The look she gave Long Yi now was one of admiration. Other than admiration, her gaze towards Long Yi had a look of undisguised infatuation. She was especially touched that Long Yi threw himself into the pattern in order to save her. She knew that Long Yi almost died trying to save her. Originally, Bertha already had feelings for Long Yi which were out of the ordinary. After experiencing the baptism of tribulations and setbacks when traveling with Long Yi, her hidden feelings towards Long Yi was just like a soap bubble under direct sunlight. It burst. When Long Yi saved her from danger and risked his life, she felt something stir from her innermost soul. After going through life and death with Long Yi, she realized that she really loved this man. Huang Ming Plain was different from the Proud Moon Empire. Currently, the Proud Moon Empire was freezing cold. However, Huang Ming Plain, which was located at the northwest of the empire, was experiencing spring. Grass grew everywhere and orioles flew in the sky. Perhaps for some people, Huang Ming Plain was a terrifying place with many high-leveled magical beasts roaming about. Looking around Huang Ming Plain, high-leveled magical beasts could be seen flying in the sky, swimming in the lakes, or just wandering about the plain. As long as one could think of it, there were magical beasts everywhere. There was no way to escape the vast network of beasts even if one was able to fly high in the skies. Even if one was able to dig deep into the earth, it was not certain that they would not meet their demise there. Although it was dangerous for most people, Huang Ming Plain was paradise for Long Yi and his group. When the magical beasts saw the three god beasts, they would retreat far away. Occasionally, Barbarian Bull would casually catch some A-ranked magical beast to tyrannize. The sad, shrill cries from the beast would make the rest of the beasts panic-stricken. As such, most of the other magical beasts started to hide themselves in case this terrifying group of humans decides to mess with them. Boss, the meat of this A-ranked magical beast is very fragrant. We should totally bring back hundreds of them. Imagine throwing several hundreds of these beasts into the hall of the mercenary guild. How cool would that be? Barbarian Bull said while munching on a piece of roasted meat. Cool my ass. An upright person should always be low-keyed. Do you even understand what low-keyed means? How many times have I taught you? If you really want to act tough, go throw several hundred god beasts at the mercenary guild's guild hall instead. Why are you even bothering with A-ranked magical beasts? Long Yi snapped at Barbarian Bull. The words which came out of his mouth made everyone stare at him with a blank expression on their face. Barbarian Bull scratched his bullhorn and smiled fatuously. After all, boss words were definitely correct. If he wanted to show off, he should go all the way. Why settle with A-ranked magical beasts? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone sat on the soft green grass on Huang Ming Plain. Placing his head on Wash Wang's lap, Long Yi picked up a blade of long green grass and placed it in his mouth. As he smelled Wash Wang's body fragrance, he stared at the sky with a blank expression in his eyes. As for his legs, he placed them on Nellen Ryu's lap and enjoyed a gentle massage. Bertha, who was sitting at the side, stared directly at the three of them. In her heart, she had an impulse to join them. However, she didn't dare to just intrude on the three of them while they were enjoying themselves. As a result, she could only sit beside them as she supported her chin with her little hands. Although she seemed to be in a daze, her eyes would frequently move and stop on Long Yi's figure. Her gaze would linger on Long Yi's face for a short while before she looked somewhere else. This bad fellow, even in a daze, he still has that signature bad smile on his face. He is really hateful. Pouting, Bertha hastily shifted her gaze from Long Yi's face. Her heart was pounding and there was a strange feeling in her chest. Not even a second later, Her burning gaze was directed back to Long Yi. It was as if she couldn't control herself as she glued her eyes onto Long Yi's handsome face. Love was truly a feeling which would cause a large amount of pain. Barbarian Bull was repeatedly wiping his treasured greenstone rule like before. Compared to his wife Yinhua, he appeared as if he treasured greenstone rule over her. After wiping it numerous times, Barbarian Bull started scanning the area. Seeing as there was no opponent for him to use his greenstone rule on, he seemed to be really depressed. Just when Barbarian Bull sighed inwardly, a bird cry full of evil intent came from the distant southwest direction. The sound wave echoed again, and everyone who heard the sound felt as though their blood and chi was churning. Within moments, the entire area was enveloped in chaos as crowds of magical beasts started to flee in terror. What a terrifying cry! What creature made that sound? Nellen Ryuayu asked in surprise. Long Yi sat up as he left the fragrant and warm jade. He started to mutter under his breath, "Strange, why would that fellow leave his territory?" "What fellow are you talking about?" Nellen Ryuayu asked curiously. "SSS-ranked magical beast. Carnage Golden Falcon, the king of the Huangming Plain. I remember the last time I saw it. It was only an SS-ranked Carnage Silver Falcon. After so many years, it finally evolved into an SSS-ranked magical beast." Wash Wang took the initiative to answer. Nellen Ryuayu stuck out her tiny tongue. SSS-ranked magical beast. That was the rank of a legendary magical beast. Even a swords god or magic god should give way to this monster, as they wouldn't be able to fight it head-on. Barbarian Bull, weren't you shouting about how you didn't have a good opponent to play with your greenstone rule? Well, your chance to use greenstone rule has just arrived. I'll leave that Carnage Golden Falcon to you," Long Yi said to Barbarian Bull with a smile. Although he didn't know why that Carnage Golden Falcon had appeared in this area, Long Yi didn't plan to let it fly around as it pleased. The magic core of an SSS-ranked magical beast was a priceless treasure. "Boss, I am no match for it." Barbarian Bull scratched his head and said, "Then, we'll have group brawl. However, you'll be the one to take the lead." Long Yi flashed a sinister smile as he said. Long Yi obviously knew the power an SSS-ranked magical beast possessed. He also knew about how terrifying the Carnage Golden Falcon was. It was a very ruthless magical beast. It had a terrifying physical attack and was also as fast as lightning. Moreover, according to the legends, it was able to perform short-distance spatial teleportation. This Carnage Golden Falcon was simply a creature which shouldn't exist in this human world. Long Yi and others, along with 3 god beasts, flew towards the direction of the cries. They were able to feel the rage of the Carnage Golden Falcon even though they were still quite a distance away from it. Far away, Long Yi saw a huge golden shadow circling in the sky. It looked dazzling. "What a huge bird! If we shot it down, we'll have enough first-class meat to eat for a long time." Long Yi laughed and said. Although Long Yi seemed unfazed by this SSS-ranked magical beast, he was amazed in his heart. Even with such a large distance between them, he could feel the power and momentum of that Carnage Golden Falcon. "Who exactly is it chasing? Why can't we see anyone?" Barbarian Bull droned. Even after looking at the sky for a long time, he was unable to see the enemy of this huge bird. Suddenly, a green light beam flashed in the distance and Long Yi frowned. Flying to a higher altitude, Long Yi tried to see what was going on. Looking as far as his eyes could see, Long Yi was able to make out several black dots which were in the process of fleeing from the Carnage Golden Falcon. Long Yi was able to see that this Carnage Golden Falcon was not in a hurry to send those black dots to hell. Instead, it was toying with them as though it was playing a game with those black dots. That was a nature arrow. Could it be that the Carnage Golden Falcon is chasing an elf? Long Yi muttered. A slightly fragrant air drifted into Long Yi's nostrils as Huash Wang floated beside him. In a soft and gentle voice, she said, "There should be an elf. Let's go and help them. That Carnage Golden Falcon is about to finish them off." Naturally, Long Yi wouldn't refuse to help those people. He could be considered half an elf clansman. If an elf was in trouble, it was natural for Long Yi to help them. At that time, the Carnage Golden Falcon issued a loud cry in its huge body, as if a bomber aircraft. dived downward. It was as fast as a thunderbolt, as if flashed straight towards the few black dots. Feeling an extremely strong pressure, Long Yi was able to feel that the space distorted around the Carnage Golden Falcon. Long Yi and the others were too far away to help. They could only leave everything up to luck. Sure enough, that attack only took an instant and several of those black dots that were running like mad dogs suddenly disappeared. With Long Yi's good eyesight, he could make out that there were only 3 black dots left. Among them, one seemed to have suffered injuries. Long Yi could see that the 2 other black dots stopped momentarily, presumably to help the injured individual. This resulted in a drop in their speed and the Carnage Golden Falcon was catching up to them quickly. Long Yi nodded his head in his heart. Since they had both affection and faith, they were worth saving. During trials and tribulations, it was very easy to see the true feelings of the people around you. It was easy to measure a person's heart by how they treated their companions during times of hardship. He had seen numerous close friends that usually called each other brothers ignore each other or even stab on the other's back during the time of calamity. He had also seen numerous sweethearts who usually made solemn pledges of love, leaving each other behind when faced with imminent disaster. Alpha, Arnold, leave me and run by yourself. You'll have a higher chance of survival if I don't hold you back. A female elf whose entire body was covered with blood said towards her 2 male companions who were similarly in sore straits. Don't speak nonsense, you are our companion. We will never abandon you and escape by ourselves. A brawny man on the right gritted his teeth and said with an unwavering voice. His steps were still firm despite staggering. The eyes of this female elf became watery. She clenched her teeth and held back her tears. She was moved by the comradeship of her teammates. If she returned alive from the Huangming Plain, she would definitely remember the kindness they have shown her throughout her life. However, escaping with her life seemed like a very extravagant wish when they faced this SSS-ranked magical beast. At that time, the Carnage Golden Falcon that was circling around the sky cried out again. Once again, it initiated its attack. As the Carnage Golden Falcon had attacked before, the 2 men who were supporting the female elf were prepared to receive the attack. However, being prepared is different from being able to defend against the attack. Carrying the female elf, they rushed to one side in order to dodge the attack from the Carnage Golden Falcon. Fortunately, the 3 of them managed to dodge the attack from the Carnage Golden Falcon. However, the hurricane which was caused by the shock wave of the attack managed to send the 3 of them flying. They simultaneously vomited a mouthful of blood as the shockwave reached them. 3 of them shot glances at the huge Carnage Golden Falcon which was circling above them. They felt really helpless as the Carnage Golden Falcon stared at them with its cruel eyes. It was reeking with blood and ferociousness. The female elf gritted her teeth. She drew strength from an unknown source and she fell to her knee. Straightening her back, she drew her elven bow. 3 golden arrows appeared out of the thin air on the bowstring and that dazzling golden light illuminated the surroundings 10 meters around her. Holding her head up high, she exuded an imposing momentum. Her eyes shone with a terrifying glint as she stared straight at the Carnage Golden Falcon. Chapter 405. Little Girl Nika. God-killing arrow. Stop for this, father. A loud shout suddenly resounded and obstructed this female elf's momentum. Feeling extremely surprised, she failed to release the 3 golden arrows which she had drawn. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of her and changed into a rapidly rotating vortex. In a flash, that vortex charged into the Carnage Golden Falcon. A loud explosion resounded in the air and the shadow was sent flying backwards. Even after flipping over dozens of times, the shadow was unable to stabilize himself. As for the Carnage Golden Falcon, it cried out in pain as it was knocked backwards by the shadow. The group of 3 who were under attack by the Carnage Golden Falcon stared at each other in blank dismay as they wondered who was daring enough to confront the SSS-ranked Carnage Golden Falcon. FCK, this big bird has a really strong body. Just a single knock and this young master's body nearly broke. Long Yi twisted his hips and complained. He completely ignored the Carnage Golden Falcon in front of his face. When she heard Long Yi's voice, the female elf trembled slightly. A hint of joy appeared on her face, but a complicated emotion was hidden in her joyful expression. Her crystal-clear eyes sparkled as she stared at the shadow in front of her. At this time, the three god beasts had already changed into their battle forms. The aura emitted from the three god beasts shocked the Carnage Golden Falcon as fear sprouted deep in its subconsciousness. Floating in midair, it stared at the human, which managed to slightly injure itself. It flapped its wings as it didn't dare to rashly initiate its attacks. However, it seemed to be unwilling to leave as well. Looks like this bird really doesn't want to run away. Lucky for me, if it really decided to run away, this young master would actually have to waste some effort to chase it down. I have decided, we will have a bird meat for dinner tonight, Long Yi arrogantly said as he walked forward towards the Carnage Golden Falcon. Long Yi was behaving arrogantly as he had the abilities to back his words up. If Long Yi was alone, he might have some trouble dealing with this Carnage Golden Falcon. However, this was a group brawl. On his side, there were three god beasts along two extremely powerful warriors. Long Yi and Wash Wang were both extremely strong, not to mention the fact that Wash Wang had an SS-ranked magical beast pet, the Ruai Ice Silkworm. Although it might be weaker in the Huangming Plain compared to the time in Origin Ice, it was still quite a force to be reckoned with. Boss, this old bull is going first. Barbarian Bull waved his Greenstone Rule as he attacked all of a sudden. Holding the front end of Greenstone Rule, Barbarian Bull swung it at the Carnage Golden Falcon. As if Sun Wukong's Ruai Zhengji Bang, Greenstone Rule extended hundreds of meters in a flash with a violent momentum. With Long Yi's command, the three god beasts attacked at practically the same time. The Kylan Holy Flame from the Fire Kylan burned everything within the radius of 100 meters in the sky. It appeared as if it wanted to roast this Carnage Golden Falcon on the spot. The lightning bolts fired from the violent lightning beast rained down from the sky. There was a golden light in the lightning bolts. It seemed as though its god beast physique had started to take shape. As for the tiger cub, Little 3, although its strength had increased a lot, it was still a far cry from both the violent lightning beast and the fire Kylan. Even though its strength wasn't comparable to the other two god beasts, the aura it emitted was in no way inferior to the other two. Just its aura alone was innately superior to other magical beasts. The Carnage Golden Falcon was unable to withstand this aura and was suppressed by it, which resulted in a drop in its combat ability. However, the Carnage Golden Falcon was an SSS-ranked beast. It wouldn't go down without a fierce fight. It had an abnormal dodging style which allowed it to dodge all the attacks flying towards it. Just like a ghost, it flashed through the cracks between the attacks. Even though there were some attacks which managed to hit the Carnage Golden Falcon by sheer luck, they were unable to hurt it at all. The defensive power of the Carnage Golden Falcon was unfathomable. Even after being burnt several times by holy fire and struck several times by divine lightning, he was unexpectedly still so vigorous. Boss, didn't you say that this big bird belongs to me? Barbarian Bull ran back and complained. He was unable to land a single attack, and it seemed as though the Carnage Golden Falcon was only fighting with the three god beasts. I just told you to take the lead. Didn't you get to attack first? Besides, after you launched your attack, the bird started to fly away. What am I supposed to do about it? Even if you can make your rod longer, are you able to chase it down by flying? Long Yi said with a smile. Although Barbarian Bull's attack was considered powerful and fast, there was a fatal weakness when attacking the Carnage Golden Falcon. The Carnage Golden Falcon could fly. As a matter of fact, after warriors reached the Swords Saint or Swords God realm, they could use their Dgi to fly. Since Barbarian Bull had yet to reach the Swords Saint realm, he was unable to fly. Barbarian Bull gloomily muttered to himself and looked towards the three people they had just saved. His gaze lingered on the female elf for a little longer. However, it wasn't as though Barbarian Bull was attracted to this female elf. Not considering Barbarian Bull's strange aesthetic standards, even a beggar would not be willing to look at the current blood-stained and dirt-covered appearance of this female elf. Boss, why does this elf girl look so familiar? Barbarian Bull approached Long Yi and asked in a low voice. Long Yi declined to comment. He just smiled as Long Yi had long guessed her identity. When he saw this female elf trying to use god-killing arrow, he already had a guess in his mind. One should know that this god-killing arrow was the consummate magic of the imperial kinsmen of the elf clan. One needed corresponding strength to wield the complete might of this magic. If one's strength was insufficient and arbitrarily used this magic, then her body would suffer incalculable damage. If the user was lucky, they might be able to escape with serious injuries. If not, only death awaited the user. Other than the Elf Queen and Luzia, who had the imperial blood of the elf clan flowing in their body, who could learn this consummate magic. Long Yi turned his head and saw this female elf hastily shifting her gaze to the ground below them. "Many thanks for the kindness of saving our life. I wonder what is our benefactor's great name? We will definitely repay you in the future." That man called Arnold recovered from his shock said while looking at Long Yi like Long Yi was some kind of god. "I am called Long Yi, and there is no need to be polite. I have only saved you in passing. My main purpose was to save my friend." Long Yi smiled and then stared at the female elf. Continuing where he left off, Long Yi said, "Nika, long time no see. Why are you not staying in the Elven Forest as the captain of the Protector Force? Why on earth did you run over here?" The gaze of Nika flickered and she didn't know how to reply Long Yi. As a result, she stiffly replied, "What's it got to do with you? I like doing this." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and sighed as he got no gratitude for his good intentions. He didn't know what was going on with this girl. At the start, she used to treat Long Yi very well. However, Long Yi didn't know what happened, but she suddenly started to resent him. He thought about it over and over, but other than seeing her in the Elven Forest Lake in the past, he couldn't think of anything else. Arnold looked at Long Yi before shifting his gaze towards Nika. He subconsciously thought that Long Yi had done something to Nika. Although Long Yi saved his life, he would never allow Long Yi to harm Nika. One should know that Nika was a princess-like existence in their adventurer group. When Arnold finally saw Wash Wang, Nellen Ryu Ayu, and Bertha standing behind Long Yi, he let out a self-mocking laughter. Nika was very beautiful, pure and natural. However, the three women behind Long Yi was not inferior to Nika in any way. Looking at them, he clearly knew that they were Long Yi's women. How in the world was one man able to attract so many goddesses? Long Yi turned his head back and looked at that intense battle between the four beasts. After a prolonged battle, the Carnage Golden Falcon had already fallen to a disadvantageous position. However, the battle was nowhere near the end as the Carnage Golden Falcon showed no signs of defeat. It appeared as if it wanted to find an opportunity to break out of this encirclement. Yet it didn't take into account the three god beasts' intelligence. If they allowed the Carnage Golden Falcon flee like this, even if Long Yi didn't kick there, they should look for a small pond to drown themselves in. They would really ruin the reputation of all god beasts if they allowed this Carnage Golden Falcon to flee when facing the three of them. "Shiyu anger, let your pet help them," Long Yi said to Wash Wang. Wash Wang nodded her head. Along with a light flashing in her hand, a glittering and translucent small worm appeared on her palm. It suddenly changed into a white light as it shot towards the sky. At the same time, it expanded and covered half the sky. When this fellow is small, it looks so cute. How in the world does it become so terrifying after it transforms? Long Yi looked at the giant Ruai ice silkworm and said, although his violent lightning beast and fire Kylan also looked ferocious after transforming, it was acceptable to Long Yi. A giant Ruai ice silkworm didn't look as cute as it used to when it was just a tiny worm. It doesn't look so good not. But one day it will break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. It would be the most beautiful ice butterfly. Wash Wang said softly as a smile blossomed on her face. Ice butterfly. Does that mean that the current Ruai ice silkworm is still in a larva state? Long Yi asked. If the Ruai ice silkworm evolved again, it would become an SSS-ranked magical beast. If the location of this battle was in Origin Ice, this SSS-ranked Carnage Golden Falcon would be no match for the SS-ranked Ruai Ice Silkworm. Yes, when the Ruai Ice Silkworm evolves into an ice butterfly, it would become a true water god beast. Wash Wang said, and her eyes flashed with a trace of expectation. God beast? Long Yi was rather surprised. Could it be that the ice butterfly was the god beast which was under the water god's command? As Long Yi conversed with Wash Wang, the carnage golden falcon issued a sad and shrill cry. It fell towards the ground as it was bound with a thick layer of ruai ice silk. Originally, the carnage golden falcon cowered due to the suppression from Little Three Zora. While it was suppressed, the fierce holy flames from the fire Kylan encircled it along with the lightning net set up by the violent lightning beast. The combination of fire and lighting left it barely alive. In the next moment, a cold chi from the ruai ice silkworm attacked it and its figure immediately stagnated. Then the ruai ice silkworm spat out silk which bound it, causing it to fall from the sky. The carnage golden falcon was roughly 70-80 meters long, and when its huge body, which was comparable to a small mountain, fell, a huge crater was formed. Long Yi laughed with satisfaction. However, he saw a wisp of white light instantly entering the head of carnage golden falcon the moment it fell. Long Yi couldn't help but shout, "Shiyu anger, quickly ask your pet to stop." The moment he finished speaking, the carnage golden falcon cried out in pain and its golden eyeballs dimmed. It stopped struggling and fell to the ground with a thud. The carnage golden falcon unexpectedly died. A wisp of white light shot out from the head of the carnage golden falcon and lied Wash Wang's jade palm without moving. The ruai ice silkworm lied on her palm with a contented expression which was the complete opposite of Wash Wang's expression. "Long Yi, I am sorry, Wash Wang apologized to Long Yi. Just a moment ago, this ruai ice silkworm completely swallowed the brain of the carnage golden falcon, which instantly killed the carnage golden falcon. Forget it, I saw that this bird's speed wasn't bad, so I thought about taming this big bird to use it as a flying mount. Since it's dead now, the magic core in its body isn't bad," Long Yi said as he told Barbarian Bull to dig out the magic core from the carnage golden falcon's body. "Long Yi, can you give me the magic core of this carnage golden falcon?" Wash Wang asked casually. It seemed as though she was asking for an ordinary item from Long Yi as she reached out her hands with an expectant gaze. "Well, you can take it if you want." Long Yi smiled and nodded his head. There was no distinguishing between you and I in the relationship between him and Wash Wang since a long time ago. Even if Wash Wang wanted a star in the sky, he would think of a way to pluck it down for her. Wash Wang took the golden-colored magic core of the carnage golden falcon from Barbarian Bull and threw it into her space ring. As for Little Three and his brothers, they had already begun to peel off the skin and tendons from the carnage golden falcon's corpse. They were preparing for a sumptuous meal as they drooled while dividing up the body of the carnage golden falcon. At this time, Nika regained her strength and struggled to stand up. She bit her lower lip and staggered towards a distant place without saying a single word to Long Yi. "Nika, where are you going?" Arnold and Alpha couldn't help but stand up as well when they saw Nika leaving. Nika didn't answer as she walked away step by step. "You, stop right there." An ice-cold voice suddenly came from behind which made Nika tremble and pause her steps. Chapter 406. "You pinch my ear, I'll pinch your Mimi," slang for breasts. Long Yi appeared in front of Nika in a flash. With his ice-cold face, Long Yi stared into Nika's eyes. Nika bit her lower lip. The ice-cold gaze from Long Yi was rather unbearable and she even felt grievance in her heart. However, she was unwilling to show Long Yi her weak side. As such, she looked at Long Yi's face stubbornly. "Little girl, how can you be so ignorant? Do you think you can leave Huang Mengplain alive in your current condition?" Long Yi angrily chided Nika. If she was someone else, Long Yi wouldn't even bother to save her. However, this was Nika, Lucia's friend. Long Yi had long since viewed her as his friend since she was the friend of his wife. "Even if I die, it's none of your business," Nika said coldly. Long Yi didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "You are a little girl who can't tell the difference between good and bad. Did you forget the taste of the— I don't mind using a special way to make you remember that beating." Nika was startled. At the same time, she became embarrassed and angry. When Long Yi tried to enter Elven Forest in the past with several women, she decided to stop him as she was unable to put up with his womanizing any longer. Instead of successfully stopping Long Yi, that rogue firmly started to hit her little. Whenever she recalled the scene of Long Yi hitting her, she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Since that day, she often saw those little girls under her leadership looking at her with an ambiguous gaze. "You hoodlum, scoundrel, shameless rogue. Why do you even care about me? Why? Is it because you are the husband of the princess? I don't care if you are the husband of my friend, I don't care about it at all." Nika suddenly exploded. She roared at Long Yi and her eyes were filled with glistening teardrops. Long Yi looked at Nika in a startled fashion. Was it possible that this girl had actually fallen in love with him? Impossible. Long Yi was unable to think of any other explanation for why Nika's reaction would be so huge. Long Yi had always thought that she resented him due to the fact that he had hit her. Why not? I care about you because I am your friend. I've always treated you as a good friend from the first day I saw you. Of course, this was despite you welcoming me with your elven bow. Long Yi retracted his frivolous smile and said seriously to Nika, "Friend?" Nika murmured and her gaze blurred as she looked at Long Yi. All of a sudden, her legs gave way as she fell to the ground. Fortunately, Long Yi quickly helped her up as he pulled her into his bosom. Nika was unable to enjoy the feeling of Long Yi holding her as her eyes slowly rolled up as Long Yi's image got further and further away. She lost consciousness in Long Yi's embrace. Honestly speaking, the meat of the Carnage Golden Falcon was not particularly good. Long Yi had only managed to take a bite of the meat after he convinced himself that it was the meat of an SSS-ranked magical beast. Of course, the only reason he would eat something as disgusting as this was so he could brag to others in the future. What SSS-ranked magical beast? When compared to the real Chinese cuisine, it lacked flavor and texture. On the other hand, Arnold and Alpha ate the meat of the Carnage Golden Falcon with relish after they were treated by Nell and Ryu. They ate while gnashing their teeth, presumably. They were taking revenge for the injuries they had received a moment ago. "Why were the two of you with Nika?" Long Yi asked these two who were busy getting their revenge on the Carnage Golden Falcon. "Both Arnold and I grew up together. We are childhood friends. Because we love adventure, we formed an adventure group. Half a year ago, we made a decision to come to the Huangmeng Plain in order to explore and seek out lucky chances. Since we lacked an archer and magician in our adventurer group, we placed a notice in the adventurer bar in order to recruit archers and magicians. At that time, we just happened to encounter Nika, who had left Elven Forest in order to gain experience. Thus, she joined our group." Alpha said. "Ah, looks like the reason she left Elven Forest was to gain experience. From what I saw just now, the both of you showed great consideration for Nika, as the both of you risked your life in order to save her." Long Yi questioned them with a smile on his face. However, there was a hidden meaning behind his smile. Alpha and Arnold looked at each other and said, "We must show consideration for each other in an adventurer group. If everyone only cared about themselves, we'll never be able to survive." Of course, beside this, the other reason we saved her was because Nika was both beautiful and kind to us. She is the treasure of our group. Who wouldn't want her as our future wife? So the both of you like her too? Long Yi said with a smile. "Of course. However, the feeling we have for her is mostly admiration. We have already discerned that she has someone else in her heart." Alpha said. "The both of you are honest people. I have a question for the both of you. How did you figure out that she has someone else in her heart?" Long Yi asked. "We brothers have been drifting along for so long, we can definitely see such things clearly. Nika is willful and simple. If there was something on her mind, everything would be written on her face. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to figure out what she is thinking," Alpha said while staring at Long Yi. He continued, "Now, we finally know who Nika is thinking of." Long Yi smiled without answering and said indifferently, "Your injuries have yet to heal completely. The both of you should rest more." Alpha and Arnold nodded their head before they entered their respective tents. The fiery red sun gradually sunk into the horizon, leaving behind a burning sunset glow. Long Yi looked at the tent where Nika was resting and sighed and shook his head. His eyes gradually became deep and serene as he looked into the distant horizon. "Is there someone on the moon?" The cool unrefreshing voice of Wash Wang came from behind him. After hearing her voice, Long Yi knew that she was behind him. Long Yi slightly turned his head and looked towards the bright moon hanging on the completely dark night sky. The moon was really round tonight. There is probably a legendary immortal palace on the moon, and a lonely fairy lives in that immortal palace. When I'm free, I'll definitely go up there to console that beautiful fairy. Long Yi leaned back and coincidentally bumped into Wash Wang's soft and slender legs. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Wash Wang, Long Yi felt extremely contented. Then, can you take me along? Wash Wang revealed a mischievous expression for the first time and joked with Long Yi. Long Yi was startled. Shaking his head, he looked up at Wash Wang and said, "How can I do that? Have you ever seen someone who brought along their wife when they went out to fool around with other women?" Wash Wang smiled sweetly. It was all because Long Yi said those two words, his wife. She felt that there was nothing in this world that made her happier than this. She was happy because she was his wife. Life was simple for Wash Wang. Long Yi smiled and embraced Wash Wang, as he was sitting in front of Wash Wang who stood behind him. His hands naturally rested on Wash Wang's pert buttocks. Kneading and pinching, Long Yi started to play with Wash Wang's soft and flexible buttocks. Wash Wang's beautiful face flushed red. In the next moment, she used the skill all women were good at, pinching. Even though other women would pinch Long Yi's waist, Wash Wang placed her hands onto his ears and pinched hard. Long Yi screamed in pain as he flipped his body around. Using his hands, he grabbed Wash Wang and made her sit on his lap. "Shuanger, you are becoming more and more like my mother," Long Yi said with a smile. Wash Wang also smiled as she listened to Long Yi's heartbeat. She felt extremely happy as she extended her hands to hug Long Yi's neck. She clung onto Long Yi's neck as she stuck close to his body. Long Yi was pleasantly surprised as he hugged Wash Wang. She had never been so bold and had never taken the initiative. Even Bertha and Nellen Ryuayu, who were looking from far away, were surprised. "Swanger," Long Yi softly called out. Wash Wang slightly swayed in Long Yi's bosom. The feeling of Long Yi holding her felt wonderful and she felt extremely comfortable. She felt warm and protected and was ready to fall asleep in Long Yi's arms. "You just pinched my ears." "No one has ever pinched my ears other than my mother." Long Yi's lips gently touched the small spotlessly white hair on Wash Wang's face as he whispered, "What are you going to do about it? Do you want to pinch me back?" Wash Wang smiled and asked. After she recovered her memories, she would always smile when she was with Long Yi. Long Yi had once said that her smile could make the sun and moon lusterless. In Wash Wang's eyes, she didn't need the sun and moon to become lusterless in front of her smile. She only needed Long Yi to love her smile. "Of course, I will pinch you back." "If I don't pinch you back, wouldn't that be letting my ears down?" Long Yi said with a bat smile on his face. Sticking out his tongue, Long Yi licked Wash Wang's soft earlobes. "Alright, I'll allow you to pinch me then." Wash Wang slightly trembled and her charming body became boiling hot. "Since you were the one who asked for it." Long Yi smiled and stretched out his hands from under her armpits. He grabbed those full and round. "Ah, Long Yi, you!" Wash Wang cried out in alarm and rebuked as her already red face flushed even more. "You were the one who said I could. But you never said where I could pinch. Not to mention, this target is comparatively bigger, so..." Hey. Long Yi complacently laughed as if he was a cat that succeeded in cheating. "Then, shouldn't you let go?" Wash Wang said in annoyance. Even though she was asking Long Yi to release her, her body was getting soft. "Not yet. I just found that this place on your chest seemed to have swollen. How about going inside the tent and let me have a good look at your chest?" Long Yi kneaded the towering chest of Wash Wang and said. Even though he was groping her from above her clothes, he could clearly feel Wash Wang's elastic and soft flesh. He was ready to make trouble in his heart. "So hateful, I don't want," Wash Wang said in a mosquito-like small voice. As a matter of fact, after that barrier in her heart was broken, she no longer resisted Long Yi's advances. She decided that she would no longer reject Long Yi's advance to take the final step. On the contrary, she somewhat looked forward to it. You don't want it? That isn't up to you to decide. Tonight, you are mine. Long Yi smiled, and carrying Wash Wang in his arms, he rushed into the tent. Not far away, Nellen, Ryu and Bertha felt a sense of loss in their heart as they saw the two of them disappearing into the tent. Ryu, they went in. Bertha pouted as she felt somewhat sour. Nellen Ryu had already accepted the situation. Her husband was surrounded by many first-rate beauties. If she made a fuss about each and every one of them, wouldn't she die from eating too much vinegar? Moreover, she was very clear that if she wanted to become closer to Long Yi, she would have to get closer to the other women by his side. If she wished to monopolize him, her end result might be the same as his cousin Dongfang Kexen, that pervert. That big bad wolf. Bertha pouted. Nellen Ryu happily smiled and said, "Our husband is a big wolf, be sure to not fall into his trap." Bertha knew that Nellen Ryu was teasing her. Even Barbarian Bull, that slow fellow, should know her feelings. Long Yi was the only one who pretended to not notice her feelings for him, feigning ignorance. At this moment, a powerful magic fluctuation suddenly came out from inside the tent where Long Yi and Wash Wang had entered. Along with a blue light, a cold chi started spreading around. Everything within the barrier was frozen in an instant. The leaking cold chi froze the grass within the radius of more than 10 meters around the tent. Chapter 407. A passionate night in grasslands and peeping. Nellen Ryu and Bertha looked at each other in blank dismay and were both startled. Didn't Long Yi and Wash Wang enter the tent in order to roll on the bed together? What was with this situation? Could it be that the two of them were actually fighting inside? At this moment, the frozen tent suddenly shook. With a loud explosion, a human figure broke a passage through the ice. That human figure landed on the ground in bad shape. His entire body was covered with ice shards and he was wearing only a spacious robe to cover his body. With a single glance, one could tell that he wasn't wearing anything under that robe. Long Yi made a wry smile as he swiped the ice shards off his body. Currently, Long Yi had an odd expression on his face when he looked back at the tent which was covered in ice. "My husband, did you really fight with big sister Wash Wang?" Nellen Ryu ran over to Long Yi and asked with concern. "Yes, we fought and I lost. Can't you see that I look like a beaten dog right now?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a bitter smile. Nellen Ryu bit her lower lip as she laughed at Long Yi in her heart. Slowly stepping forward, she said in a soft voice, "Big sister Wash Wang is still a virgin, a maiden. You were definitely the one at fault. You must have been too hasty, which probably gave big sister Wash Wang a bad scare." "Pa?" Long Yi slapped Nellen Ryu's perky buttocks with his big hand and scolded in jest, "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you the clearest on how I usually treat my woman in bed? Are you seeking death?" Nellen Ryu shouted as her beautiful face flushed red. Slapping away Long Yi's hand which was still on her buttocks, she shot him a warning glare. Couldn't he see that Bertha was still standing beside them? Not to mention the fact that Alpha, Arnold, and Barbarian Bull were exiting their tents after they heard the loud explosion. What was Long Yi thinking when he grabbed her buttocks in front of so many people? Just as Barbarian Bull was about to open his mouth, all the ice disappeared. Only a trace of cold chi was left behind as Wash Wang poked her head out of Long Yi's tent. Looking at Long Yi apologetically with her beautiful eyes, Wash Wang signaled for Long Yi to return to the tent. The situation turned awkward within seconds. Long Yi rubbed his nose as he walked back into the tent. As he entered the tent, Long Yi felt as though there was a dense moisture in the air even though the layers of ice had disappeared. Waving his arm, Long Yi dried the room using the fire magic elements in the air. "I'm sorry, Long Yi. I didn't know that would happen." Wash Wang sat beside Long Yi and apologized profusely. She behaved just like a little girl who was admitting her mistakes when she was caught doing something wrong. What exactly happened? Why would there be an ice explosion all of a sudden? Long Yi didn't blame Wash Wang, however, he wanted to know what exactly happened. At the most critical juncture, there was an explosion of ice which completely extinguished Long Yi's evil fire. It destroyed the romantic atmosphere which Long Yi built up after so long. I don't know. Wash Wang looked at Long Yi with her pure and innocent gaze. Wash Wang really had no idea what happened. When the both of them had finished their preparation and were about to take the final step, her lower abdomen suddenly became cold. The usually mild water magic elements in Wash Wang's body became violent all of a sudden, and in an instant, the violent water magic elements gushed out from the lower part of her body. Within seconds, ice covered every part of the tent. After listening to Wash Wang's explanation, Long Yi had his mouth wide open in shock. After pondering for a long time, Long Yi reached the conclusion that it was Wash Wang's physique which caused the explosion. When he thought about it, the Phoenix matriarch wanted him to ruin the virgin body of the Ice Palace Imperial Mistress. She told him that the Ice Palace Imperial Mistress had the pure yin body. The moment she lost her virginity, she would lose all of her powers along with her virginity. Later on, Sibai also developed the pure yin body after her physique transformation. Could it be that Wash Wang also had the pure yin body? When Long Yi thought about it rationally, Wash Wang had a special relationship with the Ice Palace. It wasn't impossible for her to possess the pure yin body as well. Perhaps the cultivation method from the Ice Palace was the reason people would develop the pure yin body. Shuanger, how about we try that again? Long Yi looked at Wash Wang and said. Wash Wang's beautiful face instantly turned bright red like a tomato when she heard Long Yi's words. Nodding her head shyly, she directed her gaze to the floor as she looked incredibly adorable. Since Long Yi was very experienced doing it, Wash Wang decided to completely hand herself over to him. However, she had never expected that there would be an explosion while they were in the midst of doing it. Hugging Wash Wang, Long Yi lightly placed her onto the bed. He lowered his head as he kissed her lips, and sticking out his tongue, he began to attack the insides of her mouth. As for his big hands, they entered into her lapel as they grabbed those plump. Kneading and pinching, Wash Wang gradually started letting out moans of enjoyment. Before long, Wash Wang and Long Yi got into the mood again. As they kissed, clothes flew about the tent, and within seconds, the two of them were naked again. Long Yi's meticulous kisses moved downwards. From Wash Wang's pure white neck, he moved down her body. After teasing those satiny and the pink cherries on top of those soft mounds, Long Yi continued his journey downwards. Ah, Long Yi! Don't! The charming body of Wash Wang quivered, and she took the initiative to raise her slender waist. While she moaned for Long Yi to stop, her actions directly contrasted her words. Her little hands held onto Long Yi's head as she pushed it downwards. Her passion was already aroused. The strong stimulation made Wash Wang quickly reach the peak. Clamping Long Yi's head tightly between her slender legs, Wash Wang raised her head as a loud moan escaped her mouth. Wash Wang twitched for a good while before becoming weak and limp. She immediately dropped onto the bed as her eyes stayed glued to Long Yi. As for Long Yi, he looked at Wash Wang's fair and tender private parts. As he stared at the quivering pink, he muttered under his breath, "There is no reaction? Maybe it really was an accident." As a matter of fact, Long Yi and Wash Wang had already gotten intimate on more than one occasion. As such, Long Yi was extremely familiar with Wash Wang's body condition. The situation with an ice explosion had never occurred before. After some consideration, Long Yi decided to go all the way. Long Yi got into position and propped his little brother against Wash Wang's entrance. He exerted some force and was about to seal the deal with Wash Wang. However, the accident happened again. A bone-chilling cold chi gushed out from Wash Wang's private part. Little Long Yi turned into a popsicle on the spot, and Long Yi was slowly turning into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, the bed, the entire tent, and the area around the tent turned into a giant ice sculpture. Bertha and the rest of the group who were standing outside the whole time saw that there was another ice explosion inside the tent. They were astonished and wondered if Long Yi fought with Wash Wang again. Once again, Long Yi broke out of the ice and was in bad shape. He was sore everywhere. In his heart, Long Yi lamented, and currently, his little brother was softly lying down without any movement. The ice-cold numbing feeling haunted Long Yi and he wasn't able to move for a long time. Long Yi, are you still angry? Wash Wang asked as they were sitting on the grassland beside their tent. Wash Wang pulled on Long Yi's sleeves and pouted as she noticed that there was something off about Long Yi. I am not angry. You can say that I'm depressed rather than angry. Seems like I've been tricked by that woman in the ice palace. Long Yi stretched his hand and said while holding on to Wash Wang's slender waist. Don't be depressed, I will definitely think of a way for us to do it in the future. Wash Wang apologized and leaned on Long Yi's shoulders coyly. That is the only thing we can do. Long Yi's mood was still down as he said in a depressed voice. Wash Wang moved close to Long Yi's face and kissed him. With a red face, she said in an extremely soft voice, I know you are still not satisfied. I can help you if you want. The spirit of Long Yi suddenly shook and his eyes shone with brilliance. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he asked, how can you help me? Wash Wang's face was redder than a tomato and she said in a mosquito-like voice, just like how you helped me. Are you really going to do that? You said so yourself. You are not allowed to back out now. Long Yi's mood immediately changed. Long Yi's spirits lifted and he was extremely excited. The depression he had just a moment ago was swept clean. When Long Yi thought about Wash Wang, this ice-cold woman, squatting down in front of him and giving him service, he was extremely stimulated. Anger, how about helping me out right here? Long Yi bit Wash Wang's earlobe and whispered into her ear, no. We should go inside the tent. The charming body of Wash Wang softened and she looked all around as if she was a thief. Currently, the sky was already dark and there were countless twinkling stars in the sky. Bertha and Nellen Ryu were sitting around their own campsite. Barbarian Bull was wiping his greenstone rule in a place far away from the campsite. As for Alpha and Arnold, they went to rest early due to the injuries they sustained in the fight with the Carnage Golden Falcon. As for Nika, she was still unconscious. Not inside the tent. We are currently sitting in the shadow of our tent. There is no one about to look at us. I'll set up the barrier around us and in this vast wilderness with a cool breeze, under the vast starry sky. Why don't the two of us, you know? The words of Long Yi broke Wash Wang's persistence. No. Not here. Wash Wang still had a trace of reason as she tried to reject Long Yi. My anger, don't object. Come on. It's almost going to break. Long Yi urged Wash Wang and pressed her little hand against his little brother. Wash Wang rolled her eyes and she slowly bent over. Oh. Long Yi moaned. Lifting up Wash Wang's hair, he looked at her lewd actions and was greatly stimulated. Although he was unable to truly become one with Wash Wang, this made Long Yi feel a bigger sense of achievement. After a good while, Wash Wang covered her mouth and sat up. She spat a mouthful of milky white liquid to one side and used a water ball to rinse her mouth. Pervert, are you satisfied now? Wash Wang looked at Long Yi and when she saw his satisfied face, she felt overjoyed in her heart. The guilt in her heart was mitigated to some extent and she didn't feel so bad after helping Long Yi out. Long Yi smiled and just before he replied Wash Wang, Long Yi suddenly raised his brows. Turning his head, Long Yi yelled, "Little fox, roll out for me." Bertha, who was bound by Long Yi's spirit power, slowly became visible. To his surprise, her face was even redder than Wash Wang's. Long Yi was 100% sure that she saw the adult scene between himself and Wash Wang just now. Speak, how long have you been standing there? Long Yi snapped at her just a moment ago. He was too invested in Wash Wang. As such, Long Yi didn't even notice when this little fox sneaked up behind them. As a matter of fact, the Fox clan's vanishing magic was truly a great magic. If Long Yi hadn't set up the spiritual net around in the surrounding area, he wouldn't be able to sense Bertha's trace at all. Not unless she was right beside him. I didn't look for long. No, I didn't see anything. Bertha repeatedly waved her hand. However, the words that she had sprouted out were like water which was spilled. It was impossible to reverse the process. Wash Wang gnashed her teeth in embarrassment, but she gradually calmed down. Even if Bertha saw them doing it, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. There was nothing hidden between Long Yi and herself, and it was normal to make love. Moreover, Everyone knew about Bertha's love for Long Yi. Bertha lowered her head, as her little hands grabbed the hem of her robe. Bertha's snow-white bushy tail swayed relentlessly and she looked towards the ground. As a matter of fact, she didn't see the process in detail. The only thing Bertha saw was Wash Wang's head moving up and down between Long Yi's legs. The next thing she knew, Wash Wang was spitting out some milky white liquid, and before she knew it, she was caught. If she was still unable to guess what they were doing after seeing that much, she would be shaming the name of the Fox Clan. The Fox Clan had the reputation of bewitching all living creatures, and they were naturally used to these shameful deeds. "Little fox, I never knew you were so immoral," Long Yi reprimanded, as he pulled a long face. I didn't mean to. It's just that elf woke up and Ryu asked me to come and call you. I wanted to frighten you, so I made myself invisible." Who would have thought that? You guys." The voice of Bertha became smaller and smaller. Eventually, her voice became inaudible as she just stood in front of Long Yi while looking down at the ground. Chapter 408. The Birth of Shangjin Hunter Guild. Long Yi entered Nika's tent and saw that she was blankly staring at the roof of the tent. No one knew what Nika was thinking at the moment. "Nika, are you awake?" Long Yi said softly, and as he sat on her bedside, Nika came back to her senses after she saw Long Yi sitting at the side of her bed. Thank you for saving me." Long Yi smiled and said, "I've heard from Arnold and Alpha that you came out to temper yourself. Why did you suddenly thought about coming out? Didn't you hate the world of humans?" Previously, Nika had said that she hated humans who were trying to cheat each other all the time. Nika had once said that she would rather stay in Elven Forest for her entire lifetime than to enter the world of humans. Nika didn't reply to Long Yi's question. It goes without saying that she didn't need to come out of Elven Forest in order to temper herself. However, to everyone's surprise, Nika persuaded the Elf Queen and Lucia that she wanted to understand the world Long Yi lived in. Nika had thoughts of walking the path Long Yi had walked in order to experience the things Long Yi had once gone through. This was the reason why she came to the Huangming Plain. However, Nika never expected to meet Long Yi here. It was even more unexpected that Long Yi would save her life from the clutches of the Carnage Golden Falcon. There were times when Nika didn't understand the feeling she had towards Long Yi. The feelings Nika had for Long Yi was a combination of both love and hate. To her disappointment, Nika was indeed attracted to Long Yi. However, she couldn't tolerate his fickleness. She knew that the both of them came from different worlds. That was why she kept trying to get closer to Long Yi's world in order to understand more about him. "Hey, I'm asking you a question here. Why are you being absent-minded?" Long Yi waved his hand before Nika's face. Nika eventually came back to her senses and curled up her lips. In a mocking voice, she said, "I came out because I hate this human world. I want to see the extent of the treacherousness you humans have." "Have you learned what you wanted?" Long Yi asked. Nika nodded her head and said seriously, "I finally understand that not all humans are like that. Like Alpha, Arnold and my other teammates. There are good people in the human race too." When she thought about her teammates who died to the Carnage Golden Falcon, her expression changed. Her face instantly became downcast and her face darkened. After traveling along with the adventurer group, Nika managed to understand shock, regret, and the warmth of teammates. It was the first time she had felt such feelings, and her view of the humans were slowly changing. In the battlefield, death is the predestination of all the soldiers. In an adventure, death is also the predestination of all the adventurers. You don't need to be too sad. Long Yi said with indifference in his voice. "I know, but I have feelings, unlike you." When Nika saw the nonchalant expression on Long Yi's face when he dismissed the death of the adventurers, she couldn't help but snap at Long Yi. "Yes, I am cold-blooded. I have no feelings." "Have you thought of how you would be able to run away from the Carnage Golden Falcon in your half-dead state? Would you be able to survive with your teammates? Wouldn't you choose to sacrifice yourself if you knew that your death would bring about the safety of your teammates?" With a poker face, Long Yi started questioning Nika. He wasn't cold-blooded. Instead, Long Yi chose to hide his feelings from the rest of the world. You You are truly hateful. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Nika shouted in desperation as she angrily turned away from Long Yi. "Since you don't want to talk anymore, rest well, I'll take my leave." Long Yi stood up as he flatly stated. Nika stared at Long Yi's back as he walked towards the exit of the tent. Just before he lifted the curtains, Nika suddenly shouted at him, "Long Yi, aren't you curious about Princess Luzia? Aren't you the least bit interested in how Luzia is doing?" Long Yi paused his steps as he turned around and said, "Of course. However, I know that she is definitely doing fine. She is trying her best to learn how to be a qualified elf queen. I also know that she really misses me. I'll go and see her soon." Nika looked at the disappearing back view of Long Yi in a daze. Even though Long Yi didn't say much about Luzia, Nika could sense Long Yi's confidence in Princess Luzia. Nika could also sense his longing and deep concern for Luzia. Perhaps the feeling Long Yi had for Luzia was true love. The moment day broke, the group started their journey towards the exit of the Huangming Plain. The exit they were traveling towards was located at the border of the Proud Moon Empire. Currently, there were 3 additions to Long Yi's original group. They were Nika, Arnold, and Alpha. After interacting with Arnold and Alpha for a period of time, Long Yi understood that Arnold and Alpha were indeed talented individuals. Their strength was good, they were loyal, and their mind was also sufficiently flexible. Long Yi eventually developed a good impression of the both of them. Long Yi thought about it and finally, he asked for the location where the both of them would be staying at. Mercenaries in the Blue Waves continent were numerous. They could form a huge colony of people themselves. However, it was a place where dragons and fishes were jumbled together. Although there were many fishes, there were plenty of dragons among the mercenaries too. There were many powerful people who were mercenaries. If these people could be used effectively, it would be a wonderful thing for the mercenaries of the Blue Waves continent. One night, Long Yi entered the tent of Arnold and Alpha by himself. After 2 hours, he walked out beaming with satisfaction. Anyone would be able to guess that the discussion between Long Yi and him progressed extremely smoothly. After more than 10 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the exit of the Huangming Plain that was at the border of the Proud Moon Empire. For this round trip, they had spent 2 months. Yet, the world of snow and ice which covered the entire Proud Moon Empire was still present. Not just snow and ice. The rumored hailstorm which had only appeared in the legends of the Blue Waves continent appeared above the Proud Moon Empire. The cold weather had brought about an insane amount of trouble for the troops of both the Violet Dragon Empire and the Nilan Empire. Now, transporting supplies and not acclimatizing to the cold weather were the greatest trouble for both empires. These troubles were not easy to resolve. Of course, the cold weather also affected the Proud Moon Empire. The cold weather not only affected the armies of all the empires, the common people were starting to freeze to death as well, not to mention the fact that it was hard to grow grains in the bad weather. The rations supplied to the army was reduced by half since the cold weather started. If the situation carried on, the Proud Moon Empire would be the first to fall as it would be unable to hold out from the lack of food and the aggression from the 2 empires. Arnold and Alpha hastily left the Huangming Plain. 1 month later, Shangjin Hunter Guild was formally established in the Blue Waves continent. This guild was especially dedicated to high-end assassinations, raids, and sabotage missions, not to mention the traditional treasure hunting etc. Most of the missions accepted by this guild were missions with high monetary rewards. There was a strict criteria when applying to join this Shangjin Hunter Guild. Firstly, this guild rejected adventurer groups with uneven strength. Next, this guild only accepted people with sufficient strength. Most of the strong and powerful people from other guilds were poached by the Shangjin Hunter Guild within a short period of time. Most of the missions the Shangjin Hunter Guild provided would require a small team to succeed. Unless possessed extremely formidable powers, it would be difficult to complete the missions alone. Of course, there were missions had a participation limit of a single member. Since the rewards of the missions from the Shangjin Hunter Guild were very high, a lot of strong and powerful adventurers were attracted to this guild. Very quickly, the reputation of the Shangjin Hunter Guild managed to spread far and wide. The guild managed to flourish rapidly. Of course, This was the part of the story that was yet to be told. It seems like the final decisive battle will be delayed. Let's go. We'll go to the Hangjuan Mountains. Looking at the snow and ice everywhere around them, Long Yi smiled and said to everybody. No one opposed Long Yi's proposal. Barbarian Bull was also anxious as he wanted to return to his home in order to see his wife, Yinhua. Just after a month since he had gotten married, he had left home in order to travel. It has already been 2 years since he last saw his wife. The longing in his heart couldn't be hidden and an impatient expression could be seen on his face. Although it had only been a short time since Nika left the Elven Forest, she had already started to miss the life in the Elven Forest. At first, she wanted to spend more time outside before returning to the Elven Forest. However, the chirping of the birds and the smell of the fragrant flowers in the Elven Forest was calling Nika back. Considering the fact that Nika had experienced a near-death experience in the Huangming Plain, and the ridiculous weather the moment she exited the Huangming Plain, Nika was getting impatient to return home. As a result, the group of 6 people began to walk towards the Hangjuan Mountains in the west. The entrance of Huangming Plain was not too far away from the Huangjuan Mountains. Since there were no delays in their journey, Long Yi and the group managed to reach the Hangjuan Mountains on the 3rd day of their journey. Suddenly, a pretty face appeared in Long Yi's mind. It was the face of Wu Yala, the shaman of the Winged Clan. Should I go to the Winged Clan? Long Yi thought. In an instant, Long Yi made his decision. What kind of question was that? Of course, he was going. He wanted to see what secrets this Winged Clan that had withdrawn from the society had. After making his decision, he took out a pearl from inside his space ring. Chapter 409, Winged Clan. Long Yi crushed the pearl in his hand and a wisp of cyan-colored light rays shot into the sky. Scattering all around, the cyan-colored light disappeared in an instant. My husband. Is it necessary to go to the Winged Clan? They don't seem to be friendly towards us. Nellen Ryuayu said in a worried voice. The Winged Clan is indeed a mysterious clan. Their clan has disappeared from the world since a long time ago and no one knew what power the Winged Clan currently possess. If Long Yi and the group were to enter their territory, they would fall into a disadvantageous position. Go, of course. We are going. Does your husband look like a guy who would lie to other people? Also, why would we not go to the Winged Clan? Aren't you guys at least a little bit curious about the Winged Clan? Long Yi said with a smirk on his face. Let us not talk about being curious about the Winged Clan. I think you are more curious about the beautiful shaman in the Winged Clan. Wash Wang said with a thin smile on her face as she glared at Long Yi. Considering that this was Long Yi she was talking about, Wash Wang knew that he was more interested in Uyala than he was in meeting the mysterious Winged Clan. Long Yi grinned and said with a cheeky smile, Xiuanger, looks like you understand a lot about me. However, you are embarrassing me when you speak about my hidden motives. You shouldn't say these things out loud. Smelly husband. Stop acting like that. I'm getting goosebumps just listening to you. Nellen Ryuayu laughed and pounded on Long Yi's arms. When everyone was chatting and laughing, 2 afterimages flashed through the sky. In a flash, 2 tall youths with wings on their back descended from the sky. They were obviously messengers sent by the Winged Clan. Looking at the group of people, they shifted their gaze towards Long Yi. Sizing him up before looking at the others, they said, Shaman has already instructed us to allow only young Master Ziman to come along with us. Long Yi frowned and a displeased expression instantly appeared on his face. With an indifferent voice, Long Yi said, if that is the case, then tell Uyala that I am not going to the Winged Clan. If Uyala plans to use force in order to make me go to the Winged Clan, this young master will welcome her to try me at any time. We are leaving. Long Yi waved his hand and started walking deeper into the Hangjuan Mountains. Young Master Ziman, wait a minute. You cannot leave. Flapping their wings, the 2 youths hastily flew in front of Long Yi in order to block his path. What? Do you 2 want to fight with me? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and his smile became resplendent. Everyone who knew Long Yi instantly felt a sense of danger. They knew that the brighter Long Yi smiled, the more dangerous the situation would be. Looking at each other, The two youths started to hesitate. They remembered what Shaman Yala told them. She had given them stern instructions that they had to bring him to their territory no matter what. However, they were to never offend Long Yi as he possessed a terrifying amount of power. As such, the both of them were at a loss of what to do. They couldn't offend him, and neither could they overpower him. Young Master Ziman, please do not misunderstand us. One of us shall return to the clan and ask Shaman Yala for her instructions. Meanwhile, I hope that all of you can wait for us here without moving. One of the youths of Winged Clan said, giving a meaningful glance at his companion. He signaled for him to return to the clan. Without hesitation, his companion flapped his wings as he flew away. Long Yi laughed and no longer made things difficult for them. If that is the case, we'll wait for an answer. However, I am slightly curious about some things. Could it be that your Winged Clan is situated in the vicinity of this place? The youth of Winged Clan shook his head and said, wait until Shaman Yala gives us the instruction. If she agrees, you can all find out for yourselves. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and no longer paid any attention to this youth. With a wave of his hand, Long Yi instructed everyone to take a break. Xiuanger, sit down and let me lean on you. Ryu, massage my legs. Long Yi started giving out his instructions the moment he sat down. The two women obediently agreed to his desires. They sat down beside him and started to serve him with their delicate hands. When Bertha looked at the three of them getting so intimate, she rolled her eyes. Despite feeling shy, Bertha quickly ran over to Long Yi and started to massage his back. Long Yi turned around and looked at Bertha with surprise. This little fox couldn't hide her feelings at all. However, Long Yi wouldn't refuse the service of a beauty. As such, he closed his eyes and started to enjoy the company of the three women beside him. That youth from the Winged Clan enviously looked at the satisfied appearance on Long Yi's face. There was a burning desire in his heart to become Long Yi and sit in his spot. There were so many beauties. However, there was only one Long Yi. Why in the world did they gather around this one guy? When he thought about it, he was also tall, handsome, elegant, and behaved with no restraints. Why would the Winged Clan's shaman, Uyala, not be attracted to him instead? The heavens are truly unfair. When compared to this youth, Nika had the exact opposite feeling. Her teeth were itching to bite Long Yi when she saw that he was enjoying the company of so many women without lifting a single finger. How could he behave like this in front of so many people? Why wasn't he restraining himself even a little? The eyes of that youth from the Winged Clan become green with envy seeing Long Yi's luck with women. However, he managed to see that there was another beauty standing on the other side. She was a beautiful elf, and she didn't seem to be Long Yi's woman. Thinking that there was a woman who didn't fall into the devil's talons, the youth started to size up Nika. She was wearing sexy elf armor, and her figure appeared extremely hot. Moreover, her beautiful face was even more natural and pure compared to most of the women in the Winged Clan. She was in no way inferior to the beautiful shaman, Uyala. Furthermore, he had heard that the elf clan's women were gentle and peaceful in nature. If he was able to get a wife like Nika, how fortunate would he be? When he thought about it, the youth from the Winged Clan started to become restless. In his mind, he devised a perfect conversation starter. With a natural and unrestrained smile on his face, he approached Nika and said, "Beautiful Miss Elf, don't annoy me, roll far away from me." Nika angrily shouted without giving the youth a chance to speak. That poor fellow was scared silly on the spot as he stared at Nika, who was furious. Who in the world said that the elf clan's women were gentle and peaceful? After waiting for an hour, the other youth returned. He started to relay the orders Shaman Uyala told him. Shaman and Patriarch have agreed. All of you can come to the Winged Clan. Long Yi smiled and stood up from the warm fragrant jade. He already knew that Shaman Uyala would compromise. After all, Long Yi was the one who possessed the sacred object, that is Wind God's spirit tablet, in his hand. Under the lead of these two youths from the Winged Clan, Long Yi and the others quickly flew towards the foot of the Hengjuan Mountains. Before long, they reached a waterfall and the group stopped moving any further. "We are here? Don't tell me that your Winged Clan withdrew from the society into the pool below?" Long Yi asked with a smile. The youths of Winged Clan looked at each other and simultaneously flew into the 50 meters high waterfall. Before the eyes of Long Yi and the rest, they disappeared into the water screen cave with a waterfall at its mouth. Hey, I wonder if I will encounter Sun Wukong inside the cave. Long Yi laughed. Boss, is there a monkey inside the cave? Barbarian Bull asked while scratching his bull horns. He obviously didn't understand sarcasm. Of course, not only are there monkeys inside the waterfall, there are stupid bulls as well. Long Yi rolled his eyes as he rushed into the waterfall. The moment he passed the water screen, he realized that there wasn't any cave behind the waterfall. As he knocked on the cliff walls, he realized that they were solid and quite impossible to enter without blasting a hole in them. It was unlikely that those two fellows played a prank on them, Long Yi thought as he retreated. As Long Yi retreated, a circular magic array appeared in the pool under the waterfall. The two youths that disappeared just a moment ago reappeared in the magic array. They waved their hands towards Long Yi and others and said, "Young Master Zimin, come in." Seeing that he wasn't able to figure out their tricks, Long Yi became a little more serious in his heart. It seemed like the Winged Clan might not be as simple as he had thought. Long Yi quickly thought of another explanation. He guessed that the two youths were able to enter the Winged Clan's secret area due to a special method they possessed. The magic array might be the entrance for outsiders without the special method. Without thinking any further, Long Yi led everyone into the transmission magic array on the surface of the water. Up till now, Long Yi had seen many magic arrays, although it appeared as if magic arrays were lost in the passage of time on the Blue Waves continent. Some ancient races and clans still inherited them. When Long Yi and others appeared on the other side, the scene before their eyes stunned them. The sky was blue with white clouds, and the air was fresh with the fragrance of flowers. They could hear small birds singing cheerfully, and there were trees, exotic flowers, even rare herbs growing everywhere. They were also able to hear the gurgling sound of water from a spring nearby. This was simply the land of peach blossoms. At first glance, people would mistake this place for the Elven Forest. Young Master Zimin, you seem to have taken a liking to our Winged Clan's location. A crisp voice resounded. It was precisely the voice of Uyala, who was wearing a light cyan robe as she floated in the air. Beside her, there were several powerful elders who were likely the elders of the Winged Clan. When they looked further, they were able to see that there were rows of neatly arranged guards from the Winged Clan standing behind Uyala. Yes, it's pretty good. This place can compare with the Elven Forest. Long Yi smiled and looked at the sun while narrowing his eyes. There was no way this place was located in the Hangjuan Mountains. Thank you for the compliment. Now, I will make a brief introduction. This person is the patriarch of our Winged Clan, and they are the elders of our Winged Clan. Uyala introduced the people who were standing beside her to Long Yi. Long Yi carefully sized up the patriarch of the Winged Clan. He looked very powerful and appeared to be a human male in his 50s. There was a pair of gray wings which was retracted on his back. He seemed to have a reserved temperament, but there was no way he was simple. Long Yi also noticed that other than Uyala, who had a pair of pure white wings, every other member of the Winged Clan had wings which were gray or black in color. Maybe the shaman position was reserved for the member with white wings. Guests from the distant place, welcome. The patriarch of Winged Clan said in a low voice with a warm smile on his face as he greeted Long Yi and the rest. Long Yi's gaze glimmered. The shrewdness of this patriarch was deep. He had taken their sacred object, but he still treated them as guests. If he wasn't a fool, then he was a crafty scoundrel. This patriarch didn't resemble a fool in the slightest. As such, Long Yi instantly made the connection and knew that this patriarch was definitely a crafty scoundrel. Many thanks, many thanks. This place looks really good. There are flowers, grass, mountains, waters, and also beauties. I have decided, I want to stay here for a few days. Patriarch must treat us cordially. Long Yi smiled and said, that is natural. All of our Winged Clan's descendants are as pretty as flowers. If young Master Zimin can become a harmonious couple with someone from our Winged Clan, this patriarch would be glad to betroth them to you. However, I'm afraid the ladies behind young Master Zimin would disagree with me." The patriarch of Winged Clan laughed. After laughing for a few seconds, the Winged Clan's patriarch stopped abruptly. In an instant, his expression sank as he continued, "But, before anything else, I hope young Master Zimin will return the sacred object of our Winged Clan." This old fellow was really hard to deal with. However, Long Yi knew that he had the upper hand in this discussion as the table was currently with him. As for returning it, Long Yi was very reluctant. He had the principle of not returning things that had already fallen into his hands. However, did the Winged Clan actually know that their sacred object was the Wind God Spirit Tablet? In fact, although there were not many people who knew what Spirit Tablets were, those that knew weren't few in number. It couldn't be considered a secret. Look at people like the Light Pope and the Dark Pope. Don't they know about the tablets? As the Wind God Spirit Tablet has been treated as the sacred object of the Winged Clan for a long time, the older generation should know what it was. Moreover, they grasped the ability to utilize wind magic from the tablet. Wasn't it obvious enough? Patriarch, standing here is too tiring. Let us all take a seat before discussing about how we should settle the problem. Long Yi said to the Patriarch, completely ignoring his solemn expression. Chapter 410, Wind God is My Woman. Under the lead of the Winged Clan's Patriarch and Shaman Yala, Long Yi's group of 6 followed them through this beautiful forest. After traveling for quite some time, they arrived in front of a towering cliff. All along the cliff, fresh flowers and green grass could be seen. At the lower part of the cliff, a huge altar could be seen as if took up more than half of the cliff face. It bore a great resemblance to the Lightning God altar Long Yi had seen in the Lightning God Forbidden area. However, instead of silvery purple boulders, the Wind God altar was built with cyan-colored rocks. A mighty statue of the Wind God was standing above the altar, which gave off a majestic aura. Long Yi looked all around and surveyed the area. Looking up the cliff as far as his eyes could see, Long Yi saw many oval-shaped tunnel entrances on the cliff surface. Many heads were poking out from those cave entrances, and they were using their curious gaze to look at Long Yi and his group. "Hey Patriarch, your clansmen don't live in those caves, do they?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "We are members of the Winged Clan. We can fly and we are closest to the wind element. As such, the higher the place, the better it is for us to live. Moreover, these aren't ordinary caves, these are castles in the air." The Patriarch of Winged Clan said with pride. "Castles in the air?" Long Yi's smile changed as a weird expression appeared on his face. "Weren't these just caves? How could those caves be a castle?" "They were just lodgings which were located higher than those built on the ground, that's all." Along with the Patriarch of Winged Clan, Long Yi and others entered the largest cave located at the highest position. The distribution of these caves had a regular pattern which resembled the shape of a pyramid. Long Yi reached the conclusion that the people residing in the higher levels were people of higher positions in the clan. The interior of the cave was out of Long Yi's expectations. Jade stones and incense wood were used to decorate the insides of the cave. There were multicolored magic lamps mounted on the walls inside the cave as well, which illuminated the entire cave. All in all, the cave had a unique style to it. The ventilation inside the cave was also extremely good, and the air inside was also very pure. Long Yi felt that this cave was actually pretty good compared to most of the houses he had seen. Long Yi started to look all around this cave. The accessories in this cave were very refined, and they were also very beautiful. There was no way the Winged Clan produced these items themselves, and Long Yi instantly knew that the Winged Clan had bought them from the outside world. This also explained the fact that the Winged Clan didn't completely retire from the world. They should have ears and eyes planted in the outside world for them to obtain the latest information about the current state of the Blue Waves continent. "Is this the Patriarch's room? It truly is very stylish," Long Yi praised as he walked into a highly decorated room. "You are flattering me. That sword on the wall is unexpectedly the work of a dwarf master. Wow, the hilt of that sword is forged with amethyst. TSK, Patriarch, you guys are truly wealthy." Long Yi interrupted the Patriarch as he gasped in admiration when he looked at the sword hanging on the wall beside them. Everything is inherited from our forefathers. Our several thousand clansmen had always been self-sufficient, and as such, there is no such thing as the concept of money. The Winged Clan's patriarch could only endure his displeasure at Long Yi's words as he explained with a forced smile on his face. Patriarch truly isn't an ordinary person, as if dung and dirt, money is naturally nothing to the Winged Clan. However, to ordinary people like us, money is indeed a good thing. As it seems, I am in a tight spot at the moment. My hands are somewhat tied behind my back as I don't have enough money to spend on my wives. As you know, I have numerous wives. Although I used to have a lot of money, my expenses on my wives can't be looked down upon. How about helping me out a little here, Patriarch? Long Yi joked as the smile on his face became even wider. Even someone like Barbarian Bull knew that he was just putting on an act when Long Yi said he was short of money. This nearly made the women behind him laugh out loud. Wush Wang and Barbarian Bull were clearest about the wealth Long Yi possessed. In the past, Long Yi had swept clean the mansion of the Holy City's city lord. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Long Yi had wealth to rival an entire nation. How could he be poor? Looking at the cheeky expression on Long Yi's face, Uyala felt a headache coming. However, she also felt that the situation was quite funny as Long Yi was asking the Winged Clan's patriarch for money. However, only Uyala found it funny as the old face of the Winged Clan's patriarch began to twitch. If there is anything young Master Ziman need, then this patriarch will not be stingy about it. However, although the patriarch of the Winged Clan was furious in his heart, he hid his expression well. If that is the case, then I have to thank you in advance. It may be assumed that the forefathers of the Winged Clan had accumulated a large amount of wealth, but I certainly wouldn't want much of it. It would seem impolite of me to ask for too much. So, how about giving me 1 million amethyst coins? Long Yi asked with a sinister smile on his face. 1 million amethyst coins? Before the patriarch of the Winged Clan could speak, several elders beside him jumped up and ferociously glared at Long Yi. This kid actually asked for 1 million amethyst coins as soon as he opened his mouth. This was 1 billion gold coins he was talking about. 1 billion. Young Master Ziman, I was just speaking out of courtesy to you as a host. If you are deliberately making things difficult for us and courting disgrace, then you better give me an explanation about the matter of our Winged Clan's sacred object. The patriarch of Winged Clan no longer assumed a gentle expression. It was instead replaced by a murderous look. Yo, you finally stopped acting. You should have done so earlier. I was tired of you playing around with me. Long Yi sneered as he stared at the Winged Clan patriarch in disdain. Young Master Ziman, don't be too excessive. Uyala reprimanded. Long Yi was currently in the Winged Clan's territory. Even if he was extremely powerful, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire Winged Clan. At least, that was what Uyala thought. Excessive? How can my request be considered excessive? This young master always has a sense of propriety. However, I will treat others like how they treat me. Long Yi picked up a teacup on the table nearby and leisurely took a sip. Could it be that our courteous reception is not up to your standards? You are the one who can't tell what is good for you. Why are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Uyala said with anger in her voice. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Long Yi's face as he answered Uyala. Courteous reception? Indeed, this looks like a courteous reception to you. We are surrounded by experts of your clan, and a strong barrier has been set up around this room. Also, if my guess is correct, there should be a powerful mechanism somewhere in this room waiting for me to activate it. Miss Beautiful Shaman, is this what you consider a courteous reception? Uyala looked towards Patriarch in surprise. When she saw that his expression changed the moment Long Yi exposed his plan, she understood that everything Long Yi said was the truth. Patriarch, we should talk this out. It doesn't need to be like this. Uyala anxiously said to the Winged Clan patriarch. Although she didn't think that Long Yi had the ability to contend against the entire Winged Clan, she knew that Long Yi's group possessed a certain level of strength. She knew that they were in no way weaklings. Even cornered dogs would jump over the wall. If the entire Winged Clan were to attack Long Yi and his group, They would most certainly counterattack ferociously. Both sides would suffer great losses if they both were to fight it out to the last man. There was no way Uyala was going to allow both sides to fight under this situation. Besides, Long Yi had taken the initiative to come to the Winged Clan this time by crushing the signal pearl she had given to him. This proved that he was sincere in his approach to working out a solution with the Winged Clan. There is nothing to discuss here. The Winged Clan's sacred object belongs to the Winged Clan. He has to hand it over whether he likes it or not. Seeing as Long Yi had seen through his little scheme, the patriarch of the Winged Clan tore off his mask of pretense and declared with an unyielding tone. Listening to the Winged Clan patriarch, Long Yi and his group started to smile without a trace of fear on their faces. On their faces, looks of amusements could be seen as they stared at the experts of the Winged Clan. All of their experiences in the past had placed them in mortal danger. Even if they used both hands, they were unable to count the number of times they brushed past death. Even after so many close calls with death, they were still alive and kicking. Why would they be afraid of some Winged Clan's experts standing before them? As Uyala stared at Long Yi and his group, she started to feel as though something was wrong. How could they be so calm in the face of danger? Where were they getting their confidence from? Could it be that all of them were confident they could fight head-on against the Winged Clan's experts? It didn't matter if Long Yi behaved fearlessly alone. However, every single person of his group had a nonchalant expression on their face. It was as though they were watching a play even though they already knew the ending to it. Perhaps they had a trump card which was hidden under their sleeves. This was the only explanation Uyala could think of. Winged Clan's sacred object. Hey, are you talking about the Wind God Spirit Tablet? The Wind God Spirit Tablet naturally belongs to the Wind God. Why would it belong to your Winged Clan? The corners of Long Yi's mouth curled up into a taunting smile as he folded his arms before his chest. Leaning back, Long Yi got into a comfortable position in his chair as he stared at the Winged Clan patriarch without blinking. The expression of the Winged Clan patriarch, the elders of the Winged Clan, and Uyala changed the moment the words Wind God Spirit Tablet left Long Yi's mouth. Never in their wildest imagination would they have thought that Long Yi knew about the Wind God Spirit Tablet. If he already knew that it was the Wind God Spirit Tablet, why in the world would he walk into their trap? Our Winged Clan is the loyal believer of Wind God. We naturally are the custodian of the Wind God Spirit Tablet, the patriarch of Winged Clan hastily explained. What a joke. If your words were the truth, anyone who believes in the Wind God would be the custodian of the Wind God Spirit Tablet. Now, if I say that I am also a believer of the Wind God, wouldn't I become the custodian of the Wind God Spirit Tablet as well? There seems to be no problem with me taking away the Wind God Spirit Tablet this way. Long Yi laughed. At this point, one of the Winged Clan's elder became unable to endure Long Yi's impudence any longer. In an instant, this elder stood up and bellowed, "The Wind God bestows wind power to her loyal believers. Do you have it?" The moment he asked his question, he raised his hand and began to chant a string of incantation. As soon as the incantation ended, a miniature tornado appeared on his palm which disappeared after a few seconds. Oh, wind power? I had that kind of power since I was in my mother's womb. Isn't it just forming a tiny tornado? It's very simple. Long Yi laughed and waved his hand in the air without any incantations. In the next moment, a violent gust of wind appeared inside the cave and formed a huge tornado. This tornado sucked up all the decorative items, teacups, teapots, and even tables and chairs. Lucky for the Winged Clan, everyone in this room was a powerful expert. If they were not powerful experts, they would have been sucked into the tornado as well and they would have turned into meat paste. After demonstrating his might, Long Yi decided that enough was enough. With a snap of his finger, the tornado instantly disappeared. Everything which was sucked in by that tornado fell from midair, and the entire room instantly turned into a mess. Yeah, sorry, I was unable to control my power when executing such a simple spell. Please excuse me. Long Yi asked for forgiveness, but the smile on his face clearly indicated that his actions were intentional. Why are you able to use wind magic? Uyala was surprised once again. From what she knew, only members of the Winged Clan could use wind magic. However, Long Yi not only managed to use wind magic, he even managed to summon such a powerful tornado without using any incantations. How could this not shock her? Of course, this is the power bestowed on me by the Wind God when I was still in my mother's womb. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and laughed. The patriarch and elders of Winged Clan looked at each other in blank dismay. This fellow was even more proficient than them in using wind magic. Could this fellow be telling the truth? Could the Wind God really have bestowed him with wind power before he was born? Patriarch, elders, and Miss Beautiful Shaman, I think we should sit down and properly discuss this problem. Harmony is to be prized. Isn't that so? Be sure to not offend the Wind God. You should know that the Wind God is extremely terrifying when she gets angry. Long Yi said, Young Master Ziman, we have nothing to discuss. You have nothing to back your words up. Do you think that we will believe a single word you said? You have to return Wind God's spirit tablet to us. Otherwise, you shouldn't think about leaving this cave. The patriarch of Winged Clan was no longer patient. The only purpose he lured Long Yi to this cave was to obtain the Wind God's spirit tablet. He was unwilling to let the Winged Clan's sacred object fall into the hands of an outsider. Wait a minute, patriarch. I want to ask him a question. Uyala hastily said. Turning towards Long Yi, she asked, from what you just said, you seem to be very familiar with the Wind God. I wonder what the relationship between you and the Wind God is? It made sense for Uyala to ask such a question. She was the shaman of the Winged Clan, and she worshipped the Wind God to the utmost. In the event that Long Yi was telling the truth, wouldn't the actions of the Winged Clan blaspheme the Wind God? Indeed, I am very familiar with the Wind God. Since you were the one who asked me, I'll tell you the truth. As a matter of fact, the Wind God is my woman. Long Yi smiled before seriously making his statement. Chapter 411. One doesn't need to compensate for deceiving the dead. The words of Long Yi greatly startled Uyala. The patriarch and elders of the Winged Clan flew into a rage, and the people standing behind Long Yi burst into laughter while covering their mouth. They knew him too well. He would never stop until people died of shock. He enjoyed the feeling of messing with other people. You disgraceful stinking brat. You actually dare to blaspheme the Wind God. Seems like you don't feel like leaving this place alive. The complexion of the Winged Clan patriarch became ghastly pale, and he furiously said while pointing at Long Yi. Of course I want to leave this place. I would definitely live a good life after leaving this place. However, I am afraid that you are the ones who won't be able to leave this room alive. The corner of Long Yi's mouth rose, but a wisp of killing intent flashed through his black pupils. The Winged Clan patriarch could no longer swallow his anger. In an instant, he erected a cyan-colored protective screen as he complacently laughed at Long Yi. We are leaving. I hope that all of you can enjoy the sumptuous meal the Winged Clan prepared. The moment the Winged Clan patriarch finished speaking, a shadow appeared behind him. A chi blade made up of true chi flew towards his neck at lightning speed. Sensing the attack, the Winged Clan patriarch dodged without breaking a sweat. He may be old, but that didn't affect his abilities at all. He was still an extremely powerful individual. Hiss. A sound of torn skin and gasping flesh resounded. Although the Winged Clan patriarch had avoided the attack, a long cut appeared on his back. You! How can it be? The Winged Clan patriarch turned away and managed to catch a glimpse of Long Yi's afterimage. It slowly disappeared under his gaze as Long Yi appeared right before his eyes. I have already said that the people who are going to die here won't be in my group. Long Yi smiled and used Great Cosmos Shift. In a flash, his speed reached the extreme. The combination of magic ki and internal force increased his attack power by another level. The Winged Clan patriarch fought back hastily, but the feathers of his wings were unable to touch Long Yi in the slightest. They all flew around under the influence of Long Yi's magic ki. Seeing as their patriarch was in trouble, Uyala and the other elders finally came back to their senses. They managed to insert themselves into the fight as they helped the Winged Clan patriarch to narrowly avoid death. All of you, stall him for a moment. I'll leave the cave and unseal it so all of us can leave this place. the Winged Clan Patriarch hastily said as threw out a scroll with a flick of his hands. In an instant, a miniature transmission magic array appeared on the ground as the Winged Clan Patriarch instantly stepped into it. Space restriction. When the figure of Winged Clan's Patriarch was disappearing, a chilly voice suddenly resounded within the cave. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, and the figure of the disappearing Patriarch appeared again with a horrified expression plastered on his face. Wush Wang, who was in the air, stared at him with a cold gaze. Bangpeng. Long Yi released internal force from his entire body as he shook off everyone who was tying him down with their attacks. With a wave of his hand, the three god beasts appeared. Even without command from Long Yi, they began attacking the members of the Winged Clan. Under the Kylan holy fire casted by the fire Kylan and lightning strikes coming from the violent lightning beast, the Winged Clan Patriarch didn't have time to dodge. The Patriarch was instantly turned to dust as he disintegrated. It was just like the time when Long Yi had disintegrated and passed through the world. However, Long Yi didn't know if the Patriarch was lucky enough to pass through space and time in order to be reborn. Well, the hindering fly is finally dead. I think that we can have a proper discussion now. Shaman Yala and the elders, what do you guys think? Long Yi said while looking at the stupefied members of the Winged Clan. Reaching out to grab a chair which only had 2 legs remaining, Long Yi sat down in the middle of the room without a care. You killed our Patriarch. Yala said with her voice trembling while pointing at Long Yi. No, how can I, such a kind-hearted person that couldn't bear to even trample an ant to death, kill a person? Your Patriarch merely had the honor of receiving the summon of the Wind God and he went over to the divine realm. Long Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. You. Yala was speechless when she heard what Long Yo said. Suddenly, she remembered the magical beasts which killed the Winged God Patriarch. Turning around, she sized the 3 beasts up. As she stared at the 3 beasts, 3 names appeared in her mind. These weren't magical beasts, these were god beasts. Yala instantly cried out in alarm. Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast and Holy Light Beast. How in the world is this possible? What do you mean impossible? I already told you that the Wind God is my woman, but none of you guys believed me. Long Yi laughed as he enjoyed Bertha's massage on his shoulders. Yala and the elders stared at Long Yi in a daze. Originally, they thought that whatever Long Yi said was purely sheer nonsense. However, their beliefs were shaken when they saw the 3 god beasts Long Yi had summoned. These were god beasts under the command of the main gods. How was it possible for them to submit to Long Yi, this human? It was even more incredulous for them to become his magic pet. Since you guys seem like you have no idea what is going on, I shall explain it to you guys. Don't you guys already know that the divine realm has 7 main gods? Long Yi leaned back and coincidentally bumped into Bertha's chest. He immediately felt a soft and elastic feeling sticking to his back. Bertha's beautiful face flushed red in an instant, but she didn't push Long Yi away. Instead, she gave up massaging Long Yi's shoulders and started massaging Long Yi's head. His head was comfortably nestled in the middle of those 2 soft bouncy mounds of flesh and Long Yi relaxed his entire body. When Yala and the Winged Clan elders heard Long Yi's question, they simultaneously nodded their heads. As for Wush Wang and the rest, they pricked up their ears as they wanted to listen to what nonsense Long Yi would cook up. As a matter of fact, among the 7 main gods, the Lightning God and Wind God were lovers. They were deeply in love with each other, until one day, the Fire God came in between them and expressed her love for the Lightning God. Since the Lightning God was a romantic person, he naturally wanted to possess both beauties. However, both the Wind God and the Fire God were main gods in the divine realm. How could they share the same man? As such, they began fighting over the Lightning God to see who would be the one to obtain the love of the Lightning God. With waves surging forth, even fowls and dogs of the divine realm were not left in peace. In the end, a catastrophe struck the world. Long Yi shook his head and sighed as he displayed a look of reminiscence on his face. What led to their disaster? Yala couldn't help but ask when she saw that Long Yi wasn't continuing his story. That That is the secret of the divine world. It shouldn't be spoken of casually. You only need to know that they made a serious mistake. Later, Tanfa, one of the divine realm, punished them. Tanfa is the control mechanism of the divine realm. After Tanfa dished out punishment to both the wind god and the fire god, the infatuated lightning god tried his best to lessen the punishment bestowed onto both the gods. His explanation was that everything that happened was his fault. As a result, the divine body of the lightning god was annihilated and his soul was banished to this mortal realm to suffer by Tanfa as a punishment. He must experience 49 paths of difficulty to reconstruct his divine body. Long Yi continued, and the women behind him listened to him with great interest. The expression of Wu Yala changed as she said, "You mean to say you are the reincarnation of the lightning god whose divine body is annihilated by Tanfa? Miss Shaman, you are such a genius. You definitely deserve to be called the loyal believer of the wind god. You were able to guess my secret in an instant." Long Yi said with a smile, "Young Master Ziman, you said that you are the lightning god. Do you have any evidence to back your words up?" Although the elders of the Winged clan were already 70% convinced by Long Yi's story, they didn't fully trust everything Long Yi said. "Are these god beasts in front of your face not enough evidence?" Long Yi said with a frown. "Does the young Master Ziman have any other evidence other than the god beasts?" Another elder of Winged clan asked. "Of course, I have." "Look carefully." Long Yi shouted with a solemn expression on his face, and his body suddenly emitted silverish purple radiance. If he didn't have the idea of subduing the Winged clan, he wouldn't have bothered to spend so much energy convincing them. Everyone had their eyes wide open. Looking at Long Yi, he started floating in the air above the chair he sat in. Moreover, his body was surrounded by a silverish purple radiance as he truly resembled the lightning god. Long Yi gave a shout, and at the space between his eyebrows, a strange vortex appeared where strong purple radiance was flashing about. The lightning god's spirit tablet drilled out from the space between his eyes as it slowly spun in the air. Bang! Wu Yala and the elders of the Winged clan simultaneously fell to their knees. Currently, they no longer had any doubts in their heart. When they thought about how they had been making things difficult for the lightning god just a moment ago, cold sweat continuously flowed down from their forehead. When they thought about how this was the lover of the wind god, the god which they believed in, they almost fainted. Long Yi took back the lightning god spirit tablet and dispersed his aura. Sitting down on his former chair with only 2 legs remaining, he enjoyed the warm fragrant jade. "All of you can rise. The current me has yet to achieve the godhood I had in the past. I have yet to completely crash my way through those 49 paths of difficulty. Are you all willing to help me?" A trace of wicked smile appeared on Long Yi's face as he said these words. Swindling people was so wonderful. It was exceptionally wonderful when the people he was cheating had complete faith in whatever he was saying. There was no wonder there were so many divine scoundrels in the world. The commands of the lightning god, none will dare to disobey. Even if we have to give up all our possessions, we will not hesitate to do so. One elder of the Winged clan hurriedly said. He wasn't stupid. This was a huge opportunity for the Winged clan. If the Winged clan was able to form good relations with a god, wouldn't they be able to live unhindered in the entire Blue Waves continent? Moreover, now, the lightning god was in the midst of misfortune. Sending charcoals in snowy weather was far more effective than adding a flower to the brocade. This was the perfect opportunity to get closer to a god. Long Yi smiled and said, "Very well, but don't call me lightning god. From now on, all of you can call me young master." "Yes, young master," elders of Winged clan said in unison as Uyala hesitated. "Miss Shaman, is there any problem?" Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. "No, but what about the patriarch?" Uyil gritted her teeth and said, "Patriarch, didn't I just tell you where the patriarch went? He had the honor of being summoned by the wind god and was transported to the divine realm. From now on, you shall be the patriarch of the Winged clan. Don't say that you can't handle the small task of being the Winged clan patriarch." Long Yi said with indifference. He knew that as long as Uyala and these elders of the Winged clan didn't cooperate, this matter wouldn't be resolved easily. We sincerely heed the instructions of young master. The elders of the winged clan said in unison. At the same time, they simultaneously warned Uyala with their eyes, telling her to not be ignorant. Uyala gritted her teeth, and after agreeing respectfully to Long Yi's order, she added, I wonder what our winged clan should do to help young master? You should know the current situation the Blue Waves continent is in. This is my biggest problem at the moment. All you have to do is to help my Zeman clan unify the entire Blue Waves continent. If we are able to do that, there would be no boundaries between nations and there would no longer be wars. Long Yi said with prestige, and his black pupils shined. He had already thought of the best move for the winged clan in order to achieve the best results. 1. Tanfa, literally, Tian, heaven, God, Fa, punishment. Chapter 412, Ultimate Test, Heavenly Prison. Heavenly Prison. It was a mysterious forbidden area, and it was also a legend which circulated inside the Moxie clan for millions of years. It was just 5,000 years ago when the patriarch of the Moxie clan opened a piece of ancient jade passed down by the ancestors. With that piece of jade, they managed to connect a space passage to the legendary Heavenly Prison. When the patriarch finally returned from the Heavenly Prison, his divine bloodline was greatly strengthened and he received a great boost to his strength. From then on, Heavenly Prison became one of the paths of trail that must be experienced by the Moxie clan's patriarch candidate. Only by coming out alive from the Heavenly Prison would the individual receive the qualifications to succeed the position of the Moxie clan patriarch. According to the stories and legends left behind, the so-called Heavenly Prison was a place where souls were banished. People of the Divine Realm who violated the rules of the Divine Realm had their souls banished to the Heavenly Prison by Tanda, and they would be stuck there for eternity. Within the Heavenly Prison, those banished souls were able to condense themselves into physical entities. They were able to unleash powerful attacks on the intruders, but they had no consciousness of their own. The moment anyone enters the Heavenly Prison, those souls would attack them relentlessly. At this very moment, Li King held his ice sword, and behind him, in front of him, there was a huge phantom of a god beast which couldn't be seen clearly. His body was covered with blood and his handsome face pale to the extreme. After entering the Heavenly Prison, Li King was finally able to meet opponents who were able to threaten him. In front of him, there was a third-grade god soul and several tens of angel souls. Li King shouted loudly as he swung his ice sword. In an instant, he attacked the third-grade god soul with cold chi emanating from his ice sword. Although the third-grade gods were god of lower ranks in the Divine Realm, they were existences in the Blue Waves continent. It completely ignored Li King's attack as it sent a punch towards Li King's chest. Hong! Li King met the punch head-on and was sent flying. In a flash, the angels surrounding Li King started to chase after him. They wanted to attack him while he was injured by the punch of the god beast, but a rank 10 water magic appeared in the air. The rank 10 water magic, World of Snow and Ice, managed to slow the angels down, and they were unable to catch up to Li King, who was sent flying away by the punch. When Li King realized that he was falling towards a hillside, he took advantage of the terrain as he rolled downwards. Currently, Li King was in extreme pain as he felt as though every bone in his body was broken. His internal organs seemed as though they had been smashed into mush by that punch from the god beast. At this point, Li King didn't have the time to think about his injuries. His consciousness started to become hazy as Li King felt as though his life force was rapidly fading from his body. Congeal the senses. Calm the chi, disperse chi all over the body, limbs and bones. Stop all breathing and there would be no pulse. At this moment, words flashed through the mind of Li King. This was the life-saving technique Long Yi had taught him before leaving. It was known as tortoise breathing. In an instant, Li King activated this technique as he stopped breathing altogether. Although he seemed to have died, he managed to maintain his body vitality. Moreover, the function of his entire body was also maintained. This was a peerless life-saving technique. Actually, Li King played a little trick when he was facing the god and angel souls. If he didn't resort to any tricks and fought the souls head-on, he would have been dead long ago and he would never have the chance to use his tortoise breathing. The strength behind the punch was no laughing matter. It was the full strength punch of a third-grade god soul. With Li Qing's current strength, there was no way he would be able to escape unscathed from the punch. When faced with the punch, Li Qing had no way to run as he was surrounded by the angel souls. However, he spotted the hillside in the distance and decided that he had to land in the hillside in order to survive. As a result, he faced the punch of the god soul head-on and placed a bet with his life on the line. When that punch of that third-grade god almost smashed into him, Li Qing instantly made that phantom of god beasts behind him appear in front of him. They forcefully blocked the punch, and Li Qing quickly casted the rank 10 water magic. The moment the world of snow and ice appeared to slow down the souls, Li Qing instantly activated his tortoise breathing in order to trick the souls. Thinking that Li Qing was already dead, the souls started to drift away. Li Qing won the bet, at least, it appeared so for the time being. He managed to barely keep his life. As a matter of fact, Li Qing really drew the shortest stick this time. In this mysterious forbidden area, the majority of the souls were ordinary angels and other stuff which had the strength of angels. There were extremely little god souls, and the number of these third-grade god souls could be counted on one hand. In the divine realm, main gods were on the top of the hierarchy. Under the main gods, there were gods of the 1st to 5th grade. Generally, only 5th-grade god souls would be trapped in the heavenly prison. Since the time the heavenly prison was made into a path of trail, every patriarch which emerged from the heavenly prison had never met a soul of a god higher than the 5th grade before. However, Li Qing managed to meet the soul of a 3rd-grade god inside the heavenly prison. There was only one explanation. Li Qing had really bad luck. 9 Deviation Village was located at the border of the Proud Moon Empire. Inside the Moxie village, all the Moxie clansmen had gathered and appeared to be discussing something. Even Si Bai, her cousin Susu and her cousin-in-law were present in the meeting. All of them were waiting for the final result of 18th Path of Test, the heavenly prison. Many people recognized Si Bai, and they didn't feel as though anything was off as she was wearing her signature hood. There was a time limit for the opening of the space passage linking to the heavenly prison. 5 hours on the Blue Waves continent was equivalent to 5 days inside the heavenly prison. The ancient jade handed down in the Moxie clan was able to keep the space passage open for 5 hours on the Blue Waves continent. As such, the individual taking the trail would have to stay in the heavenly prison for 5 days before coming out. After 5 days, the person taking the trail would be sent out regardless. Naturally, there were many patriarch candidates in the history of the Moxie clan who fell at the final pass. They were sent out of the heavenly prison with a corpse and they had to be brought back to the clan in a coffin. However, there were cases where the candidate didn't return. There was only one reason for his, and it was that they were completely annihilated inside the heavenly prison and their body was completely destroyed. Si Bai looked at the timer in the middle of the square and muttered, 10 more minutes, Li Qing, you must preserve. Yes, despite the exceeding complexities between Si Bai and Li Qing, there was a complicated relationship existing between the two of them. It was impossible for them to become lovers in their life, however, they still cared for each other regardless. For Si Bai, she treated Li Qing as her younger brother. As such, she was worried for this younger brother when he entered the heavenly prison. She didn't want to see him fall and fail to become the Moxie clan patriarch. Susu patted Si Bai's hand as she said, don't worry, Li Qing will be fine. Si Bai nodded her head and took a deep breath. Then, she finally said, yes, we should believe in him. He will certainly return alive because he has yet to see my husband. Susu stared at Si Bai with a strange expression on her face as she asked, why does Li Qing coming out have to do with your husband? What's the connection between him and your husband? Si Bai smiled and replied, to Li Qing, my husband occupies a higher position in his heart compared to me. Don't speak nonsense. Susu clearly didn't believe anything Si Bai was saying. Si Bai no longer explained herself. She couldn't tell Susu the matter about Li Qing becoming Long Yi's servant. Besides, Long Yi had always treated Li King like a brother instead of a servant. The true question was whether the complicated relationship between Li King and Si Bai could be resolved. Was Li King really able to let go of the feelings he had for Si Bai? As the patriarch of the Moxie clan looked at the time, he had a calm expression on his face. However, hidden behind his calm expression was a tempest of emotions. His heart had already tightened up long ago as he was praying to the gods that Li King would be able to emerge from the heavenly prison alive. Li King was his blood and flesh. As the patriarch's son, Li King was entrusted with the patriarch's great expectations. If anything were to happen to Li King, as a father, the patriarch would be unable to control his emotions. Patriarch, there is only 1 minute left. The words of an elder made the sturdy body of the patriarch tremble. Unknowingly, the patriarch had his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles had become white. This moment, all the clansmen of the Moxie clan had their hearts in their mouths as they waited for the final moment to pass. No one knew when it happened, as the sky had already lost its luster and a cold wind started to brew. Big snowflakes started floating down from the sky as the whole world was covered in a blanket of white. Kyaner, what happened? Aren't you worried about Li King? A beautiful girl grabbed the girl called Kyaner at her side and asked with concern in her voice. These girls were the ones who were talking about Li King when he had returned from the 17th path of test, the underworld demonic forest. The girl called Kyaner was one of the girls inside the Moxie clan who developed feelings for the aloof and handsome Li King. Big sister, I am fine. However, I have this nagging feeling inside me. Do you think the young patriarch would meet with an accident inside? He wouldn't be in trouble, would he? This beautiful girl called Kyaner covered her mouth as she said with a pale face, stupid little sister. Young patriarch is so wise and mighty. How would anything bad happen to him? The other girl started to console Kyaner. Finally, the timer started to ring as it signaled the end of the trail. Everyone instantly opened their eyes wide as they waited for Li King to be transported out. A burst of dazzling light blinded everyone in the room as Li King appeared in the middle of the room. His clothes were stained with blood and his eyes were closed. Kinger. Looking at the appearance of his beloved son, the patriarch of the Moxie clan was no longer able to maintain his dignified appearance. He rushed up to examine Li King. Ah, how can this be? How could this happen? Kinger. The patriarch of the Moxie clan checked Li King's pulse before he checked for his breath. In an instant, the patriarch's face turned white. With a loud roar, he collapsed into the snowland with tears flowing from his aged eyes. When the rest of the clan members saw how their patriarch was acting, they had a clear idea on what had happened. They started to bawl as they stared at the lifeless figure of Li King in the middle of the room. Their young patriarch, the hope of their Moxie clan, had fallen at the final pass. Impossible, impossible. Li King cannot die. Si Bai muttered absent-mindedly as her vision blurred. On the other hand, Kyaner was unable to accept the fact that Li King was dead and she fainted on the spot. At this moment, Kyaner wasn't the only girl who had fainted when they realized that their young patriarch was dead. The elders behind the patriarch sighed simultaneously as they got ready to take away Li King's corpse. All of you get out of my way. There is no way Li King would die inside the heavenly prison. Si Bai rushed over as she casted holy light illuminating heaven magic. As she rushed forward, she didn't have the time to care about her appearance. Her hood fell off her head as her long green hair fell past her shoulders. The clear and beautiful face appeared in front of everyone as she pushed past the elders who were already beside Li King. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Si Bai. The elders were no exception. You are Si Bai? One of the elders hesitated when he asked. Of course, he recognized Si Bai. However, he was shocked at her transformation. Wasn't she extremely ugly in the past? Si Bai didn't reply the elder. She squatted in front of Li King's body as she recalled about the times she had spent with him. She felt sick in her heart when she thought about this younger brother of hers. When Si Bai examined Li King's breathing and pulse like the elders, she suddenly sensed that in the midst of the Li King's ice-cold body, there was a trace of warmth flowing through his body. Could it be? Si Bai's expression hardened as she wiped the tears off her face. Pressing her finger against Li King's neck, She started checking for his pulse again. No one bothered her. Si-bai's actions ignited the hopes of all the clansmen again, seeing as Si-bai would suddenly become serious and check for signs of life. They naturally knew that it was possible that their young patriarch was still alive. Si-bai finally managed to feel a weak pulse after waiting for a long time. Instantly, she broke into a radiant smile as she declared, "Li King is not dead, he is still alive." Regarding the concern Si-bai had towards Li King, nobody had anything to say about it. Under such circumstances, if Si-bai didn't have any emotional fluctuation, everyone would have thought that she was a heartless monster. Other than romantic love, familial love and friendship existed between the both of them. Chapter 413, Conflicted Nika. The Hengjuan Mountains was located a distance away from the border of the Proud Moon Empire. As such, it wasn't seriously affected by the cold weather as it was blanketed by lush green grass and towering trees. Barbarian Bull appeared especially excited. His eyes emitted burning hot brilliance as he hummed a popular song from the Beastmen clans. "Barbarian Bull, stop, stop, we are going to rest here for now." Long Yi called out to Barbarian Bull, who was still in high spirits. They had been on the road for a full day now. Could it be that this bull didn't know what hunger was? "Boss, why are we resting again?" Barbarian Bull grumbled unwillingly, seeing as how he was about to reach his hometown. He wanted nothing but to rush home as soon as possible. He wanted to see his beloved wife as quickly as possible. He hasn't seen her in 2 whole years. "Don't be too hasty. You have to take a break in order to have energy later. How else would you be able to have a good sleep tonight without sufficient rest?" Long Yi smirked as he sat down under the shade of a big tree nearby. Laughing foolishly, Barbarian Bull scratched his bull horns in embarrassment. As Long Yi leaned against the huge tree, he stared far into the distance. Currently, they were in the vicinity of the Barbarian Bull clan. At the same time, the elven forest wasn't far away. When Long Yi thought of Lucia, whom he had not seen for an extremely long time, his heart burned. "My husband, look at Nika. She looks troubled." Nalan Ryuyu pulled on Long Yi's sleeves as she said. Turning his head, Long Yi looked at Nika, who had the elven bow slung on her back. She was sitting on a large stone not far away as she stared blankly into the distance. She was sitting alone as her white jade-like legs were slightly trembling. What else could Nika be thinking about? "Isn't she just thinking about this guy over here?" Bertha said as she shot a glance towards Long Yi. If someone were to say that there was nothing between Nika and Long Yi, Bertha would be the first to bite them to death. She would rather be beaten to death than to believe that there was nothing going on between Long Yi and Nika. Yes, she is probably thinking of someone, but she isn't daring enough to make her moves on him. Nalan Ryuyu snorted as she rolled her eyes at Bertha. Bertha's eyes darted around as her face turned redder than a tomato. She stuck her tongue out at Nalan Ryuyu without speaking. Long Yi hesitated for a moment before standing up. He slowly made his way towards Nika as he had a weird look on his face. Currently, Nika rested her chin on her palms as those clever and beautiful eyes looked blurred. She appeared as though she was thinking about something and there was something weighing down in her heart. "What's wrong?" "We are about to arrive at the Elven Forest. Aren't you happy?" Long Yi jumped on the stone and sat beside Nika. As her long hair fluttered in the wind, Long Yi managed to catch a whiff of her natural fragrance. Coming back to her senses, Nika seemed as though she wanted to move away from Long Yi. However, she didn't move in the end as she sat there in the middle of the stone. "I don't know. At first, I thought that I would be happy when we reach the Elven Forest as I would be able to join my people again. However, I don't feel any joy at the moment," Nika said in a soft voice as she appeared to have become extremely lonely. Her heart seemed to be enveloped with a layer of dense fog, and even she had no idea what she was feeling at the moment. Long Yi opened his mouth to console her, but he had no idea what to say. In the end, he closed his mouth and sat silently beside Nika. Long Yi was able to vaguely sense Nika's feelings, however he wasn't certain about what he felt. Perhaps, Even Nika wasn't clear about her own feelings. The two of them sat there quietly as they stared into the distance. The ice-cold mountain breeze seemed to have bound them together before separating them. The process repeated itself again and again. The both of them sat there without moving. After a long time, Nika jumped down from the huge rock. Slowly turning around, she fixed her gaze on Long Yi's face. Currently, Long Yi looked as though he had a dazzling halo above his head as the sun rays bathed his body in golden light. When he saw that Nika was staring at him, Long Yi decided to jump off the rock as well. However, the moment his legs reached the ground, he felt a fragrant wind blowing against his face as Nika rushed into his embrace. Her charge was so strong that Long Yi fell backwards and rammed into the rock behind him. "Long Yi, can you hug me?" Nika muttered as she grabbed Long Yi tightly. Startled by her actions, Long Yi hugged her back nonetheless. Currently, they were at the opposite face of the huge rock. This meant that they were hidden from Washwang and the others as the hug they shared wasn't noticed by anyone else. After enjoying Long Yi's embrace for a few seconds, Nika lightly pushed Long Yi away as she whispered, "Thank you for hugging me." The moment she was done speaking, she turned and walked away. Long Yi was stunned as he stood there looking at Nika's back view. Looking at the tiny back which was getting further and further away from him, Long Yi felt as though Nika was going against her true feelings. It was as though she was trying to keep herself away from Long Yi. The moment she turned away, he felt as if the distance between them got further and further. Before long, the group was on the move again. During their trip, Nellen Ryuayu drew closer to Long Yi as she asked him, "I my husband, what did you do to Nika? She seemed to be in a worse mood after you went over." Long Yi made a wry smile as he shrugged his shoulders. He said, "How would I know? I am not the worm in her stomach." "Long Yi, I know you definitely did something to Nika. Just before you came back, the both of you hid behind the huge stone. Don't think that I didn't notice that." Bertha stared at Long Yi as she added. She was looking at the both of them really closely since the moment Long Yi approached Nika. Apparently, Bertha was carefully watching the both of them the moment Long Yi approached Nika. "What in the world are you saying? Am I that kind of person to take advantage of everyone? It seems like you're itching," Long Yi said with a wicked smile. Instead of backing down, Bertha winked at Long Yi and whispered in a coquettish voice, "My is indeed itching. Come. Smack me if you want." The breathing of Long Yi stagnated for a moment. This little fox was getting more and more outrageous. Long Yi decided that he had to find a time to properly punish her. Since she had actually dared to tease him in public, she was asking for it. Could it be that she didn't know she was blatantly asking him to commit a crime? Humphrey, since she dared to play with Long Yi, he would definitely give her what she wanted. "Bertha, what are you whispering to Long Yi about? You are not allowed to seduce my husband. Don't seduce my husband in front of me." Nellen Ryuayu stepped forward as she pushed Bertha to one side. "Long Yi, you seem to have married a good wife," Bertha said with a grievance. As he looked at the women who were bickering before him, Long Yi broke into a smile. This was good enough for him. Long Yi loved the lively atmosphere around him at the moment. In any case, he knew that these two women weren't truly at odds with each other. "Swanger, follow me. I want to talk to you about something." "Let us just ignore these two and let them quarrel with each other." Long Yi smiled and pulled on Washwang's hand. Long Yi pulled Washwang as the both of them flew towards the sky. "Long Yi, do you have something weighing down on your mind? Is it because of Nika?" Washwang pursed her lips as she asked. Nodding his head, Long Yi had an intrigued expression as he asked, "Do you think Nika really likes me?" "Well, if my guess isn't wrong, it would seem that way. However, she seems to be very hesitant. It looks like she doesn't dare to take the final step," Washwang replied after thinking about it for a few seconds. "Why would she be hesitant? Just a moment ago." Long Yi explained what had happened just a moment ago. Washwang pondered for a moment before saying, "She definitely likes you. However, she seemed to have an emotional entanglement in her heart." "After listening to your explanation, I think that Nika might have made up her mind to stay far away from you." Long Yi made a wry smile and decided to not think about it anymore. He decided to let nature run its course. Although he could be regarded the veteran who had rolled about in a cluster of flowers for many years, he still found it difficult to understand the thought process of girls. Before long, the scenery before their eyes changed. The territory of the barbarian bull clan appeared before their eyes as they realized that they reached their destination. Chapter 414, Surname Naiu, given name by Boss. "We are here. The barbarian bull tribe is just in front of us." Barbarian bull yelled at Long Yi, who is floating in midair with Wang. Before anyone could reply him, Barbarian bull dashed towards his clan with all his strength. Currently, Barbarian bull's speed was much faster than the time he ran from danger. It seemed as though all of his hidden potentials was dug out of him. This was the magical power of love. Long Yi smiled as he followed behind Barbarian bull with the rest of the squad. In his heart, he was truly happy for Barbarian bull. "Yanhua, I am back." Using his large windpipe, Barbarian bull blasted the news of his return. The shaking and fluttering leaves on the trees appeared as if they were welcoming him back. The excited roar from Barbarian bull had the effect of a thunderclap. The entire area went silent for a moment before people started pouring out of their tribe. They were obviously rushing out to welcome Barbarian bull back to their clan. Barbarian bull was the strongest warrior in the Barbarian bull clan. As such, he was naturally adored by everyone. "I am back. Iron Bull, you became sturdier. Zai Bull, with your, who would be able to fight with you?" Barbarian Bull excitedly greeted as the praises from his mouth never stopped. After greeting everyone, Barbarian Bull looked all around as he muttered with suspicion, "Did Yanhua go out? Why isn't she here to welcome me?" "Big brother Barbarian Bull, congratulations." The Barbarian Bull clansman who went by the name of Iron Bull congratulated Barbarian Bull with a smile on his face. The rest of the clansmen joined in before long and everyone was congratulating Barbarian Bull. "Why are you congratulating me?" Barbarian Bull was puzzled. "Barbarian Bull, you're going to be a dad in the near future. Our Barbarian Bull clan will have one more warrior." An older member of the Barbarian Bull clan patted Barbarian Bull's shoulders as he explained with a smile. Barbarian Bull was dumbfounded and didn't come to his senses for a long time. It was as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning when he heard the news. In the Barbarian Bull clan, producing a child was an important matter. This was to ensure the continuation of the family's bloodline. "You stupid bull! Why are you in a daze? Why are you still standing here like a retard? Go home and take a look." Long Yi kicked Barbarian Bulls as he scolded in jest. In his heart, he however was extremely happy. He was actually going to have a nephew soon. Return home." "Yes, I'm going home now." As if awakening from a dream, Barbarian Bull excitedly somersaulted several times. Running wildly towards his house, he roared, "Ha ha ha, Barbarian Bull is going to be a father now." "Son, your father is coming." Long Yi laughed as his glance turned sideways. He saw that the several women beside him were also smiling. Clearly, they were affected by Barbarian Bull's happiness. "My husband, when will we have one?" Nellen Ryu approached Long Yi with a red face as she whispered into his ear. Long Yi was startled and asked, "Do you wish to have children?" Nellen Ryu hastily nodded her head. As a matter of fact, she didn't understand what was going on. Actually, she had made love with Long Yi a number of times, and that number wasn't small. However, nothing ever happened as her stomach didn't seem to show signs of getting pregnant. This made Nellen Ryu secretly blame herself as she felt like she was the one who failed to live up to Long Yi's expectations. "Wait until the situation in the Blue Waves continent stabilizes. After that, we'll have some babies, okay?" Long Yi said with a smile. It had already been several years since he had arrived here at the Blue Waves continent. Moreover, he was surrounded by numerous beauties. However, none of them were pregnant with his children. It wasn't because Long Yi had a problem with his. In fact, his was still going strong. The reason none of them were pregnant yet was because Long Yi had used a method in order to control his. In his previous world, Long Yi was part of the dragon group. During their missions, they often had to sleep with women. In order not to impregnate the other party, the members of the dragon group had a secret method to control the reason why Long Yi didn't wish to have children now was because the Blue Waves continent had fallen into chaos. It was very unwise to have children at the moment. If something were to go wrong, it would be too late to cry. How many is a few? I don't want to have only 1 or 2 children. I want to give birth to either 8 or 10 of them. Nellen Ryuayu smiled as she said. When she thought of being a mother, Nellen Ryuayu emitted a motherly radiance. Long Yi, I also want to give birth to your children. Bertha squeezed in from the side and bashfully looked at Long Yi. Smelly Bertha, you are not allowed to vie with me. Nellen Ryuayu furiously glared at Bertha as she scolded. Humphrey, why should I fight with you? You've been with Long Yi for so long, but there seemed to be no activity between the both of you. It's my turn, you should just stand to one side. Bertha looked at Nellen Ryuayu as a cheeky smile appeared on her face. You? My husband? Nellen Ryuayu looked at Long Yi aggrievedly. There is nothing wrong with you. I have used a secret technique to control myself. The moment everything concludes, we'll have a baby, okay? Long Yi smiled and pinched Nellen Ryuayu's cheeks. Nellen Ryuayu nodded her head shyly as she slowly turned towards Bertha. A complacent smile could be seen forming on her lips as she mocked Bertha. With a playful smile hanging on his face, Long Yi shook his head as he looked at Nellen Ryuayu and Bertha, who looked extremely cute while they fought. After looking at the two of them for a short while, Long Yi turned his head towards Wash Wang and Nika. Although Wash Wang smiled when she looked at Long Yi, there was a trace of sadness hidden in her smile. This was because she was unable to completely give herself to Long Yi. As for having a baby, she would have to wait for quite a long time. As for Nika, she blatantly ignored Long Yi's gaze as she followed behind everyone. Long Yi sighed. As many thoughts ran through his mind, he eventually reached Barbarian Bull's residence. Yinhua's voice could be heard from where Long Yi was standing, and her voice was filled with agony. Barbarian Bull could be seen in the distance as he paced back and forth in the courtyard of his own house. The doorway of Barbarian Bull's house was guarded by several of Yinhua's close sisters as they prevented Barbarian Bull from barging into his own house. Yinhua, I am back. You must hold on. Barbarian Bull shouted loudly. Currently, Barbarian Bull's face was covered in beads of sweat. Ah, Barbarian Bull, you damned heartless fellow. Yinhua yelled in pain as she rained curses on him. Everyone was shocked as no one expected Yinhua to start cursing the moment she heard Barbarian Bull's voice. Puchy, Bertha covered her mouth and laughed up her sleeves as she whispered, truly amusing. In our Fox clan, I have heard people cursing their husband while giving birth. This behavior seems pretty common among pregnant women. Ryuayu, later when you are giving birth, will you also behave like this? Long Yi smiled. According to his understanding of Nellen Ryuayu, she wouldn't curse Long Yi when she gave birth. However, when Lin Na gave birth, she might really curse Long Yi till her mouth went dry. Long Yi shook his head. Wait a minute. Lin Na didn't suit him that well, not to mention the fact that she was not even his woman. Even if she wanted to curse, she would curse at her own husband. Only you'll curse like this. When I give birth to Long Yi's baby, I wouldn't have time to cry out in joy. Where would I find time to curse at him? Nellen Ryuayu rolled her eyes as she said bashfully. Long Yi stepped forward and patted the restless and worried Barbarian Bull on his shoulder as he said with a smile, don't worry, it will be fine. This old bull knows. However, why is that child taking so long to come out? Barbarian Bull rubbed his hands and said, Barbarian Bull, we had only returned to the Barbarian Bull clan 5 minutes ago. Think about how long you spend in the latrine. Yinhua is giving birth to a child here. How would it be so quick? Long Yi smiled as he explained. Barbarian Bull calmed down a little, but the girls at the side simultaneously laughed as they cursed Long Yi in their heart. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from the entrance of the courtyard. It belonged to the patriarch of the Barbarian Bull clan as Barbarian Bull's father came rushing towards his home. Father. Barbarian Bull hastily went over as he greeted his father. "Dumb kid, you are finally willing to return to the clan. You made my poor daughter suffer so much. Luckily you managed to come back before the baby was born." The patriarch of Barbarian Bull clan glared at Barbarian Bull. He looked like a stern father-in-law as he scolded Barbarian Bull. "Patriarch, we meet again." Looks like Patriarch is still full of energy. Long Yi stepped forward as he extended his greetings to the Barbarian Bull clan's patriarch with a smile. The patriarch smiled as he looked at Long Yi. He enthusiastically returned Long Yi's greeting as he knew Long Yi was equivalent to Barbarian Bull's elder brother. Moreover, this Long Yi had unfathomable strength. As such, the patriarch was extremely polite when he addressed Long Yi. Since the army of the Beastmen clans had carried out sneak attacks on the western border of the Nelan Empire, the relation between humanity and beastmen had deteriorated to the extreme. If it wasn't for Barbarian Bull leading the way, Long Yi leaving a lasting impression on everyone the last time he came here, Long Yi might not have arrived with so little trouble. Aren't you the little princess of the Fox clan? I remember that you stabbed Barbarian Bull with a sword at the martial arts convention in the past. How are you friends with Barbarian Bull now?" The moment the patriarch's gaze landed on Bertha, many questions formed in his mind. This little fox lady who had learned the long-lost vanishing magic of the Fox clan had left a deep impression in his mind. Bertha smiled apologetically and stealthily shot a glance at Long Yi. The patriarch of the Barbarian Bull clan was a shrewd figure. He was naturally able to gain an understanding of the situation with a single look from Bertha. He instantly knew that Bertha had something to do with Long Yi, who was standing in front of him. At that moment, Yinhua suddenly screamed loudly. Her loud scream was followed by the loud and clear cries of an infant. "The baby is born. Boss, I'm now a father. I'm a father now, boss." Barbarian Bull was so excited that he nearly lost his consciousness. He was shaking as he grabbed Long Yi's shoulders as he cried. With a sudden leap, he caught Long Yi by surprise as he gave Long Yi a bear hug. If Long Yi didn't take into the account the fact that Barbarian Bull had just become a father, he would have sent Barbarian Bull flying into the horizon the moment he pounced. In the next moment, the sound of a room door opening could be heard. Barbarian Bull charged into the room, followed closely by the patriarch who had just become a grandfather. For the Beastmen clans, they didn't care about the child's gender. Regardless of whether the child was a boy or a girl, they would never discriminate against them. "It's a boy, congratulations." The midwife of the Barbarian Bull clan handed over a little Barbarian Bull over to Barbarian Bull. Hugging his son in excitement, Barbarian Bull strode towards Yinhua, who was currently sleeping on the bed. She was still weak and Barbarian Bull spoke to her in a soft voice. "Yinhua, I am back. Thank you for giving birth to my son." Currently, Yinhua didn't curse at Barbarian Bull any longer. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said, "It's good that you came back. Let me see our child." At the moment, Long Yi and the rest entered the room as they stared at the newly born little Barbarian Bull with curiosity. Compared to the average human infant, he was a size bigger. His body was covered with a layer of thin hair, and the features on his face were not clear at all. The only thing which stood out was the pair of little bullhorn on his head. It looked especially cute. "Big brother." Immediately upon seeing Long Yi enter, Yinhua sat up as she wanted to perform her courtesy greeting. Long Yi used his true qi in order to stop her from sitting up. "Yinhua, no need to be too polite. You have gone through hardships for these past 2 years. It was all my fault that the both of you were separated for such a long period of time." Long Yi apologized to Yinhua. "Big brother must not say so. Thanks to you, big brother, I was able to get together with Barbarian Bull. Besides, being able to follow you is Barbarian Bull's good fortune." Yinhua said. Long Yi sighed with feelings as he saw that Barbarian Bull's wife was so understanding. Compared to some shrews, she was much stronger. "That's right, boss. Please choose the name for our son." Barbarian Bull, who was holding a little Barbarian Bull in his arms, said. Generally, the name of a newborn was named by one's elder. In this case, Long Yi was considered to be Barbarian Bull's elder. As such, Barbarian Bull gave Long Yi the privilege of naming his son. At the time when Barbarian Bull got married to Yinhua, they had kowtowed to Long Yi. Long Yi held on to little Barbarian Bull as he teased little Barbarian Bull with his hands. Suddenly, Long Yi's eyes shone and he proclaimed, "Your Barbarian Bull clan doesn't have the surname, but from now on, Naiu will be the surname of this nephew of mine. His given name shall be Bai. Naiu Bai was Bull Bee from this moment on. This little child would definitely be an extraordinary Bull Bee." 1. Naiu, bull, ox, cow, cattle, Bai, complete, conclude, finish. As for the Bull Bee, raw have bee, so I could only write Naiu Bee or Bull Bee. Chapter 415, Beauty's Knee and the Taste of a Blot. The scenery on top of the Hengjuan Mountains was fascinating at night, with myriads of stars shining on those towering mountains whose top couldn't be seen from the bottom. It looked magnificent and extremely beautiful. On the peak of a mountain near the Barbarian Bull clan, Long Yi was lying on a huge rock which protruded from the edge of a cliff. He was biting on a strand of grass as he stared blankly at the starry sky. With his eyes hazy, he seemed to be deep in thoughts. Sitting there alone, he looked as though he was isolated from the world. He seemed to have already forgotten everything. He forgot that he came from another world, and he also forgot everything which happened in the other world. Yes, money, power and beauties. Long Yi had everything he had ever wanted at the moment. The things he possessed could be said that it would invoke the jealousy of the gods. However, there were still times where Long Yi would like to be alone. He actually enjoyed solitude once in a while. The sky sure is pretty, however, it can't be touched. Long Yi mumbled as he reached out his hand. Reaching out towards the night sky, it was as though Long Yi was trying to reach towards an unattainable dream. From the ground beside him, Long Yi picked up a piece of leaf. Spitting out the blade of grass in his mouth, Long Yi blew at the leaf, producing a sad melody. A sad song slowly drifted out into the night. In the end, Long Yi's body suddenly became stiff and the music ceased abruptly. A familiar, yet unfamiliar face suddenly appeared in his mind. Little Chi. Long Yi lost his grip on the leaf as it was blown away by the mountain breeze. It was swirling and fluttering as it floated down the cliff. Long Yi's handsome face was distorted with agony as the past events he had deliberately forgotten were replayed in his brain like a motion picture. Little Chi, this is an extremely pleasant melody. Why haven't I heard it before? Under the starry sky, a man with a scarred face looked at the woman who was sitting opposite him as he asked in a tender voice. That is because it was composed by me. I can teach it to you if you want. Little Chi smiled as she looked at the scarred face man with a warm look on her face. Of course I would like to learn it. I have nothing much left to do anyway. What is the title of this melody? That scarred-faced man smiled and asked. With a long scar on his face, the scarred-faced man looked even more terrifying when he smiled. The scar was due to a knife wound which extended from his eye to his chin, covering half his face. Well, let's call it Starry Sky. Currently, only the both of us knows how to play this song. From now on, whenever you play this melody, you must think of me. Little Chi didn't mind that terrifying smile as she looked at him shyly. Coming back to his senses, Long Yi felt as though his face was wet. He raised his hand to clean his face, but before he touched his face, sparkling crystal clear water droplets rolled into his palm. Tears? Long Yi sighed. Long Yi thought that he had already forgotten everything about his past world a long time ago. However, he realized that he had only buried his memories at the bottom of his heart. Although those memories were covered with a thick layer of dust, he had never forgotten anything. When Long Yi was still thinking about his past life, he heard light footsteps. The teardrops at the corner of his eyes instantly evaporated as a calm expression appeared onto his face. Nika was the person who was wandering about in the middle of the night. The moment she saw Long Yi standing at the top of the cliff, she jumped like a startled rabbit. She hesitated for a moment as she didn't know if she should stay or run away. She was about to turn around and run down the moment when Long Yi called out to her. The starry sky is very beautiful tonight. How about looking at it together? Long Yi smiled and asked. Even though she didn't answer him, Nika eventually started walking towards Long Yi. Her body responded more honestly compared to her consciousness. "The only reason I came up here was because I heard someone playing music. I am here to find out who it is." Nika sat down, and as she explained to Long Yi the reason she was wondering about in the middle of the night. Nodding his head, Long Yi caught a whiff of Nika's natural fragrance. His state of mind calmed down greatly. Was that you?" Nika asked hesitantly. As he heard Nika's question, Long Yi nodded his head. Seeing Nika's surprised expression, Long Yi chided with a cheeky smile on his face. "What, you don't believe that I was the one who played the nice melody?" "I believe you. However, it sounded really sad. Only people who have experienced extreme sadness would be able to play that melody. You don't seem to be the type of person who experienced extreme grief before." Nika said softly. "You don't need to show that you are sad, neither do you need to show that you are happy. Happiness and sadness exist in your heart." Long Yi looked into the distance as he quietly explained to Nika. Nika was shocked when she heard Long Yi's explanation. It had been a long time since Nika had known Long Yi, however, it seemed like she had never truly understood him. "Can you play it again?" Nika asked as she looked at Long Yi with a hopeful gaze. Shaking his head, Long Yi laughed as he said, "Nope. It's enough to be sad once. Why would you want to feel sad another time? I can play a happy tune for you if you like." Nika was like a chicken pecking grains as she nodded her head up and down. Picking up another piece of leaf on the floor, a melodious melody drifted into the night. Instead of a sad melody, a happy song played out. It was a song which could make others feel happy as well. Nika's spirits lifted the moment she immersed herself into the song. Nika held her chin in her palm and a smile appeared on her face. The song made her remember the happy times in the Elven Forest. She recalled her childhood where she and Princess Lucia would often wander around Elven Forest picking up wild fruits as they chased after butterflies. She also recalled the time when she sneaked into the Elven royal family's wine warehouse with Princess Lucia. They stole and drank the 100 flowers wine till they were both dead drunk. In the end, both of them were found by the elders dead drunk in the wine warehouse. The only thing Nika remembered was the expression on the elders' face when they said that they hated iron for not becoming steel. When she thought about the things she did in the past, everything appeared funny. Even though the song ended, Nika was still immersed in her happy memories. Her smile grew bigger and she eventually chuckled. Her chuckle broke her train of thoughts as she came back to her senses. When she saw Long Yi staring at her with an amused expression, Nika felt her rage bubble up inside her. With a face red with both rage and embarrassment, she snapped at Long Yi. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people laugh before?" "Of course I have seen people laugh before. However, none of them were as beautiful as you when you laughed," Long Yi said with a smile. Rolling her eyes, Nika knew that Long Yi was only using sweet words and honeyed phrases to make her happy. However, she couldn't help herself as she was delighted when Long Yi praised her. "Let's hear it. What did you think about just now?" Long Yi teased as he questioned Nika. "Why do I have to tell you?" Nika snorted and turned her head away. As the saying goes, don't forget the person who dug the well after drinking water. It was me who made you happy. As such, sharing your memories with me isn't too bad. Long Yi smiled as he subtly moved closer to Nika. "You don't sit so close to me. I'll tell you. Nika suddenly felt Long Yi's hand scrape past hers as her maiden heart started to beat wildly. She had no choice but to surrender as she volunteered to tell Long Yi everything she thought of. Under the starry sky and gentle breeze, Nika began to tell amusing incidents of her childhood to Long Yi. Long Yi listened intently as his head leaned onto Nika's shoulder. All of a sudden, Nika, who was in the middle of telling her story, shouted angrily when she felt Long Yi's head on her shoulders. Instead of getting a reply from Long Yi, all she heard was Long Yi's soft even breaths. "Is he asleep?" Nika didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Her stiff body slowly relaxed as she realized that Long Yi didn't lean onto her on purpose. In her head, she thought of kicking Long Yi down the cliff while he slept. However, even though she tried to kick Long Yi off the cliff several times, she was unable to follow through with her thoughts. On the contrary, She felt a strange burst of warmth as she looked at Long Yi's sleeping face. Silently, Long Yi opened his eyes a little to stare at Nika's cute and pretty face. It seemed as though his little scheme had succeeded. When he smelled her delicate fragrance, Long Yi felt extremely comfortable and he never wanted to get up. Only this time, only this time. Nika sighed softly and she tilted her body towards Long Yi in order to make him more comfortable. Gradually, Long Yi's head slid downwards, towards Nika's legs. As his head slid past Nika's soft mounds, he eventually reached her soft thighs. The profit of this time is big. Long Yi, who was pretending to sleep, had wicked thoughts running through his mind. When Nika saw that Long Yi was sleeping on her thighs, a tender look flashed through her eyes. She couldn't help but to reach out her hand in order to lift the hair covering his face. Just as her fingertips touched the surface of Long Yi's skin, she felt as though she was electrocuted. In an instant, she retracted her hands in fright as she had never felt something like this before. Long Yi, who had planned an elaborate scheme, unexpectedly fell asleep in the beauty's lap. All his plans were laid to waste as he couldn't resist the urge to fall asleep. When the eastern sky had a trace of gray, Nika sighed softly. Time flew as the warmth of yesterday was firmly engraved in her heart. However, Nika was still Nika no matter what warmth she experienced. She was the guard captain of the Elven Forest and she was also the guard who would watch over Princess Lucia from the shadows. Apart from being a guard, she was nothing else. With a gentle lift, Nika removed Long Yi's head from her thighs. As she grabbed the elven bow at her side, she left. Just after taking 2 steps, Nika turned back in order to look at Long Yi for one last time. When she saw that Long Yi was still sleeping soundly, she rushed down the mountain like a gust of wind. The moment Nika disappeared, Long Yi woke up as he climbed up the rock with a stiff neck. He stared into the distance with a pensive expression on his face as thoughts ran through his mind. This is such good weather. I wonder when the ice and snow in the Proud Moon Empire would melt. Long Yi muttered while stretching his body. When Long Yi arrived at the foot of the mountain, he managed to sense a wisp of aura which seemed to be intentionally let out. "Come out," Long Yi said with indifference. A shadow quickly rushed over. He was covered with a layer of black cloth, which covered even his eyes. Long Yi couldn't help but think about how this fellow looked at stuff. Skynet number 8094 pays respect to young master. Captain Shangjin has sent an urgent secret letter. Please take a look at it. The shadow handed over a sealed letter, disappeared after giving Long Yi a formal salute. Dispersing the magic seal on the letter, Long Yi straightened out the letter as he read its contents. A frown formed on his face as he read the letter. The secret emissary of the Proud Moon Empire secretly met and discussed something with the chief of the Baimeng clan. Long Yi mulled over a single sentence in the letter. He smelled a conspiracy brewing. This was a secret letter personally sent by Shangjin, and he had stated that although there wasn't concrete evidence, there was definitely something going on. The situation seemed to be pretty serious and Shangjin had said that he would send out more information as soon as possible. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Long Yi pondered as he dashed into the forest. He had made the decision to rush towards the Elven Forest with the rest of the girls the moment he got back. As for Barbarian Bull, who had just become a father, Long Yi decided to let him accompany his wife and child. Chapter 416. Elf Queen and a Goodnight Kiss. It didn't take long for the group to reach the Elven Forest. It was merely a short trip as the group arrived at the Elven Forest on the night of the next day. Nika, without you, I don't think I'll be able to safely enter the Elven Forest. Long Yi recalled the first time he arrived at the Elven Forest. It wasn't a pleasant welcome for sure. Compared to Long Yi, Nika was extremely excited to return to the Elven Forest. After a long time away from home, of course, she would be happy to be back. Naturally, she turned a deaf ear to Long Yi's complaints as she completely ignored him. "What's wrong? You're not nervous to be back, are you?" Long Yi sensed that there was something different about Nika today and he couldn't help but laugh. Taking a deep breath, Nika raised her head as she looked at Long Yi. Nika appeared as though she wanted to say something to Long Yi. However, instead of opening her mouth, she turned away as she ran into the Elven Forest. Although he felt as though there was something wrong with Nika, Long Yi didn't think too much about it. Along with Wash Wang and the others, Long Yi advanced into the elven forest. Yeah, it's Captain Nika. Our captain is back. Cheers could be heard inside the elven forest as they saw that Nika returned. Hey, I'm back too. Why is there no one here to welcome me? Long Yi smiled and joked as he walked into the elven forest. Ah, Mr. Long, you came back. However, why did you come back with our captain? A cute girl who remembered who Long Yi was asked with a curious expression on her face. We met by chance, nothing more. All of you, return to whatever you were doing. I'll take them to meet the queen and the princess. Before Long Yi could answer the elf girl, Nika spoke up before him, leading the way. Nika led the group deeper into the forest. Under the hazy moonlight, the elven forest was absolutely an illusionary fairyland. It was very quiet and it was auspicious with spiritual chi. For someone like Nellen Ryu and Bertha, it was their first time in the elven forest. As such, they were extremely impressed and said that this journey was extremely worthwhile. As for Wash Wang, who had been here before, she was praising this place inwardly. Even though she had been here before, she was extremely weak at that time. She didn't have the time nor energy to properly appreciate the elven forest. Currently, it was already late into the night. Most of the elves living in the elven forest had already fallen asleep. Rows upon rows of log cabins were dark and their residents were currently in deep sleep. Even though most of the elves' residents were dark, Long Yi was able to see that the queen's palace far into the distance. The palace was brightly lit, and a graceful and beautiful figure was standing on the steps. Behind this figure, there were rows of elven guards. It was obvious who the person standing on the steps was. It's the elven queen. In an instant, Long Yi was able to determine the status of the person standing on the steps. That figure was something Lucia could never compare to. That little unripe elven girl. She wasn't even close to the sexy figure the elven queen possessed. Long Yi felt as though something was burning in his chest when he thought about the ambiguous relationship he had with the elven queen. The moral dilemma made Long Yi feel even more stimulated, as it seemed as though he was doing something wrong. Walking towards the entrance, Long Yi stared at the elf queen, who was looking with him with a complicated expression. It was as though she was looking at him with a smile on her face. But that smile didn't seem like a smile. Long Yi took a step forward as he said with an innocent smile on his face, "Your Majesty the Queen, long time no see. I've truly missed you." How come my little darling Lucia is missing? Smelly kid, I haven't seen you for 2 years, but your loose tongue hasn't changed. Do you need me to use these vines to sew your mouth shut? You don't know when to stop, do you? To the rest of them, they felt as though the elf queen was doting on her son-in-law. However, she still had the graceful of a queen when she chided him, which made people feel extremely comfortable. Long Yi covered his mouth. He knew that some jokes should be stopped before he went too far, especially since there were many other people at the scene. He shouldn't say too much. Lucia had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She is currently in seclusion. It might take some time before she is able to leave seclusion. Seems like you chose a bad time to return this time. With a slight smile on her face, the elf queen broke the bad news to Long Yi. When Long Yi heard that Lucia wouldn't be able to meet him soon, he felt heartbroken. After traveling for such a long time, he was unable to see his darling Lucia. This is truly depressing. As Long Yi was lost in his thoughts, Wash Wang, Nellen Ryu, and Bertha greeted the elf queen in succession. With a smile, the elf queen returned their greetings. As she looked at Wash Wang, she said, "Wash Wang girl, did you come back from the origin ice? That should mean that your curse is completely removed now, right?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty the Queen." Washong smiled as she thanked the elf queen. At this moment, Long Yi was alone with the elf queen inside a room. The atmosphere between them was quite awkward as they stared at each other. Not long after the elf queen came out to welcome Long Yi and his group, Nika led Wash Wang and others out of the palace. She brought them to a courtyard in order to allow them to rest from their tiring journey. Only Long Yi was left in the palace with the elf queen. "Your Majesty the Queen, what exactly is the matter?" Long Yi looked at the elf queen, who was elegantly sipping tea, Those bright red lips made him feel thirsty and uneasy at the same time. It didn't matter if Long Yi was standing or sitting, he felt extremely uncomfortable looking at the Elf Queen. After 10 minutes, he was no longer able to bear the awkward atmosphere and decided to speak out. Elf Queen smirked as she teased, "So, a sly fellow like you can also feel fidgety. Weren't you extremely complacent when you stepped into my palace? What happened to your composure?" "This is because of your Majesty's charm. All the blame can be placed on you as you are simply too charming. If it was any other person sitting in your place, I would be calm and composed even if I were to sit still for several days and nights." Long Yi made a wry smile as he explained. Long Yi had no idea why, but he was extremely attracted to the Elf Queen. A single glance from her sent ripples through his heart and he involuntarily recalled the night where everything nearly got out of control. "Don't think about those dirty things. I asked you to stay behind as I wanted to know what happened to you in the past 2 years. Focus on the relevant points." Elf Queen scolded as she glared at Long Yi. Even though she was trying to keep an angry face while looking at Long Yi, an unusual feeling gushed out from the bottom of her heart. Muttering to himself, he wondered what in the world the Elf Queen was thinking. For two people of opposite genders to spend time alone in a room in the middle of the night, it was simply asking for something bad to happen. Wasn't the Elf Queen simply asking him to commit a crime? Moreover, he didn't know whether the Elf Queen was doing this intentionally or not. "Why are you mumbling to yourself? Why are you still not talking?" Elf Queen roughly guessed the thoughts of Long Yi. As a matter of fact, she had no idea why she asked Long Yi to stay behind in her palace so late at night. Firstly, she had no need to make Long Yi stay behind just to tell her about the adventures he had in the past 2 years. Secondly, she didn't need to be alone with Long Yi in order for them to talk about his adventures. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and began to recount his adventures from the time when he returned to Soaring Dragon City. For example, the extreme Yin Day, Jia Yi's prophecy, the dark forces behind Longzhan, the secrets behind Hale, and the incident in the Lightning God Forbidden Area. Last but not least, he talking about the matters between himself and the Winged Clan. As for the situation on the entire Blue Waves continent, Long Yi didn't mention anything about them. He knew that the Elf Queen already had intelligence on the situation and there was no need to talk about them in front of her. Elf Queen listened attentively. 99.9% of the population wouldn't be able to experience a single thing on Long Yi's list in their entire lifetime. However, Long Yi was able to experience and survive so many miraculous encounters within the past 2 years. She truly didn't know what kind of freak he was. "You obtained the inheritance of the Lightning God, didn't you? Does that mean that you are the next Lightning God? It seems like I have to salute you when I see you in the future." With a friendly smile on her face, the Elf Queen quickly praised Long Yi. In her heart, she was shocked even though she knew that this Long Yi would grow to become a powerful figure in the future. However, she had never expected him to be the next Lightning God. She had really underestimated him when she evaluated him in the past. "Your Majesty the Queen, aren't you bullying me? Even if I were to become the creation god, wouldn't I still be your son-in-law? If you ask me to go east, I will not dare to go towards the west. How would I dare to make you salute me?" Long Yi said with a bitter smile. The Elf Queen let out a crystal-clear laughter. Her laugh was clear and melodious just like a jade bell as her cheerful expression made Long Yi stare at her without blinking his eyes. "What are you looking at now? Do you want to take a swim in the lake before you know how to behave yourself?" The Elf Queen rolled her eyes and said in displeasure. Even though she seemed to be angry with Long Yi, she was a little embarrassed in her heart. With a hollow laugh, Long Yi touched his nose as he came back to his senses. Looks like the destructive power which the Elf Queen possessed was too big. Spending time alone with her made him feel excited and agony at the same time. Undoubtedly, Long Yi had some kind of evil thoughts towards the Elf Queen. However, no matter what he thought, he was only able to keep those thoughts in his head. If he really did something to the Elf Queen, Then he feared that something bad would happen to him. There are so many peerless beauties around you, yet you have an insatiable lust. It's truly easy to change rivers and mountains, but it is hard to change a person's nature. Elf Queen sipped at the cup of tea in her hand in order to hide her emotions. When am I so lusty? Of course, it's because of you, Your Majesty the Queen. Look into my eyes and you will realize that I am already in such a high-leveled realm that a low lecher could never compare to me. Long Yi said with a serious face as the look in his black pupils became deep. Leaning forward, he walked towards the Elf Queen. Looking into Long Yi's eyes, the Elf Queen seemed to be looking into a black hole. It seemed to be able to suck her soul towards Long Yi's eyes, and the Elf Queen hurriedly turned her gaze away. Even though she managed to avoid Long Yi's gaze, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Gritting her teeth, she placed her teacup down on the table with a bang. Soon after that, Long Yi's offensive gaze disappeared. Grin cheekily and not take this seriously, and I will truly get angry. Elf Queen said with a calm face. I don't dare to do it again, Your Majesty the Queen. If you have something to tell me, please do so. Long Yi pulled a long face, and as he sulked, seeing the wronged appearance of Long Yi, the Elf Queen couldn't help but sigh in her heart as she said, "It was my mistake. Don't take offense. I remembered that you spoke about Zhao Yi's prophecy just now. I wonder what could that be?" As his expression changed, Long Yi wore a serious expression on his face as he explained, when Zhao Yi casted the cosmic celestial magic spell, someone interrupted her. As a result, I can only remember bits and pieces of the prophecy. Only when I entered the lightning god forbidden area, I remembered the prophecy he spoke of. There were only 4 phrases: blue waves in chaos, lightning god descends, bloodshed due to a just cause illuminates the world, a single slash with a sword opens the vault of the heavens. Blue waves in chaos, lightning god descends, bloodshed due to a just cause illuminates the world, a single slash with a sword opens the vault of the heavens. The Elf Queen muttered and pondered without speaking. Instead of looking at the beautiful Elf Queen, Long Yi looked downwards towards the floor. He was afraid that he would be captivated by the Elf Queen again, which would lead him to do things which provoke the Elf Queen. It wouldn't be funny if he really made her angry. The first 2 phrases are easy to decipher. As for the 3rd phrase, I wonder if it has any relations to the legend of the coming of Doomsday. It would be a day where many gods would have their blood spilled in order to save the common people. As for the final phrase, I don't have any clue about what it means at the moment. The Elf Queen slowly said after pondering for a while, "What legend? Why haven't I heard of it before?" When Long Yi heard the Elf Queen's explanation, he immediately asked. He had his interest piqued when he heard about the legend. "This is a legend recorded in the ancient book of our elf clan. It's very normal for you not to know about it," the Elf Queen said. Nodding his head, Long Yi continued the conversation with the Elf Queen. The interpretation of this prophecy didn't make any more progress, but the sun was starting to rise in the horizon. "It's late, you should go to sleep." The Elf Queen stood up from her seat as she said to Long Yi. Seeing that the mature body of the Elf Queen was emitting a deadly mature aura, Long Yi involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He stood up as well as he stared at the Elf Queen with a startled face. Sparks flew between them as their gazes locked. "Give me a good night kiss," Long Yi said impulsively, and he regretted the moment the words came out of his mouth. Last time, when he went out of control, he went for a kiss which resulted in the Elf Queen avoiding him. She didn't scold him in the past, and she gave him a peck on the cheek instead. It was like a dragonfly skimming over the surface of the water. Even though she kissed him, she gave him a warning right after. This time, she might truly be angry. Chapter 417, Bloody Kiss. Looking at the continuously changing expression on the Elf Queen's beautiful face, Long Yi started to feel uneasy. He was afraid that the Elf Queen would chase him out of the elven forest in a fit of anger. That wouldn't be funny at all. "Long Yi, come over here." After a good while, The elf queen sighed as she motioned for Long Yi to approach her. Her face reverted to her usual indifferent and graceful expression as she stared at Long Yi. He was unable to tell anything from her expression, which greatly scared him. Touching his nose like a child who was caught making a mistake, Long Yi slowly walked towards the elf queen. He was ill at ease as he didn't know if the elf queen wanted to teach him a lesson or not. When the elf queen saw the uneasy expression on Long Yi's face, she couldn't help but smile. Tipping her toes, she gave Long Yi a quick kiss on his cheeks. "This is just a goodnight kiss. You must not let your imaginations run wild. If you think about weird things after this kiss, you don't have to ever return to the elven forest." Staring into Long Yi's eyes, the elf queen said with a stern expression on her face. Long Yi stood there like a wooden doll. He wasn't able to hear a thing the elf queen said, as the only thing he could think about now was the red lips on the elf queen's face. Those lips had a devilish charm which could force him down the wrong path. Long Yi could feel a tingling sensation on his cheek which was spreading through his whole body. "Long Yi, in the end, did you hear?" When she saw that Long Yi was standing there in a daze, she couldn't help but scold him in an annoyed tone. However, before she could finish speaking, everything before her eyes became dark. She felt a pair of warm lips pressing against hers and a dense masculine aura surrounded her. A dizzy spell struck her as her maiden heart violently jumped. At that moment, the elf queen's mind blanked out as her entire body tensed up. Compared to the elf queen, Long Yi had the complete opposite feeling. He felt as though he was floating amidst clouds and mist, and a pleasant feeling swept through him. He had no time to analyze the consequence of his actions. When he saw that infinitely tempting pair of red lips, he pounced on the elf queen. He greedily her fair and tender lips as the tip of his tongue pried open the rows of her pearly white teeth as it entered her mouth. Inside the elf queen's mouth, Long Yi's tongue fought an intense battle with the elf queen's cute little tongue. The charming body of the elf queen trembled. Both her lips and tongue experienced an extremely pleasant sensation, and she could only passively accept Long Yi's unruly invasion in her mouth. Although she felt as though it was wrong for Long Yi to do such things, she responded to Long Yi's advances as she eventually returned his kiss. After an unknown period of time, the elf queen gradually came back to her senses. No one knew how much time had passed. It could be 1 minute, and it could also be tens of minutes. No one was there to keep track of the time. Heavens, how dare he! Long Yi actually kissed the elf queen so blatantly. This was the mother of his wife, Lucia, he was talking about. "Ah!" Long Yi screamed in pain as he retreated 2 steps. Covering his mouth with his hand, he stared blankly at the elf queen. The complexion of the elf queen was flushed red and her towering chest was rising and falling rapidly. Currently, her calm and crystal clear eyes were burning with anger. There was a trace of loss of her face as she looked at Long Yi, who was standing in front of her. "Your Majesty the Queen, I..." Long Yi wished to explain himself, but it seemed to be useless, as he had already done things which he wasn't supposed to do. No matter how he explained, his explanation would seem to be full of loopholes. He had no idea why, but he wasn't able to control himself in front of the elf queen. He unexpectedly lost his reason and forcefully kissed her. "Nothing happened today, do you understand?" Elf queen retracted her complicated look and her expression became ice cold. Long Yi quivered as he knew that what he had done was not redeemable. He could only hang his head in shame and reply her with a weak voice. He could taste blood in his mouth, as it was truly a bloody kiss between himself and the elf queen. Without another word, the elf queen disappeared into the hall with an icy cold expression on her face. "I'm in deep trouble this time. What in the world happened to me?" Long Yi weakly sat on the chair behind him. When he removed his hand which was covering his mouth, a blood stain was revealed. Involuntarily, he recalled that warm kiss which made his soul fly to the highest heaven. All along, he had a wicked heart but didn't have the courage to act on his thoughts. Long Yi had no idea why, but he made the impulsive decision to kiss the elf queen while she was right in front of his face. In any case, I can't undo the kiss. I'll just stop worrying about it. Long Yi stood up as he muttered under his breath. The situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. The Elf Queen had told him to treat it as though nothing happened between them tonight. This shows that there was still room for redemption. Picking up his own teacup on the table, he finished its contents in a single gulp. After finishing his drink, he walked towards the courtyard arranged for him and his group. It was where Wang and the others were. "My husband, why did you stay behind?" When Long Yi arrived at his courtyard, Nellen Ryuiu was there to welcome him. Without her knowledge, she had waited for him the entire night without falling asleep. "Well, I was discussing about some important matters with the Elf Queen." "You don't need to wait for me, fool." Long Yi tenderly touched Nellen Ryuiu's beautiful face, and a hint of warmth welled up in his heart. Along with the feeling of warmth, there was a guilty feeling towards Nellen Ryuiu. In his heart, he thought about people's ambition. Were people's ambitions truly insatiable? Of course, for Long Yi, his ambition wasn't to become the strongest being alive. It was to possess countless beauties beside him as he lived his life to the fullest. He had so many beauties around him, but he still wasn't satiated. He went as far as to touch the Elf Queen, which was, strictly speaking, a taboo love affair. Wasn't he just finding trouble for himself now? Although he knew that the Elf Queen was off limits, her shadow was always lingering on his mind. It was impossible for Long Yi to completely get rid of her shadow in his mind. Her lure seemed to have a kind of soul attraction to him, which couldn't be controlled by reason. "But, without you by my side, I cannot fall asleep. I always feel like something is missing." Nellen Ryuiu shyly smiled as she said. Since she and Long Yi already had an intimate relationship with each other, she was no longer reserved. She spoke to him. "Then, how about we go to Wang's room? It's livelier when the three of us sleep together." Long Yi grabbed the little hand of Nellen Ryuiu and gently squeezed it as he revealed his wicked thoughts. How could Nellen Ryuiu not understand Long Yi's intentions? Her breathing immediately became hurried and said in a mosquito-like voice, "But, big sister Wang is meditating." "What about meditating? If we wait for a while, she'll wake up eventually. If she doesn't, you'll sleep alone tonight." Long Yi ambiguously teased Nellen Ryuiu while his other hand stroked her round and bulging pert buttocks. Nellen Ryuiu already knew about the matter where Long Yi had a telepathic connection with Wang. She knew that Wang would feel uncomfortable whenever Long Yi had wicked thoughts in his mind. Although Long Yi knew that it was not likely for him to finish things up with Wang, wouldn't it be great if he could help her to reduce the uncomfortable feeling she felt? Perhaps she would also be able to help him out. Wouldn't this satisfy the both of them? "How can I?" Then let's go to big sister Wang's room." Nellen Ryuiu blushed as she whispered in a mosquito-like voice. In any case, this wasn't her first time sleeping with both Long Yi and Wang. Long Yi smirked and picked up Nellen Ryuiu. With Nellen Ryuiu in his arms, he rushed towards Wang's room. Currently, Wang was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed exclusive to the elf clan. A brilliant radiance was circulating her entire body as she meditated. However, the moment Long Yi entered the room, a clear fluctuation of spirit power appeared around Wang. Long Yi directly rushed over to the side of Wang while carrying Nellen Ryuiu as he kissed Nellen Ryuiu with endless passion. He was sure that Wang would wake up from her meditation soon due to their telepathic connection. Sure enough, when the charming body of Nellen Ryuiu was covered with a layer of pink luster, Wang opened her eyes and her breathing was somewhat unstable. She ferociously glared at Long Yi with a semi-enraged expression on her face. However, the only reply she got from him was a strong tug into his embrace. All of her clothing was peeled off her body before long and she was now naked in Long Yi's bosom. Now, those towering were proudly standing upright as if two inverted jade bowls. The two bright red pearls at the tip of her were standing upright as if they were begging for Long Yi to give them attention. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he pushed Wang down above Nellen Ryuiu. Now, those two peerlessly beautiful completed the picture perfectly. The naked bodies of Wang and Nellen Ryuiu were stacked together facing each other. They were able to feel the softness and fragrance of the other party's charming body and a strange feeling swept through them. Although it was weird, They didn't hate the feeling. Long Yi looked at Wash Wang's Snow White, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. He extended his devil's talon and grabbed it. Feeling that amazing silky and elastic feeling on his fingers, the evil fire in Long Yi burned even more vigorously. With a strange cry, he pounced on Wash Wang. In the courtyard, Bertha stood rooted to the ground as she listened to those sweet moans coming from Wash Wang's room. Not just moans, there were the sounds of rough and heavy breathing as well. It was coupled with the sound of flesh hitting each other. Sighing with hidden bitterness, Bertha silently disappeared into the surroundings. While Long Yi was having the time of his life in the courtyard, the Elf Queen was tossing about in her own bed. She was unable to fall asleep, and the primary offender of this was naturally Long Yi. He had no idea what was going on as he was currently lost in the land of warmth and tenderness. Suddenly, the Elf Queen sat up on her bed and her long hair cascaded down her back as if it was a waterfall. She muttered under her breath, "Perhaps it was my mistake all along." The thoughts of the Elf Queen became complicated. For Long Yi, she undoubtedly had a strange feeling towards him, which was more the feeling as an elder should have for their junior. This would definitely lead to an ill-fated relationship if the feeling between them led to anything more. She had long decided to thoroughly cut off this improper feeling, but she wasn't able to do so after seeing Long Yi again after 2 years. She was incomparably happy in her heart when she knew that Long Yi had returned. As a result, she found an excuse to spend some time alone with him. Originally, she had always been hiding her feeling very well. However, who would have thought that she would suffer a loss at the hands of Long Yi in the end? In a fit of excitement, she surprisingly agreed to Long Yi's request of a good-night kiss. She thought that it would just be a good-night kiss like before, but to her surprise, Long Yi forcibly gave her another kiss after she gave him his goodnight kiss. The Elf Queen was ashamed and felt lost after leaving the room as she had no idea how to react. Recalling the scene of both their tongues intertwining with each other, the Elf Queen felt hot and her heartbeat began to accelerate. No, this absolutely cannot continue. Otherwise, Lucia will hate me forever. Elf Queen forced herself to think about her daughter, Lucia. In an instant, the hot feeling welling up inside her disappeared. Motherly love was greater than everything. In order to not hurt Lucia, and in order to not violate that final line of morality, the Elf Queen decided to completely sort out her feelings. She decided to no longer condone her relationship with Long Yi. This kind of ambiguous feeling was something that shouldn't see the light of this world. The Elf Queen had a sleepless night. However, she wasn't the only one experiencing a sleepless night in the Elven Forest. For example, Long Yi, Wash Wang, and Nellen Ryu were also having a sleepless night, having wild with each other. There was also Bertha, who couldn't sleep due to the hidden bitterness in her heart. Not to mention Nika, who seemed to be perturbed by something. Currently, the sky above the Elven Forest was already bright. Small birdies were already beginning to sing, and the children of the elf clan had already started playing with each other in the grasslands. Papa, two loud and clear slapping sounds resounded in Wash Wang's room. A red handprint appeared on both the plump and smooth snowy white buttocks in front of Long Yi. "Little lazy bones, it's time to get up." Long Yi smiled and said, as his eyes appreciated those peerlessly beautiful lying on the bed. "Don't disturb me, go away. Let me sleep for a while longer." Nellen Ryu lazily grumbled in a flirty manner. She had made love to Long Yi the entire night last night, and her entire body still felt weak. She was unwilling to leave the comfort of her bed, and she knew that Long Yi wouldn't force her to wake up. As for Wash Wang, she rolled over and sat up. She couldn't help but blush when she looked at Long Yi's grinning face. Recalling the absurd matter of last night, she was extremely embarrassed. Chapter 418, Dragon Claw and Being Cold-Blooded. Last night was truly absurd. Although she was overwhelmed with sorrow as she wasn't able to take the final step with Long Yi, she was sandwiched between Nellen Ryu and Long Yi throughout the night. Throwing away her helmet and coat of main, she retreated 1,000 li in disorder. In her confusion, she wasn't able to differentiate between male and female, which led to many embarrassing events between Wash Wang and Nellen Ryu. Throughout the night, Wash Wang caressed and kissed Nellen Ryuayu as she had mistaken Nellen Ryuayu for Long Yi. Now that she thought about it, she found it unbelievable. How was it possible for her to do such indecent stuff with Nellen Ryuayu? Of course, the cause of all her embarrassment was due to Long Yi. He was the one who instigated Ryuayu to do all those nasty stuff. When she thought about what happened last night, Wash Wang's face flushed red once again. Jumping out of bed, Long Yi dressed himself up. When he looked at Wash Wang, who was awake and sitting on her bed, he saw that she had a ferocious and ashamed expression on her face. Long Yi decided to shut his mouth and not mention anything which happened last night. As the saying goes, lose at sunset but gain at sunrise. In the Elf Queen's palace, Long Yi ran into all sorts of trouble, even going as far as to enrage the Elf Queen herself. However, he was able to enjoy his luck with his wives the moment he returned. Although it wasn't his first time taking on two girls at once, he felt extremely satisfied. Initially, Long Yi had his first with Betengyu and Zhao Yi. However, when they were serving him at the same time, Long Yi had never been able to fully enjoy himself. This time, Long Yi was truly satisfied. When Long Yi thought about it again, he imagined two cold beauties entangling themselves with each other. The visual impact was too deadly and blood threatened to burst out from his nose. The two of you should rest for a while longer. The both of you should be extremely tired after tossing and turning about the whole night. I wasn't the one who played with you two the whole night. You were the ones who played with each other for the whole night. Long Yi said with a mischievous smile on his face as he winked at Wash Wang. So hateful. Get out. When they heard what Long Yi said, the two women instantly flushed red. They grumbled in a flirty manner as they simultaneously threw their pillows at Long Yi. Although they seemed to be grumbling, they had a naughty smile hanging on their lips. I'll go. I'm leaving now. The both of you can continue to toss and turn about on the bed. I'll definitely not laugh at the both of you. Throwing back the pillows at the two girls, Long Yi laughed as he replied them. Right after he finished speaking, he slipped away before Wash Wang and Nellen Ryuayu could take their revenge. When he exited the room, Long Yi saw that Bertha was sitting on a stone bench under a big tree in the courtyard in front of his room. She was supporting her tiny chin with her equally tiny hands as she stared into space. Hey, little fox. Why are you up so early in the morning? Are you in the mood to enjoy the battle of the ants on the ground? Due to the spring wind blowing in his direction last night, Long Yi was exceptionally cheerful today. Early? An elf came to invite all of us to lunch just now. How is this early? When she saw Long Yi, a weird feeling welled up in her chest and made her somewhat upset. It's not too late. Let's go now if we don't want to be late for lunch. Long Yi smiled as he started walking out of the courtyard. What about Ryuayu and Wash Wang? Are you just going to leave them here? Bertha stood up and followed behind Long Yi. Well, I fed them just now. They should still be full from their last meal. They won't be joining us for lunch. Long Yi smiled and said with expression on his face. Bertha was startled for a moment. When she finally understood what Long Yi meant, she rolled her eyes at him. With a wry smile on her face, she cursed at Long Yi, big pervert, licentious and shameless fellow. Property of CreativeNovels.com. You dare to say that I am licentious and shameless? Do you believe that I'll show you how licentious and shameless I can be? Long Yi got closer to Bertha and threatened her. I don't believe you. If you dare, you can try me. Bertha completely ignored Long Yi's threat as she puffed up her chest and said in a charming manner. Long Yi licked his lips. This little fox was getting more and more outrageous. She was clearly seducing him. Could it be that she didn't know it was very easy to seduce him? If she became even a little careless, Long Yi would swallow her whole, without leaving her bones. What? You don't dare to do it, coward? Bertha snorted and said with disdain as she made a funny face at Long Yi. You were the one who taunted me. You'll see in the future. A trace of an evil smile appeared on Long Yi's face. Originally, he planned to let this ignorant little fox off after lightly teasing her. However, she was the one who delivered herself to his doorsteps again and again. She was obviously playing with fire. Long Yi was certainly not going to let her off. The one who regrets is a little doggy. Bertha stopped as she turned around to look at Long Yi in the eye. With his lips curling upwards, Long Yi raised his devil's talons, grabbing at the empty space in front of him. Long Yi slowly moved his hands towards Bertha's chest. Bertha instantly became shy. She was about to turn around and run away, but after thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and stuck out her chest towards Long Yi, rather than Long Yi reaching out towards her chest. Now it looked as though she was delivering her towering towards Long Yi. In midair, Long Yi's hands stopped, with his devil's talons only 4 to 5 centimeters away from her towering. Long Yi could feel the heat radiating from her chest. Suddenly, 2 figures turned the corner and coincidentally ran into Long Yi and Bertha. It was the graceful and bewitching Elf Queen along with Nika, who was walking behind the Elf Queen. When they saw what Long Yi and Bertha were doing, they were stunned as they stood rooted to the spot. Obviously, Long Yi and Bertha hadn't expected the arrival of the Elf Queen and Nika. They were also stunned as they stood there with a blank expression on their face. "Your Majesty the Queen, ah." Bertha came back to her senses and involuntarily took a step forward. As a result, her towering mounds of flesh came into contact with Long Yi's claws. Without thinking, Long Yi grabbed at the 2 soft round globes in his hands. You guys are too much." Nika couldn't help but scold them with a bright red face. She had never expected that Long Yi and this fox lady would actually do such things in front of the Elf Queen. Awkwardly retracting his hands, Long Yi laughed with embarrassment as he said, "Bertha and I were just playing, don't mind us." Bertha nodded her head, expressing serious agreement. "It's not that you can't play. However, you should pay attention to your surroundings. It won't be good if other people saw the 2 of you doing such things." Elf Queen lightly rebuked Long Yi. Her tone didn't seem any different from before, but Long Yi was able to sense the difference. Previously, she used to be like a big sister and she treated him like a good friend. However, the voice she was using now had the tone of a master talking to their guest. "The lunch is already prepared. Nika and I won't be able to accompany you as we have things to do." Giving Long Yi a faint smile, she brushed past him. When the Elf Queen left, Bertha stuck out her tongue at Long Yi. However, she didn't realize that her face was still red-hot when she looked at Long Yi. Although Long Yi was the one who gained something out of this, Bertha felt an unusual burst of happiness from the bottom of her heart. At least it was her beloved who took advantage of her, not some random guy. "Let's go and have lunch. I am starving." Long Yi. "What's wrong?" Bertha smiled as she turned around to once again. She managed to see that Long Yi had a blank expression as he was lost in thought. "Nothing. Let's go." Long Yi came back to his senses and smiled. From the Elf Queen's words, he could discern a bit of bitterness. It seemed like the Elf Queen had made up her mind to break off that ambiguous relationship with him. Noticing that Long Yi felt a little sad, Bertha didn't ask any more questions. She started to joke around as she laughed at many little things. She was hoping that her cheerful attitude could make Long Yi's mood slightly better. On the altar of the dark church, there was a huge black temple situated at the center of it. Inside that temple, a blue-eyed middle-aged man wearing a black priest robe stood under the huge statue of the dark god. He held an oval-shaped black-colored jade tablet in his hand as he repeatedly studied it. Although he would frequently chant an obscure incantation, the black jade tablet didn't seem to have any reaction. "How can this be? I clearly followed the method to activate the dark magic power of the dark spirit tablet. Why isn't it reacting at all?" The middle-aged man muttered as he had no idea what he was doing wrong. It had already been 3 months since he obtained this dark spirit tablet. However, he didn't seem to have the slightest progress when it came to using the dark spirit tablet at all. When the man was deep in his thoughts, a dark mist appeared. Along with the dark mist, a graceful figure appeared in the hall. This woman appeared to be roughly 30 years in age and she had blue eyes. She was extremely beautiful and she was full of mature charm. Although she had an appearance similar to Fengling, she appeared to be a bit colder than Fengling. "Husband, the dark spirit tablet still didn't react?" With a soft voice, the woman asked the middle-aged man. The trace of coldness instantly disappeared and was replaced by a loving and warm voice. Shaking his head, The man kept the spirit tablet. With a downcast expression and a sad voice, he asked, Lingr, how is that girl? Does she still hate me? It's not like you don't know Lingr temperament. Why do you keep insisting to choose Lingr? Leng Yue is also pretty good. The woman sighed softly. Sooner or later, the Dark Church will be handed over to her. To sit in the position of the leader of the Dark Church, she still has much to learn. Using and exploiting people are lessons she needs to learn in order not to be eaten when she grows up. This is the lesson I am giving her now. With an indifferent voice, the middle-aged man explained. Do you want her to be ruthless enough to even exploit her family members? The beautiful lady raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes, she would only be able to reach the pinnacle if she becomes completely merciless. The gaze of the man became ice-cold as he said in a razor-sharp voice. Even you were unable to become completely merciless. Can Lingr do it? Although she is cold-blooded sometimes, you should know that she is in fact a kind and righteous child. With a light whisper, the beautiful lady shifted her gaze away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils slightly shrunk and he showed a trace of agony. However, his expression returned to normal in an instant as if it never changed in the first place. Knowing that he would never be able to win his wife in a battle of words, the middle-aged man left the hall with huge strides. When she sensed that the middle-aged man was walking away, the beautiful lady looked at his back view. She stared at the man who was her husband, who was also the Dark Pope. When he left the hall, her expression changed again as it reverted back to her icy cold face. After that, a cold smile appeared on her face as she muttered, My husband, since you were never able to become truly cold-blooded, I will help you accomplish it. It was the beginning of the 5th month of the 87 year in the Blue Waves continent. The snowy weather which plagued the lands was finally showing signs of letting up. The temperature began to rise and the thick accumulated snow also began to melt slowly. Although they knew that it would take longer than a day or two for all of the snow to melt, soldiers of the Nelan Empire and the Violet Dragon Empire were rejoicing. They had been freezing for so long and the heavens finally decided to be merciful. When they knew that the cold weather would be the least of their worries before long, they decided to resume the battle early and starting attacking the Proud Moon Empire again. The hot-blooded soldiers would rather rush onto the battlefields than to stay quivering inside their quilts. Your mum, the snow is finally melting. This father can no longer suppress all you bastards of the Proud Moon Empire. You all just wait for this grandfather bear to come kill you all. Standing in front of the big military tent, Tyrant Bear roared loudly. General Bear, I think it would take at least 1 month for all this snow to melt. I think that General Bear should wait at least 1 more month before charging into the battlefield. A voice came from behind Tyrant Bear and it was precisely Nangong Nu's voice. Tyrant Bear patted the shoulder of Nangong Nu which was already broad and said with a frown, Yeah, this Tyrant Bear will wait until the snow is completely melted. It had been snowing for a long time. The snow accumulated should measure a few feet deep at least, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to wait till there was no more snow to wage war again. That's not necessary. The temperature has been abnormal recently and there may be another season of unusual weather. The snow might melt very soon and you won't have to wait for so long. Batang Yu came out of her tent and said as she looked at the huge ball of fire in the sky. Chapter 419. Returning to Mi Holy Magic Academy, when the armies of the Violet Dragon Empire and Nelan Empire were gearing up to prepare for an all-out war against the Proud Moon Empire, Long Yi was wandering about the entire elven forest with Wush Wang and the other 2 girls. On a fine day, Long Yi was sitting on the side of a clear brook as he stared at the spotlessly white jade legs of the 3 women playing in the brook. Satisfaction welled up in his heart when he looked at them splashing water at each other as they enjoyed themselves. A wisp of warmth welled up in his heart when he saw that they were all getting along well. If every day could be as peaceful as today, how great would that be? In the future, he should bring all of his women to live here in the Elven Forest. They would be able to roam about leisurely in this peaceful and beautiful fairyland, and if they eventually got bored of the Elven Forest, Long Yi would bring them to roam about the world. There would be no place under the heavens where he wouldn't be able to bring his women to. My husband, Why are you laughing foolishly to yourself? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded and a cool sensation washed across Long Yi's face. Long Yi's face was soaked by the handful of water thrown by Nellen Ryuayu. Flinging back his head, he pretended to be angry as he shouted, "Ryuayu, are you rebelling?" "I am rebelling." "What can you do about it?" "Who asked you to be stupid enough not to dodge it?" Nellen Ryuayu smiled and continued to throw handfuls of water towards Long Yi. With the rays of sun falling on her face, coupled with her magnificent smile and charming body, Nellen Ryuayu appeared as though she was a goddess who had descended onto the mortal world. Long Yi was stunned as he stared at Nellen Ryuayu and was hit by the handfuls of water thrown by her. Before long, his entire body was drenched. "Still playing around? I'm going to straighten you." 12 out. Coming back to his senses, Long Yi shouted as he jumped into the brook. With his hands, he scooped a huge handful of water as he threw it at Nellen Ryuayu. "Ah, big sister Wash Wang, Bertha, hurry up and help me out." Nellen Ryuayu smiled as she dodged the handful of water Long Yi threw at her. With a single sentence, she managed to rope in both Wash Wang and Bertha to help her deal with Long Yi. In an instant, it became a 3-on-1 fight. Spring was in the air around this brook and the sound of giggling reverberated throughout the elven forest. When the four of them were finally exhausted, they returned to the shore dripping wet. They sat on a large stone at the side of the brook while breathing heavily. Long Yi looked at the three women with a lustful gaze. Now that the clothes of these three women were soaked with water, the cloth was clinging onto their bodies, which revealed their alluring and beautiful curves. It was simply a work of art created by the heavens. "What are you looking at, pervert husband? It's not like you have never seen this body before." Seeing the lustful gaze of Long Yi, Nellen Ryuayu couldn't help but grumble in a flirty tone. Long Yi grinned and shifted his gaze towards Wash Wang and Bertha. Only at this moment did Long Yi realize that this little fox's body had become rather well developed. Very soon, she would be comparable with her aunt, the Mi Empress. "You are not allowed to look at Bertha. All she has are thin arms and legs. There is nothing for you to look at." Nellen Ryuayu blocked Bertha from Long Yi's view as she pouted. Originally, Bertha felt shy when Long Yi allowed his unbridled gaze to run all over her body. However, when she heard what Nellen Ryuayu said, she couldn't hold it in anymore and she wanted Long Yi to continue admiring her body. With a flash, she appeared at another spot which wasn't blocked by Nellen Ryuayu, and Long Yi was able to catch the full gaze of her body. Eagerly looking at him, she slowly pulled on her lapel apart. Squeezing her towering soft meat buns, a deep gully appeared in front of Long Yi's face. Gudong. Long Yi's eyes were wide open as he stared at Bertha. She was showing herself off to Long Yi, and Long Yi accepted the present without blinking. "You hateful fox, who gave you permission to seduce my family's husband?" With a shrill cry, Nellen Ryuayu pounced onto Long Yi. Pressing Long Yi's head between her soft meat buns, she didn't allow Long Yi to stare at Bertha with his lustful gaze any longer. Moving his head side to side, Long Yi felt superb as his head was nestled in between those two soft and white mounds. All of a sudden, a naughty thought popped into his head. Biting onto the bud on Nellen Ryuayu's, Long Yi used the tip of his tongue to play with her. In an instant, Long Yi was able to hear Nellen Ryuayu's hurried breathing. She hugged his neck as her body went limp and her legs turned into jelly. "My husband, don't." "So hateful." Nellen Ryuayu slightly quivered and she lacked the strength to push Long Yi away. A wicked smile crept up Bertha's face as she knew that Long Yi was up to his usual antics. Wash Wang looked at Long Yi, who was still trapped between those two huge mountains, as the edges of her lips curled upwards. One of them was her sister, and the other was the other part of her life. Fate was truly a strange but marvelous thing. Although Wash Wang and Long Yi were born several thousand years apart, fate brought them together. After a long time, Long Yi released Nellen Ryuayu. However, Nellen Ryuayu didn't look too good as she had a face redder than a tomato. She was physically paralyzed as she leaned onto Long Yi as pants escaped her mouth. Laughter and giggles filled the air as the four of them eventually changed into dry clothes. Sitting on the grassy meadow, They stared into the distant sun. Only the sunlight in the elven forest makes people feel warmth. The temperature here is just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Nellen Ryu lazily admired as she rested her head onto Long Yi's arm. Yes, Long Yi, don't you feel as though there is something unusual about the weather? If the proud Moon Empire resembled the Hengjuan Mountains, then the snow and ice covering the lands would be able to melt completely very soon. Long Yi sat up as he was startled by that statement. His eyes shone all of a sudden as if he thought of something. A comfortable breeze swept through the land as if gave everyone a pleasant feeling. When the rosy dawn dyed the horizon red, a beautiful figure stood on the summit of the rear mountain of the Mi-Holy Magic Academy. That beautiful figure looked somewhat lonely as she looked towards the horizon. She had an expression of longing as though she was thinking of someone. Zemin Yu, where are you now? Violent Dragon Empire? Proud Moon Empire? Are you cuddling to the red and leaning towards the green at some corner of the continent? 1. Long Linger was wearing a creamy white long gown which slightly inclined towards the male style of the dress. However, instead of exuding a masculine aura, the clothes made her look even more feminine. She looked delicate, but pretty at the same time. It was certainly an unusual flavor. After Long Yi left the Mi Principality, Long Longer developed a taste for his signature creamy white long gown. Wearing this gown, she seemed to feel the warmth of his body as if he was by her side. If this didn't show the longing she had for Long Yi, nothing else would. You got married, but the bride is not me. Although I know that you will not forget about me, I still hate you a little for this, you know. Long Linger sighed and continued to pour out the grievances in her heart. Of course, the hate she had for Long Yi currently was completely different from the hate she had for him at the start. When she thought of the grudges and disputes she had with Long Yi in the past, Long Linger couldn't help but sigh. Originally, she hated him to the marrow of her bones and she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. However, time had changed everything and after a few years, she was the one who was missing him to death. Whenever she recalled him, she always felt a kind of tingling pain which made tears flow out of her eyes. Love and hate were separated only by a thin line. There was a saying that went, the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. However, the reverse was also true. The deeper the hate, the deeper the love. In the past, if someone were to tell Long Linger that she would shed tears while thinking about someone, she would have roasted them mercilessly using her hellfire. Only after so long, Long Linger realized that she was such a person. She finally understood the feeling of missing someone. It didn't matter if the feeling she had was love or hate. As long as her heart reflected her true feelings, Long Linger would neither complain nor regret. Such was life. Two people who were originally madly in love might hate each other because of their love. Two people who originally hated each other to death might fall in love with each other, becoming pining lovers. 2. Linger, I knew it. You would always appear here whenever you are thinking of something. A gentle voice came from behind Long Linger. With a snow-white priest robe and pitch-black hair, Zemin Wuan looked natural and ethereal, hiding away the emotions on her face. Long Linger turned around. With a smile on her face, she asked, Wuan, did you bring me breakfast again? Zemin Wuan smiled and shook a container in her hand. With a gentle smile on her face, she said, you always come here early in the morning without eating anything. How can you go on like this? When second brother comes back and sees that you have lost so much weight, he would definitely blame me. I'm sure that he doesn't care if I live or die. For the past 2 years, Long Yi hasn't appeared to see me even once. The only things he sends are these magic letters. He clearly doesn't care about me. Long Linger snorted. Linger, you shouldn't blame second brother. You should know about the Blue Waves continent current condition as well. Second brother must be too busy to come back. It's very good that he bothers to send these magic letters. Zemin Wuan exonerated Long Yi. You are his little sister. Of course, you would find an explanation for his actions. Humphrey, just wait until I see him again. I'll burn him beyond recognition and bury him myself. I'll kick his dead body to vent my frustrations. Long Linger hatefully said. Zemin Wuan smiled softly, but a hint of bitterness flashed through her clear beautiful eyes. Yes, she was merely his little sister, nothing more. Linger, After following Lin Na every day, you've inherited some of her violent behavior. However, where would you find time to burn my brother? You'll be busy bawling your eyes out the moment he is back, let alone burning him to death. I don't think you will have the energy to think about anything else. Zemin Wuan said with a smile as she handed over the packed breakfast to Long Linger. Wait and see, Wuan, as long as he dares to appear in front of me, I'll show him who is the stronger one. Long Linger snorted as she began to gracefully eat the breakfast Wuan prepared for her. As Wuan watched Long Linger eat breakfast, the both of them started chatting with each other. However, the only topic seemed to be Long Yi as they talked about nothing else. Wuan, don't you feel as though Big Sister Ruoyan is acting strangely lately? After finishing her breakfast, Long Linger asked Zemin Wuan with a curious face. Thinking for a little while, Zemin Wuan frowned as she replied, yes, previously, she used to be together with us every day. However, I can't seem to find her anywhere. It's as though she doesn't even come to the academy anymore. How about we tail her today? The eyes of Long Linger shone as a plan formed in her head. It's not a good idea. Big Sister Ruoyan must have her own reasons if she didn't tell us anything. If she realizes that we tailed her, she would feel uncomfortable. Zemin Wuan disagreed as she tried to persuade Long Linger otherwise. Although Long Linger hesitated, she refused to listen to Zemin Wuan's advice and she said, no, since she treats us as her sisters, she will certainly not blame us, not to mention the fact that we are only following her because we are concerned for her. Zemin Wuan bit her lower lip, replied Long Linger only after careful considerations. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want others to know. Long Linger nodded her head in disappointment, but she added, what if she is having a lover's rendezvous with another man, who is having a lover's rendezvous with another man? A booming voice came from around the two gossiping girls. That familiar tone instantly hit the soul of Long Linger and Zemin Wuan. Long Linger had her mouth wide open but no words came out. Tears flowed out of her eyes like a stream and the words were stuck in her throat. She had already tossed away those brave words she said just a moment ago. Far, far away. 1. Cuddling to the red and leaning towards the green. Idiom. Frequenting brothels. 2. Pining lovers. Lovers who couldn't marry each other for some reason. Chapter 420, Lin Na's Spring Scenery. You scoundrel, why are you still not appearing before me? You're really too hateful. Long Linger looked all around and she couldn't find Long Yi. As such, she couldn't help but shout loudly, hoping that Long Yi would listen to her and appear before her like an obedient child. Suddenly, someone held her waist and her charming body fell into a warm and broad chest. Although she was shocked, she didn't struggle in the slightest. That familiar smell she had missed for so long made her body react in the most honest way. Her mind felt extremely at peace when she was held by those hands which she hadn't felt in a long time. Scoundrel, you scoundrel. Long Linger hugged Long Yi for what seemed like an eternity. Suddenly, she raised her fist as she pounded her tiny hands against his chest while glaring at him ferociously. However, no matter how much violence she displayed, she can't cover up the longing and tenderness she had towards Long Yi. Standing still, Long Yi allowed Long Linger to pound at his chest. From the bottom of his heart, feelings of guilt welled up as he knew that he was in the wrong for leaving her alone in the Mi Principality for 2 whole years without visiting her. Time flew by so quickly. The 2 years seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Most of Long Yi's time was spent on the road as he had been traveling a lot, from the Violet Dragon Empire to the Nelan Empire, from the Nelan Empire to the Lightning God Forbidden Area, spending 6 months inside the Lightning God Forbidden Area and traveling to the Proud Moon Empire, leaving the Proud Moon Empire to the Huangming Plain. Basically, Long Yi spent most of his time going from one place to another. As Long Yi held on to Long Linger's beautiful face, an orchid-like body fragrance invaded his nostrils. A feeling of warmth bloomed in his heart as his body completely relaxed. Who said that only the body smell of men can make women feel at ease? The body fragrance of women also provides the same effect on men. As Long Yi slowly leaned closer towards Long Linger, she managed to sense his intentions. Although she was startled and her heart jumped, She didn't hesitate. Closing her beautiful eyes, she slightly raised her head. With trembling eyelashes, she planted her lips onto Long Yi's and she welcomed the kiss which she had missed for a long time. Woo! Facing a beauty, how could Long Yi be aloof and indifferent? He lowered his head and used his lips to seal her soft and fair little mouth. This kiss was very passionate, splashed all about as they seemed as though they wanted to make up for the 2 years of separation with this one kiss. Tears filled Zimin Wuen's face when she saw the couple who were hugging and kissing affectionately not too far away. She was happy for Long Linger, but she was also depressed in her heart. Although she knew that it was wrong, she thought about having an unnatural relationship with Long Yi. Only after a long time, the kissing couple reluctantly parted. Currently, the face of Long Linger was filled with tenderness and her eyes were flashing with happiness. She was glowing with pride and happiness whenever she looked at Long Yi. "You are not allowed to abandon me again. Do you understand?" Long Linger adjusted Long Yi's clothes as she lightly scolded. "When have I ever abandoned you? You are always in my heart. I'll never abandon you." Long Yi smiled and stroked Long Linger hair as he pacified her in a tender voice. "So hateful." Long Linger snorted sweetly. A thought flashed into her head as she turned around to look at Zimin Wuen. When she saw that Zimin Wuen's face was covered in tears, she was extremely startled. When Long Yi saw that Long Linger was looking at Zimin Wuen, his gaze turned to look at Zimin Wuen as well. When he saw the tear-filled face of Zimin Wuen, he was shocked as well. Long Yi had no idea why Zimin Wuen was crying. "Little sister, why are you crying? Did you miss your second brother too much?" Letting go of Long Linger, Long Yi walked over to Zimin Wuen. Raising his hands, he wiped the tears off Zimin Wuen's face. Currently, Zimin Wuen was unable to say anything as all her words were stuck in her throat. She could only nod with her tear-stained face. A startled expression found its way onto Long Yi's face. It only lasted a moment before it was replaced by a smile. Holding on to Zimin Wuen, Long Yi gently patted her back as he hugged her into his bosom. Long Yi's heart was filled with warmth as he looked at Zimin Wuen's face. The extreme hatred his little sister had for him was a thing of the past now. Currently, they really loved each other and Long Yi felt as though the feeling of sisterly love wasn't so bad. After shedding tears in Long Yi's bosom for a long time, Zimin Wuen finally calmed herself down as she gently pushed Long Yi away. She was unable to conceal her red face and stood there like a dumb statue. "Wuen, you can hug longer, I don't mind," Long Linger said happily. Currently, Long Linger felt extremely happy and she couldn't help but want to express her happiness to the world. Rolling her eyes, Zimin Wuen said with a smile, "Who wants your man? Keep him to yourself." "Yes, one day. You'll also have a man yourself." "Of course, you wouldn't want mine," Long Linger said with a cheeky expression on her face. In an instant, Zimin Wuen's face changed. Who would be able to understand her pain? The only man she wants could belong to everyone else but her. "Little sister, what happened?" Sensing some abnormalities with Zimin Wuen's feelings, Long Yi asked her in concern. "There is nothing wrong with me. By the way, did you come back to me principality by yourself?" Zimin Wuen hastily changed the topic of conversation. She was afraid that Long Yi would be able to uncover her true feelings if she were to keep on talking. With a smile on his face, Long Yi replied, "I have brought a few people together with me. The both of you should know all of them. They are Nellen Ryu Ayu, Wash Wang, and Bertha." "Ah, it's them." "It is not strange for Nellen Ryu Ayu and Wash Wang to be at your side. But why would Bertha be following you as well?" "I went to the charming love residence several times but I didn't manage to see her at all," Long Linger said. She knew that Wash Wang was the girl who was affected by the curse as she saw Long Yi holding Wash Wang in his bosom in the past. Because of her, she and Long Yi had reached this stage. As such, Wash Wang could be regarded as their matchmaker. If it wasn't for Wash Wang, Long Linger might have still hated Long Yi even till this day. The problems between them would never be resolved. There is a long story about it, but for the time being, let's not talk about it. I remember hearing the two of you talk about Shui Ruoyan just a moment ago. The both of you said that that girl is having a lover's rendezvous behind my back. Is that true? Long Yi waved his hand, shifted the topic back to Shui Ruoyan. He naturally didn't believe that Shui Ruoyan would go and find another man, but he still wanted to look into it. Long Linger once again told Long Yi about how Shui Ruoyan hadn't attended the class for the past few days. She also told him about some secret matters which happened during the time he was gone. Finally, she added her analysis on the matter and concluded that Shui Ruoyan was definitely concealing something. Obviously, if Shui Ruoyan kept something from her two closest friends, the thing she was trying to hide couldn't be small. Is that so? Long Yi frowned. That is right. As such, I suggested following her to find out the secret she has been hiding from us. However, your little sister disagreed with me. Long Linger pouted as she stared at Zimin Wuan. The two of you don't have to be bothered with this matter any longer. I'll handle it from here. I'll bring the two of you to meet Wash Wang and the others first. Long Yi said with a smile. Grabbing onto both of them, he flew towards the inn where Wash Wang and the other were currently resting at. When they arrived at the inn, the five women met each other and began to chat. Since one woman was equivalent to 300 ducks, 5 women were equivalent to 1,500 ducks. When he saw that he was completely ignored by the 5 of them, Long Yi had no choice but to retreat from the room. With a shrug of his shoulders, Long Yi said, I will go and look for that old man Pu Ziusi. You can all stay here and chat to your heart's content. When they heard him, the 5 women simultaneously waved their hands. It was obvious that they were not going to see Long Yi out of the room, and as a result, Long Yi left the room gloomily by himself. The streets of Mi Principality was still clean and broad. However, due to the effects of the war, the roads were a lot less crowded. Long Yi sighed with emotion as he strolled along the street as he recalled the times in the past. He truly missed those days. After getting bored of looking around, Long Yi started flying towards the Mi Holy Magic Academy at high speeds. He wondered if that old man Pu Ziusi made any progress in his cultivation. If Pu Ziusi had not made any progress and was still only a master archmage, he was definitely not Long Yi's opponent. Long Yi was familiar and also somewhat unfamiliar about the location of Pu Ziusi's residence. Eventually, he managed to find his way to the entrance of a small courtyard inside the academy. Old man Pu Ziusi, your old friend has come. Long Yi dashed into the courtyard and shouted loudly. However, there was no response from anyone and Long Yi looked like a fool. When Long Yi was making a ruckus outside, the bathroom was filled with dense water vapor. Inside a big bathtub filled with water, fiery red hair was floating on top of the water. Ooh Allah! Strands of fiery red hair was flung back along with crystal clear water droplets by the figure who was enjoying his bath. Why am I hearing things now? Just a moment ago, when Lin Na had submerged her head inside the water, she seemed to have heard a familiar voice. After thinking about it for a little while, she realized that she must have been hearing things. In any case, she had often dreamt about Long Yi and how he had appeared in front of her on many occasions. She was already accustomed to it and she never thought that Long Yi would really return so soon. Humming a song, Lin Na happily played with the water in the bathtub. With her tiny hands, she washed her smooth and soft body. Her spotlessly white and smooth shoulders were bare and drops of sparkling, crystal clear water slid down her silky skin. She looked extremely captivating as her wet hair stuck onto her skin, especially that pair of plump which couldn't be seen clearly due to the water ripples. Although it had an indistinct appearance in the water, the hazy appearance made it all the more appealing. Before long, Lin Na stood up from the bathtub and her fiery red hair hung down on her bare back, and her mellow and plump snow buttocks and slender under her thin waist also became visible. As her butt cheeks shook with every step she took, it was an extremely provoking scene. Anyone who saw it would have blood bursting from their noses. Wrapping a towel over her hot body, the fiery red hair between her legs was also covered up in an instant. Although her forbidden parts were covered with a towel, it didn't affect her sexiness in the least. Actually, it made Lin Na look even sexier. Currently, Lin Na looked extremely beautiful, and if she were to find a suitor right now, there would be countless men in the world willing to marry her. However, This was considering the fact that Lin Na hadn't shown off her temper. Her temper was inversely proportional to her looks and would be able to scare off 99% of her would-be suitors. Standing outside Pu Zhiuxi's house, Long Yi was getting annoyed as no one was replying to him. He thought about leaving in order not to make a fool of himself, but he suddenly sensed that there was someone in the backyard. After thinking about it for a moment, Long Yi decided to enter the house without permission in order to look for the old man. Pushing open the door, Long Yi rushed to the backyard. Where is that underwear that I bought last time? After leaving the bathroom, Lin Na rummaged through her wardrobe. Finally, she recalled that she had left her underwear in the backyard for it to dry. Without thinking about it any further, Lin Na wrapped a short bath towel around her body and left the bathroom. The courtyard she lived in was located at a remote corner of the academy. It was very quiet and no one was allowed to approach it without official reasons. She also knew that her grandpa Puxiusi wasn't at home and she was also lazy to change into something else. As such, she left the bathroom with just a short towel wrapped around her. Just when Lin Na arrived at the backyard to pick up her underwear, Long Yi burst into the backyard trying to look for Pu Zhiuxi. The eyes of Lin Na and Long Yi met and the both of them had a dumbstruck expression on their faces as they stared at each other. Chapter 421, Taking Libertines with Women and Marriage. Why am I seeing things now? This is so annoying. The next time I see that smelly Long Yi, I'll definitely kick the living daylights out of him. Lin Na shook her head and muttered to herself. Grabbing her underwear which was hanging out to sun, she turned her body as she walked towards her room. From the lower hem of her small bath towel, her plump buttocks could be seen and a pinkish arc was also faintly visible while she was walking. Long Yi was startled when Lin Na said that he was an illusion. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. After that, he cleared his throat and said, "Lin Na, are you sleepwalking? You didn't even greet your master. What kind of attitude is that?" Lin Na's charming body trembled. She lost her grip on the underwear she was holding in her hand and it fluttered towards the ground. Luckily, Lin Na had a quick reaction time as she stretched out her hand to grab her underwear before it touched the ground. "Impossible, impossible," Lin Na muttered as she turned around. The only thing she saw was Long Yi's lecherous gaze as he stared at the bottom of her towel. "Ah!" Lin Na finally reacted. With a loud scream, Lin Na rushed into her bedroom as she slammed the door with a loud bang. "He is back. Long Yi is really back. What should I do?" Pacing up and down her room, Lin Na mumbled restlessly. In the backyard, Lin Na was sure that she heard Long Yi call himself her master. Could it be that this stinking Long Yi wanted to rake up their old scores? Wasn't Long Yi the one who called off the agreement in the past? He was the one who said that Lin Na didn't need to serve him as a maid. Why did he bring it up again? Whatever, Lin Na made up her mind this time. She would never admit that she was his maid even if she was beaten to death this time. Wait a minute. Why am I panicking? Why on earth would I be afraid of this smelly Long Yi? I am really stupid. A light went off in Lin Na's brain. Standing up, she asked herself in a strange voice. A relieved smile blossomed on her face as a hint of arrogance and unruliness was hidden in her smile. Thinking about how she shouldn't be afraid of Long Yi anymore, Lin Na felt a burst of confidence well up inside her. Spinning around, she caught sight of herself in the magic mirror. Her soft and white breasts were half revealed, and her slender thighs were completely exposed in the air. When she thought about how Long Yi looked at her in the backyard, Lin Na's beautiful face couldn't help but flush red. No wonder he was looking at me with such a lecherous gaze. That big pervert. But why would he look at me like that? Could it be that he thinks that my figure is good? Lin Na took off her bath towel, wore her sexy underwear. Staring into the magic mirror, she admired her own body. "Lin Na, why are you wasting so much time inside? Do you want me to come inside and help you wear your clothes?" Long Yi's voice resounded throughout the entire house and Lin Na immediately started to panic. Hastily putting on her clothing, she opened the door. Long Yi wasted no time and stepped into her room without any hesitation. As he looked at the pile of clothing which was lying on the bed, he clicked his tongue as he chided. Is this the room of a girl? It is not any better than a pigsty. Lin Na was somewhat bashful. Her room was indeed in a mess. She thought about cleaning her room after taking a nice bath, but who would have expected Long Yi to barge into her room the moment she was done changing? Get out. It's not like I asked you to come in here or anything. Also, this is my room. Why on earth did you come in without my consent? Placing both her hands on Long Yi's chest, she tried to push him out of her room before he could comment any further. Do I need the consent of my maid to enter her room? Long Yi smiled as he sat on Lin Na's bed. He admired the pair of translucent underwear on her bed. All of them had a symbol of the beauty's shop embroidered on them. Seems like that woman, Mu Hanyan, is a very capable person. It's not easy to make a female wear shop so popular. Who is your maid? That agreement already expired 2 years ago, Lin Na said as she panted with rage. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder with a smile and no longer dwelled on this topic. 2 years ago, he indeed had proposed to renounce that agreement. When Long Yi saw Lin Na after 2 years, she seemed to have become even more gorgeous. With her wet and messy fiery red hair draped over her shoulders, she looked extremely charming. This gave Long Yi endless shock as he never knew that Lin Na could be so desirable. What are you looking at? Do you want me to dig out your lusty eyeballs? Lin Na couldn't help but shout as she felt uneasy when Long Yi swept his gaze over her body. Coming back to his senses, Long Yi made a wry smile as he touched his nose. He obviously made a lapse in judgment just now. What charming and desirable. Bullshit. Her temperament was even worse than the Shi Rex. Liu Zhu. What about your grandfather? Long Yi didn't feel like arguing with this little girl. In these 2 years, her magic power didn't improve by much. However, Long Yi could tell that she was even fstier compared to before. Why on earth should I tell you? Do I know you? Why would a stranger look for another stranger's grandfather? Lin Na snorted and turned her head to the side. A cheeky smile started to form at the edge of Lin Na's lips. Not that familiar. I think that we know each other very well, don't you think so? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile, who are you familiar with? Don't try to chum up to me. Lin Na looked at Long Yi with disdain. Oh, I think that it is necessary for us to take our relationship to the next level. What do you think? What level do you want to cook our relationship to? 70%, 80%, or do you want to completely cook our relationship? 1. The eyes of Long Yi glimmered with brilliance. 1. Here Long Yi is using the wordplay. Shu, kama can mean cooked, ripe, mature, familiar. Of course we have to make things completely cooked before we can eat it. Ah, what are you trying to do? As Lin Na replied Long Yi without thinking, the smirk on Long Yi's face started to emit a dangerous aura. I'm not going to do anything. However, you wanted us to cook it completely. I'm just changing our relationship to a completely cooked one. Long Yi smiled as he laughed. The maiden heart of Lin Na jumped, but she stubbornly refused to admit defeat. In a flurry, she quickly shouted, You! If you dare to act recklessly, I'll burn you into charcoal. Ha ha, it's not like I'm afraid of you. Come on, it has already been 2 years, and you're still at the mage realm. 2 years ago, you weren't my opponent at all. Now that I have made extreme improvements, do you think that you can still rebel against me? Rubbing the stubble on his chin, Long Yi stared at Lin Na as if he was looking at a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. When Lin Na heard Long Yi's words, her heart wavered. She couldn't help but lose confidence in herself. Even though she was able to reach the mage realm at such a young age, she was nothing compared to Long Yi. Be obedient and come over to me, Long Yi said as he gestured for Lin Na to walk towards him. Who is afraid of you? With a broad smile on her face, Lin Na approached Long Yi with confidence. However, after walking 2 steps, she suddenly turned around and rushed towards the door. The moment her legs left the ground, she felt as though there was something pulling her backwards and she had no way to resist against it. Do you think that you can actually run away from me? It seems like your is itching. Long Yi was already standing behind Lin Na as his hands pulled at her belt. I admit defeat. I'll tell you where my grandfather went. Let go of me. Lin Na simply gave up resisting. Although Lin Na had an arsenal of moves in order to escape from people, She didn't use them in front of Long Yi at all. In her subconsciousness, she knew that her moves wouldn't be effective against Long Yi at all. Too late, we are going to get familiar with each other now. Long Yi smiled as he hugged Lin Na. When Long Yi caught a glimpse of Lin Na's red face, he extended his index finger as he frivolously raised her chin towards him. In an instant, Lin Na came back to her senses. Sensing that she was going to be in deep trouble if she didn't do anything, she started to struggle violently. She knew that she wasn't Long Yi's match in terms of strength, and she wanted to use the opposing raging flames sealed in her ring. To her surprise, no matter how she tried, she wasn't able to unleash the flames at all. Her spirit power seemed to have emptied and she couldn't sense any magic elements in the air. Domain. You have reached the Master Archmage realm? Lin Na was shocked as she looked at Long Yi with a gaze full of terror. You're smart. Now that you know that you can't fight back, stop trying to hatch your plans. They are completely ineffective against me. Let this young master teach you how to become a lovable girl. Long Yi rubbed his index finger against Lin Na's chin. As his index finger slid downwards, he traced the Lin Na's smooth neck before arriving at her exquisite collarbone. Lin Na's body trembled as she gritted her teeth, unable to bear the shame any longer. She turned her head away and closed her eyes with a frown on her face. Your heart is beating really quickly, Long Yi said with a smile. Lin Na didn't reply Long Yi as she lowered her head. The corners of her eyes became moist and Long Yi could see that she was about to cry soon. Long Yi never thought of going all the way with Lin Na, and eventually, he released her with a spank on her plump. Just as he was about to remove his domain, he heard a faint rumbling sound as his entire domain trembled. Within seconds, a large amount of fire magic elements rushed into the room. A red shadow flashed, and an old man wrapped in fire appeared inside the room. Who else could he be if not Fire Master Archmage Pu Zaiusi? Old man, long time no see. Long Yi smiled at Pu Zaiusi. The beard which Long Yi had sliced off in the past had grown back. Looking at Long Yi in surprise, Pu Zaiusi sized him up. With a weary sigh, he said, "You smelly brat. That was the legendary lightning domain. In this extremely short period of 2 years, you were actually able to cultivate lightning magic to this level. From now on, don't appear in front of me, you'll give me a heart attack." Hee, old man, you didn't make any progress in these past 2 years and remained in the same realm. Looks like your reputation in the Blue Waves continent is an unwarranted fame. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders in disdain. Pu Zaiusi was so angry he was about to puke blood. However, he wasn't able to find a single fault in Long Yi's words. The moment he encountered Long Yi, this freak, Pu Zaiusi knew that Long Yi was his unlucky star. Long Yi's cultivation could be said to be increasing with terrifying speed. Long Yi was just 20 years old, but he had already reached the level of Pu Zaiusi. No, it could be said that Long Yi surpassed Pu Zaiusi at the mere age of 20. In a flash, the two Master Archmages dispelled their domain. Pu Zaiusi's eyes finally landed on Long Yi's hand. He saw that Long Yi was holding Lin Na's hand and a sinister smile immediately appeared on Pu Zaiusi's face. In a deep voice, Pu Zaiusi scolded, "Smelly brat, just now, didn't you bully my granddaughter?" Yes, Grandpa. If you arrived even a little later, he would have violated me." Lin Na struggled free from Long Yi's grasp as she ran to Pu Zaiusi. There was a grievance in her voice as she complained about Long Yi. After she was done complaining, she stared at Long Yi complacently. How could Pu Zaiusi still not understand Long Yi? 2 years ago, he had rejected for Lin Na to become his maid. Everyone knew that maids were required to listen to their master, no matter the command. It included warming the bed for their master. After 2 years, how could Pu Zaiusi allow his granddaughter to become Long Yi's maid again? Not to mention the fact that this dumb idiot, Long Yi, was surrounded by beauties. Perhaps the rest of the girls would be considerate and lively. They might even be able to match his granddaughter's looks. However, Lin Na's temperament was definitely not compatible with Long Yi's women. Since that is the case, smelly kid, you must marry my granddaughter. Although these words were said in a calm voice, Pu Zhiusi was smiling in his heart. Maybe he would be able to take advantage of the situation and quickly marry his granddaughter off. If he was able to successfully marry her off, he wouldn't have to be troubled every day. Ah! Grandpa, you! Lin Na was stunned and she was speechless for a moment. Long Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at Pu Zhiusi. Long Yi was lost in his thoughts as he didn't know what Pu Zhiusi was thinking. Chapter 422, Raging Flames Branch. Why are you looking at me with that face? Since you were the one who ruined the innocence of my granddaughter, you have to take responsibility for it. If you don't marry her, who will marry her in the future? Pu Zhiusi had no sense of shame. He twisted his words and flipped black with white in order to force Long Yi to accept Lin Na. It seemed as though Pu Zhiusi's skin got thicker with his age. Muttering to himself, Long Yi was complaining about how no one would marry Lin Na in the first place. With her fiery temper, which man in the world would dare to marry her? Wasn't he just asking for trouble if he married this she-devil? Pu Zhiusi was indeed in the wrong for pushing the blame onto Long Yi. However, Long Yi wouldn't be foolish enough to speak of his thoughts out loud. If Long Yi actually spoke of his thoughts, Lin Na would definitely feel extremely hurt. After a slight period of hesitation, Long Yi tactically kept silent as he knew that Lin Na would definitely refute her grandfather. Grandpa, what on earth are you saying? Even if I don't get married to anyone in my entire life, I'll never marry this pervert. Sure enough, Lin Na pulled on Pu Zhiusi's arm as she pouted. Her face was as red as a tomato and her heart was pounding furiously. With a smile plastered on his face, Long Yi didn't utter a word. Although this girl Lin Na was beautiful and she had an extremely good figure, he couldn't stand her bad temper. Whoever loves her can marry her. Will you really not marry him? In the future, if you regret, Grandpa won't care about your complaints then. Pu Zhiusi smiled and stroked his long red beard. So hateful. I'm not going to talk to you any longer. Lin Na's face became even redder as she stamped her feet on the ground. Turning away from Pu Zhiusi, she rushed out of her own room. Long Yi and Pu Zhiusi were shocked as they stared at one another. They saw the shock the other party had through their eyes and they stood rooted to the ground. They never thought that Lin Na could behave like a dainty and delicate girl as well. Smelly kid, I see that my granddaughter is truly interested in you. This is my conclusion after looking after her for so long. How about you? Pu Zhiusi smiled as he quickly thought of a plan. His eyes glimmered with anticipation as he spoke to Long Yi. However, before he was able to complete his sentence, Long Yi interrupted him. No, that won't do. You should also know that I have numerous beauties around me. I truly cannot afford to find another wife. You should find someone who had better qualifications. Long Yi repeatedly waved his hand to reject whatever Pu Zhiusi said. Long Yi thought about how he should be mentally retarded if he accepted a ticking time bomb by his side. With a slight smile, Pu Zhiusi eventually gave up on his plan. He continued, well, let's not talk about this matter any longer. Tell me about what happened in these past 2 years. What divine pill did you actually eat to become this powerful? As Long Yi explained about what happened, they eventually stepped out of Lin Na's lady chamber. Walking towards the study, the two of them looked like long-lost friends. Long Yi talked about the matters he had experienced in these past 2 years. There was nothing to hide and there was nothing he couldn't let others know about. Among the matters Long Yi spoke of, Pu Zhiusi should already have knowledge about most of them. However, he didn't know about the mysterious force of darkness behind Long Zhan. Neither did he know about the lightning god inheritance which Long Yi had accepted. When Long Yi spoke about these encounters, Pu Zhiusi was extremely surprised and he focused all his attention on what Long Yi was saying. After hearing about Long Yi's experiences, Pu Zhiusi was lost in thought. All of a sudden, his eyes shone and he muttered, "Can it be that? Can it be that? What?" Long Yi quickly followed up with a question. Pu Zhiusi shook his head and said a single word, "Nothing." When Long Yi saw that Pu Zhiusi was unwilling to speak further, he didn't press him. He knew that Pu Zhiusi must have thought of something, but he was unsure of it. Not to mention the fact that Long Yi was familiar with Pu Zhiusi. He knew that if this master archmage was willing to talk about stuff, Even if people around him ignored him, he would continue to talk. If he was unwilling to speak, even if someone used an iron rod to pry open his mouth, he wouldn't utter a single word. The current weather is really abnormal. I heard about how the snow and ice covering the Proud Moon Empire is melting. In the near future, the war would probably start again. Puziusi changed the subject of the conversation as he sighed. That seems to be the case. I'm returning to participate in the war and I was passing by Mi Principality. I dropped by this time in order to visit my sister and the rest. I'll be returning to the Yatsana defense line tomorrow. It is about time for this war to end. A trace of smile formed at the edge of Long Yi's lips and a trace of coldness flashed past Long Yi's eyes. Nodding his head, Puziusi expressed his agreement that it was about the time this war ended. Since the war started 2 years ago, the continent was thrown into turmoil. The war ruined the lives of many people and destroyed families. Many cities and towns were also destroyed by the flames of war. Whenever there is war, the lives of the people were considered less than trash. Not to mention that in this war, the heavy winter caused even more chaos. The ice and snow spread throughout the entire Proud Moon continent and parts of the other 2 empires. There were countless people who froze and starved to death. Also, the current weather condition was extremely unpredictable. No one knew if there were more natural disasters to come. Old man, I have always wanted to ask you a question. You spoke about the Flame Mountain before. Wasn't it the location of the Raging Flames Villa, a power which existed 1,000 years ago? How did you know how to enter the area? Could it be that you are a descendant of the Raging Flames Villa? Long Yi stared at Puziusi and said. Puziusi was startled. However, he started laughing before long as he replied, Long Yi, smelly kid, you really know quite a lot. There should be no problem in telling you. Yes, I am a descendant of the Raging Flames Villa. I belong to the Magic Branch, and the Phoenix clan belongs to the Dgi branch. So you knew that the Phoenix branch is a part of the Raging Flames Villa. Why haven't you acquainted yourself with the Phoenix clan? After all of you can be considered a family. Long Yi asked Puziusi as he felt that there was something strange going on. The Phoenix matriarch didn't know that the world-renowned Firemaster Archmage Puziusi was also a descendant of the Raging Flames Villa like herself. It wasn't necessary. And it's useless even if I know that they are the descendants of the Raging Flames Villa like me. The war which happened thousands of years ago against the Ice Palace turned the Raging Flames Villa into a part of history. Unless the envoy of the Fire God comes, otherwise. Puziusi said. The envoy of the Fire God? He isn't talking about me, is he? Long Yi had a thought as he recalled the crowd of kobolds calling him the envoy of the Fire God in the illusory forest. Long Yi left Puziusi's little courtyard and was lost in thought while he walked on the boulevard of the Mi Holy Magic Academy. Along the way, there were many people who were looking at Long Yi. They spoke in whispers as they pointed their fingers at him. Look, isn't he our academy's legendary love saint? Among them, a person pointed towards Long Yi and said to his companion, yes, that's him. Even if he turned to ashes, I would still be able to recognize him. At that time, he had the entire advanced water magic class and even the beautiful teacher Shui Ruoyan. She was my goddess. If God bestowed even a single one of them onto me, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. However, this beast actually hogged all of them. His companion gnashed his teeth and complained. He was dying to immediately go over and kick Long Yi, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Although there were differing opinions on Long Yi's strength, it couldn't be doubted that he was extremely strong. Even the weakest evaluation of Long Yi's strength was stronger than all of them combined. As a result, this three-legged cat didn't dare to step forward to provoke the tiger. Really? He is my idol. I want to kowtow to him and make him my teacher. As long as he passes me a tiny part of his skills, I'll be able to lead a glorious life. The other shifty-eyed fellow couldn't help but exclaim after hearing what his companions said. However, by the time he made up his mind to call Long Yi his teacher, Long Yi had already disappeared without a trace. Long Yi never expected that he would still be so many people who recognized him in the academy after 2 years. He decided to leave as he thought that he was going to cause chaos with his fame. When Long Yi finally returned to the inn, the sky was already dark. Wash Wang and other women seemed to be tired. All of them were lying on the sofa as they spoke in a soft voice to each other while nibbling on snacks. The tea table situated in the middle of the room was covered with all kinds of snacks. When they saw that Long Yi had returned, the 5 of them sat up and a happy expression appeared on all of their faces. Long Yi, tonight, you will accompany little sister Linger. We will be sleeping in the room next door. Wash Wang smiled and said to Long Yi, bringing along Bertha, Nellen Ryu and Zimen Wuan. Wash Wang left the room. Now, only Long Yi and Long Linger were left in Long Yi's room. The atmosphere started to become rosy and ambiguous. I will go and take a bath. Long Linger boldly met Long Yi's scorching hot gaze for a few seconds before backing off. She wasn't able to endure Long Yi's at the moment and decided to leave for a moment. She turned around and just like a startled rabbit, she ran into the bathroom. Bangpan, bangpan. She saw a charming and excited Long Linger reflected in the bathroom's magic mirror. Her heart was beating as if it was a horse running in a race. After taking deep breaths, Long Linger managed to calm herself down. Grabbing her head and turning her body, she looked into the mirror to look at herself. She wanted to see if she was still as beautiful as before. Since Long Yi left, she had never cared about this issue. Her clothing slowly slid down her body, revealing her skin which was emitting an ivory luster. Under the hazy lighting, Long Linger looked absolutely stunning as though she was an illusion of a goddess. Taking soft steps, Long Linger walked into the big bathtub. Her entire body slowly submerged into the warm water. As the water rippled, a pair of plumps seemed to sway lightly. This scene was indescribably enchanting and extremely tempting. Kaka. The door of the bathroom opened on its own. So hateful. Smelly Zimenu, don't come in. The heart of Long Linger trembled as she grumbled in a flirty manner. Long Yi entered the bathroom from the crack of the door and said with a cheeky smile on his face, someone once told me that a girl's words cannot be trusted. Take the opposite meaning of whatever they said. Since you asked me to not come on, shouldn't I come in? Nonsense, I didn't. You are really hateful. Before Long Linger could finish her sentence, Long Yi jumped into the bathtub together with Long Linger. He was completely and water splashed everywhere. Long Linger cried out in alarm as she never expected for Long Yi to jump in so suddenly. Sitting down in the bathtub, Long Yi grabbed her slender waist from behind. He used his mouth to nibble on her exquisite earlobe and his hands moved about her body. The entire body of Long Linger softened and her eyes became hazy. An orchid-like fragrance could be smelled clearly in the air and Long Yi took a deep breath. Long Yi's heart swayed and his hands moved upward, grabbing onto Long Linger's full and round. Long Linger also took the initiative to turn around and planted her lips onto Long Yi's. Within moments, a spring tide filled the room. Long Linger softly moaned as her most private place was penetrated by a burning hot rod. Her entire body started to convulse and quiver. Moans escaped her lips. Unexpectedly, one strike from Long Yi made her retreat 1,000 li in disorder. Not waiting for Long Linger to return to her senses, Long Yi embraced her waist and began sprinting in the water. Waves caused the water to splash around in the bathtub and the both of them began an intense session. He was using the most primitive way to tell her how much he missed her in these past 2 years when they were apart. At the top of the inn, a trace of white robe fluttered. She was elegant and extraordinary. Looking at the moon in the sky, a soft sigh escaped her lips and reverberated in the night sky. Chapter 423, Wanton, The Invitation of Me Empress. Zemin Wuan looked at the beautiful sky with sadness in her eyes. Some things were decided by fate, and no matter how hard people try, fate couldn't be changed. For instance, the stars in the sky appears to be extremely close in distance, but everyone knew that the stars in the sky were separated by hundreds of millions of light years. I don't ask for much, The only thing I want to do is to stay at my second brother's side throughout my life. It doesn't matter if I have to stand in his shadow. As long as he looks at me once in a while, I am perfectly content. Am I being too greedy?" Zimenwuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She muttered to herself under her breath and a sigh escaped her lips. Clang! Zimenwuan was startled by a loud sound and she instantly turned around. In front of her stood Wash Wang, who had shock written all over her face. Wash Wang clearly heard what Zimenwuan said a moment ago. "Big sister Wash Wang, you." Zimenwuan was bewildered and she only had one thought in her mind. She thought that her life would be over the moment Wash Wang told Long Yi what she said. Imagining how Long Yi would react, Zimenwuan was afraid that Long Yi would ignore her forever if he heard what she said. Very quickly, Wash Wang came back to her senses even though Zimenwuan's words kept replaying in her mind. She had just left Long Yi's side in order to take a breather, and she was feeling extremely relaxed before she heard what Zimenwuan said. She wanted to take a breather because her feelings were in disarray. Sometimes, Wash Wang would gnash her teeth in anger as she thought about how she was unable to give Long Yi her everything. Flying to Zimenwuan's side, Wash Wang lightly patted her shoulders. In a soft voice, Wash Wang reassured Zimenwuan, "Wuan, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what just happened." Zimenwuan cultivated light magic, so she woke up very quickly from her absent-mindedness. She looked at Wash Wang, who was similarly wearing a clean white robe with a complicated gaze. Thinking about how her deepest secret was exposed, Zimenwuan's face turned red. Other than An, to whom she had impulsively poured out her heart to 2 years ago, nobody else knew about her secret. Zimenwuan had the intention to bury her secret deep in her heart throughout her life, but now, it seemed unlikely. "I love my second brother. I know it's wrong, but I can't control my feelings at all." Zimenwuan no longer concealed her feelings and calmly looked at Wash Wang. Subconsciously, she believed in Wash Wang. Besides, guarding a secret which cannot be spoken of was too stressful. This time, having a person to pour out her heart out to was certainly not a bad thing. "But, he is your biological big brother. How can you develop such feelings for him?" Wash Wang said. There wasn't an expression of shock on her face. She only asked Zimenwuan and she didn't seem to be too curious. A bitter smile slowly appeared on Zimenwuan's face and she explained to Wash Wang in a soft voice. "Previously, I really hated my second brother. I hated him to the core. However, when I saw him again in Mi Principality, he had completely changed. I was slowly able to get along with him, and I fell hopelessly in love with him. Whenever I didn't see him, I couldn't help but have a longing feeling in my heart. When I get to see him, I would feel extremely delighted. Whenever I see him with other women, jealousy would fill me, and when he dotes on me, I would feel very happy. These feelings are the truest feelings I can ever have. Even if I could deceive others, I cannot deceive myself." Wash Wang lightly shook her head and sighed. A trace of pity appeared in her eyes when he looked at Zimenwuan. She held her ice-cold little hand and asked, "Then, what do you plan to do from now on? Do you truly want to stay beside him your entire life?" This was already destined from the moment I fell in love with my second brother. I can only smile and stand at his side as his younger sister until I stop breathing one day." The tone of Zimenwuan was flat, but anyone could hear her firm determination. Wash Wang looked at Zimenwuan's slightly pale face. She felt unbearable as she was helpless. This kind of love was absolutely not possible in this secular world. Even Long Yi might not accept this kind of love. She knew that even though he was romantic and unreasonable, this matter was clearly beyond his scope of acceptance. Other than consoling Zimenwuan, Wash Wang couldn't think of any other things to say. Early morning, sunlight spilled from the windowsill, and spotted light illuminated 2 bodies on a large bed. It seemed so harmonious and peaceful, but there was a bit of mixed into it. In Long Yi's embrace, Long Linger opened her hazy and beautiful eyes as she moaned comfortably. Remembering the lonely 2 years without Long Yi in her life, she was extremely happy to experience sleeping with him again. Long Linger bit her lower lip and her eyes shone. With a serene expression, Long Linger stared at Long Yi's face. Compared to 2 years ago, he looked more mature. After careful observation, She could see that Long Yi had grown manlier in the time he was away. Long Linger involuntarily reached out her jade hands as she caressed Long Yi's face, feeling the outline of his face. A happy expression appeared on her face. "This lazy pig is actually still sleeping." Long Linger muttered softly. Holding on to a lock of her hair, she mischievously stretched it to his nostrils. Why is there no reaction?" When she saw that Long Yi had no reaction when she tickled his nose, Long Linger couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "So hateful." "You scoundrel, you're pretending to be asleep." Long Linger immediately realized what was going on. She quickly pounded her tiny fists on Long Yi's chest as she grumbled. Long Yi smiled and opened his eyes. Lifting his hand, he easily caught her hands. A smile quickly formed on his face and he said, "Linger, you seem to have gotten smarter. You were able to realize my trick so quickly. This is really unexpected. Laugh. I want you to laugh." Long Linger pinched Long Yi's face as she grumbled in a flirty manner. Crying out in pain, Long Yi reached out his hand and used his signature breast-grabbing dragon claw. "Ah!" Long Linger gasped and let out an involuntary moan. She instantly collapsed in Long Yi's bosom. "Scoundrel, why are you so cheeky now?" Long Linger bit on Long Yi's ear as she exhaled a breath of hot air into his ear. Her body temperature quickly rose as her heartbeat accelerated. The breathing of Long Yi stagnated. The women around him were truly getting more and more disastrous. Each and every one of them knew how to topple cities with their bewitching magic. When he thought about it, they were all pure and innocent in the beginning. It was probably due to him that they were getting more playful now. The word honest was generally mediocre and incompetent when interpreted another way. As such, Long Yi was unsatisfied. In order to prove himself and in order to maintain the dignity of man, he revolted vigorously. Long Linger immediately changed into a kitty in Long Yi's hands, with her eyes half closed and her red lips half open. A pair of swayed back and forth under Long Yi's repeated attacks. This scene could directly challenge the limit of men's endurance. When it was finally approaching noon, Long Yi held Long Linger as they lazily showed up in front of the other women. In an instant, Wash Wang and the rest who were snacking immediately stopped their movements as they looked towards Long Yi and Long Linger. When Long Linger saw that there were so many pairs of eyes on her, she coyly shrunk behind Long Yi. "Are all of you envious of her? Don't worry about it. How about all of us sleep together tonight?" Long Yi said with a smile. "Long Yi, I don't mind. However, your younger sister is here with us too. Are you really going to sleep together with all of us?" Bertha laughed. Zemin Wuen's beautiful face flushed red the moment Bertha finished her sentence, and before long, she became deathly pale. Currently, Zemin Wuen was sensitive to such comments as she was extremely conscious about the secret she was hiding in her heart. She knew that Bertha had unintentionally mentioned it, but she couldn't help but feel dejected when someone reminded her that Long Yi was her brother. "Get lost, little fox. If you say such things again, I'll seal your mouth." Long Yi couldn't help but scold Bertha when he saw Zemin Wuen's expression. Bertha stuck out her tongue at Long Yi as she seemed to have thought of something. "Long Yi, just a moment ago, my aunt sent a message to me. The message was directed to you. She wants to meet you face to face in the Intoxicated Fragrance House." "Okay, let's all pack up and go together. We have to go for lunch anyway." Long Yi nodded his head and Mi Empress' sexy figure appeared in his mind. Her beautiful face flashed in his mind right after Long Yi thought of her attractive figure, and he couldn't wait to meet her. That special flavor was certainly fatal to any man, and it was extremely dangerous at the same time. After waiting for all of the women to get ready, Long Yi left the inn, leading the way. They walked towards the Intoxicated Fragrance House, causing chaos on the way. The moment they stepped out on the street, everyone moved to the side in order to let them pass. Of course, they didn't move because of Long Yi's kingly aura. They moved to the side because of the radiance of the women beside him. The radiance they emitted was comparable to the sun, not to mention that there were so many of them. When Long Yi thought about it, any one of the 5 women behind him was beautiful enough to cause the fall of a country. The moment all 5 of them appeared on the street at once, everyone was shocked beyond belief. They involuntarily moved sideways in order to let the women pass. Even after the 5 of them left, The street was filled with a lingering fragrance. The group of 6 arrived at the intoxicated fragrance house before long, and the manager was already waiting for them at the door. There were servants beside the manager, and they were waiting to welcome Long Yi and his group. When Long Yi thought of entering the intoxicated fragrance house with the 5 women, he caught a glimpse of an old man in the corner of his eye. The old man was carrying fruits which came from the Shangjin mountains, and he was using his hand to make secret gestures. After finishing his gestures, he pretended as though nothing had happened and he used the towel hanging on his neck to wipe his bark-like hand. After thinking about it for a moment, Long Yi said to the women, "All of you can go in first. I have something to attend to. I'll join you in a moment." None of the 5 women questioned further. They simply nodded their head as they walked into the intoxicated fragrance house together. On the periphery of the intoxicated fragrant house, there were crowds of people who gathered there to take a look at the beauties. After the 5 of them entered the intoxicated fragrance house, the crowds naturally dispersed as there was nothing to see anymore. The old man who was at the side of the street acted as if nothing happened as he walked into an alley. With a pace which was neither fast nor slow, the old man slowly walked towards a broken and worn-out gate. After passing a few more alleys, Long Yi followed behind him without a single word. The moment the old man entered the courtyard, he placed the things he was carrying onto the floor. His somewhat hunched back straightened and a heroic aura burst out of him. When he looked at the old man, Long Yi raised his eyebrows and instantly burst into laughter. "Even if you pretended to be mysterious, how can you escape from this young master? Even if you morph into ashes, you cannot escape my eyes." The old man turned around and muttered an incantation. Along with a flash of green light, the withered old face of the man started to change. In seconds, the face became fair and clear. With that infuriating expression on his face, who else could it be other than? Chapter 424, Alone with Me Empress. Subordinate Yanjian pays respect to young master. Yanjian respectfully greeted Long Yi. "Spare the courtesies. For you to come in person, did something of great importance happen?" Long Yi waved his hand and asked, replying, "Young master, something indeed happened. This subordinate found out about a very important matter and I have to let young master know right away." Yanjian's expression became solemn and he quickly addressed the problem. When Long Yi saw Yanjian's expression, he raised his eyebrows and he knew that something big definitely happened. Yanjian took 2 steps forward and whispered into Long Yi's ear. Long Yi's complexion changed the moment he heard what Yanjian said. His eyes became sharp and emitted a fierce radiance. "Where did that damned fellow go? Why isn't he here yet?" Bertha murmured to herself as she sat beside the Mi Empress. Around the table, Wash Wang and the rest stared at each other as there was nothing else to do. "Bertha, young Master Zeman have something else to do," which resulted in him being late. "Don't be impatient." Mi Empress rebuked Bertha, giving an apologetic smile to Wash Wang and the others. Mi Empress seemed to be apologizing to them for Long Yi's behavior. Just as everyone was wondering where Long Yi was, the door of the room burst open. Long Yi stepped through the door as he chided Bertha, "Little fox. Are you speaking badly of me again? Is your itching?" Bertha creased her nose and made a wry smile towards Long Yi. "Young Master Zeman, I am truly glad to see you again." Seeing as Long Yi had arrived, Mi Empress Lianzin stood up gracefully to greet Long Yi. She bowed slightly towards Long Yi and she had a gentle smile on her beautiful face. This greeting from Mi Empress made her look very noble and enchanting. Long Yi's heart jumped and his sharp eyes sized Mi Empress up. He instantly knew that she was a woman of great beauty, and his gaze remained glued to her towering chest. After staring at her for quite some time, Long Yi's gaze finally shifted to Mi Empress' face. With a cheeky smile on Long Yi's face, he said, "I am also very glad to see the Empress again. I can't help but to think of the old days whenever I look at you." Mi Empress laughed softly, took advantage of everyone's lapse in concentration. She secretly sent a seductive glare towards Long Yi and lightly winked at him, as if electricity was flowing all over his body. Long Yi shuddered. Long Yi had never thought that he would fall to Mi Empress' seductions. He knew that she was a peerless beauty, But he also knew that the women surrounding him were peerless beauties as well. It doesn't matter, Long Yi had decided that me Empress must pay for stirring up the fire in him. Long Yi took his seat. Since he was late, the dishes and wine were already served. The dishes were so exquisite that they were rarely seen even in the dining room of the imperial family. Honestly speaking, it had already been a long time since Long Yi had eaten such delicacies. Ever since the time Long Yi left the Nelan Empire, he had been traveling to extremely remote places. Where could he find time to enjoy meals like this? Although Long Yi was a good cook, he lacked the necessary seasonings and other kitchen utensils. Just like how the cleverest housewife can't cook a good meal without rice, Long Yi was unable to make full use of his cooking skills. Not to mention the fact that even though Long Yi had good roasting and grilling skills, wouldn't he be fed up with eating roasted and grilled meat for every meal? All of the women surrounding the table ate gracefully, but Long Yi was acting like a hungry ghost, wiping out dishes after dishes. It was as though Long Yi had a black hole for a stomach. Grabbing a big mouthful of meat, he coupled it with a huge gulp of wine. With his mouth full of food, oil was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Young Master Ziman, haven't you been eating for the past few days?" Me Empress asked with shock in her voice when she saw the way Long Yi ate. "This is the way this young master eats. You'll get used to it in the future. Look at them. Do they have any reaction to the way I eat?" Long Yi smiled as he pointed to Wash Wang and the others. The only reply he got was 5 pair of eye rolls. Me Empress covered her mouth and she let out a small giggle. Although the way Long Yi ate appeared unrefined and rude, there was a certain charm to it. It gave Long Yi a manly aura. "Thank you for your hospitality, Empress. If you have nothing else for me, we'll take out leave." Long Yi stroked his bulging stomach as he sipped on a mouthful of tea. Anyone could see that Long Yi was extremely satisfied with the meal and was ready to head back. "Where are you going?" Before Me Empress could open her mouth, Bertha couldn't help but ask Long Yi. After spending so much time with Long Yi, she was beginning to ask more questions. There were so many things which made her curious after all, especially Long Yi's behavior. "Of course I'm heading over to Yatzana. Just take a look at the weather. It won't be long before all the snow and ice melts. How can I be missing the moment the war starts?" Long Yi said with a smile. That was fast. Bertha was not the only one who exclaimed at Long Yi's intentions. Me Empress, Long Linger and Ziman Wuan also shouted at practically the same time. "Why, are you all unwilling to part with me? I have never expected my charm to be this strong." Long Yi said with a smirk on his face. "Young Master Ziman, this little woman here has something to discuss with you. I wonder if it is possible for us to have a talk alone?" Me Empress hastily stood up as she knew that Long Yi wasn't joking when he said that he wanted to leave. "Okay. No problem." Long Yi winked at Me Empress and said with a naughty expression on his face. Instead of replying Long Yi, Me Empress only gave him a slight smile. It was as though she had too much on her mind in order to joke around with Long Yi. Entering another compartment, Me Empress instantly used the sound insulation barrier and the defense barrier pearl in order to isolate them from the outside world. "Why do you have so many layers of protection? Are you trying to bind yourself in a cocoon?" Long Yi stared at Me Empress' bewitching body and couldn't help but feel something stirring inside of him. "It doesn't matter. Even if I am making a cocoon to bind myself, I won't regret anything." Me Empress shed off her dignified expression she used to have. In an instant, she changed into a charming and tempting woman which would cause all men to sin. Instead of avoiding Long Yi's gaze, she met it head-on. It was as though she was challenging him to do something bad. "Will you truly not regret anything?" Long Yi smiled and took 2 steps towards Me Empress. Reaching out his hand, he raised Me Empress' snow-white chin. Staring into her eyes, Long Yi's heartbeat accelerated. "Of course I won't regret it. Does young Master Ziman want this little woman to prove it?" Me Empress fearlessly said. Grabbing the belt on her waist, she gently gave it a tug. Her clothes lapel instantly slid to the sides and her snow-white skin was revealed to Long Yi. Long Yi was shocked. He only thought of flirting with Me Empress, and he didn't think that she would be so bold. He hastily retreated 2 steps, but his eyes were glued to her towering soft and white. However, Long Yi was quickly disappointed as Mi Empress wasn't wearing a pair of silk underwear. There was a layer of tightly wrapped pink gown around her and he wasn't able to see anything. Mi Empress smiled. Peeling off the outer layer of her clothing, Mi Empress fanned herself with her hands. With a playful grin on her face, Mi Empress said, "This little woman was only feeling a little hot in here. I hope young Master Zeman wouldn't mind." "I don't mind. Even if you take off another piece of clothing, I won't mind at all." Long Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Since young Master Zeman gave the order, this little woman has no choice but to obey." Mi Empress smiled and she started to take off her pink gown. The eyes of Long Yi widened and he jumped onto the soft sofa. With a wry smile on his face, Long Yi was simply stunned speechless. "I say, wearing so many layers, don't you feel hot?" Long Yi rolled his eyes yet again as he saw that there was another layer of clothing under her pink gown. "Of course I'm not afraid of the heat. This little woman has been afraid of the cold since birth." If young Master Zeman were to ask this little woman to take off another piece of clothing, I could guarantee that there would be a layer of green underwear underneath. Mi Empress was still wearing a piece of clothing which was considerably thick. Her green underwear was vaguely visible under her thick clothes. However, Long Yi knew that there were definitely other layers of clothing under her green underwear. "Forget it. No need to bother. You should start talking about the things that truly matter." "Why did you call me in for a talk?" Long Yi didn't feel like playing with Mi Empress any longer. As such, he wanted Mi Empress to quickly speak about the matters which was bothering her. Mi Empress' expression changed the moment Long Yi asked her to speak. It seemed as though she was afraid of Long Yi's reaction to what she was going to say. After some slight hesitation, Mi Empress knew that Long Yi was getting impatient. "Now, the Beastmen clans are experiencing internal chaos. Due to the fact that the Baimeng imperial family was openly conscripting Beastmen clans to work under them, the other clans seem to be dissatisfied with the Baimeng imperial family. This is the best time to revive our Fox clan. I hope that young Master Zeman will help us." Long Yi naturally knew about the situations in the Hengjuan Mountains. He also knew that this was the best opportunity for the Fox clan to revive. Moreover, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos and give the Fox clan a high position. "Young Master Zeman, I remember our deal in the past." Now that Bertha had already cultivated the 100 transformation clones, she no longer needs to maintain a virgin body. "We can now agree to young Master Zeman's conditions." Mi Empress looked at Long Yi and as she gritted her teeth, in any case, she had already realized Bertha's feelings for Long Yi. Long Yi smiled, waved his hand, dismissing whatever Mi Empress just said. "At that time, I was merely joking." "Forget about it. I refuse every other condition set by you as well." Long Yi spoke up after dismissing Mi Empress' concerns. "Does that mean young Master Zeman agree to help us?" Mi Empress asked with ecstasy in her voice. "Yes, I agree. If your Fox clan managed to claim a high position in the Beastmen clans, I would be able to profit from it too. Since it is a win-win situation for the both of us, why not do it?" Long Yi said as he confirmed her suspicions. "Then, wait for my messenger. He is my subordinate and he'll be in charge of helping you. With his abilities, there is no way for you to fail." The person Long Yi was talking about was naturally Yin Jian. He had already established an intelligence network in the Hengjuan Mountains, not to mention the fact that he had already infiltrated the Baimeng imperial family. He was definitely the best candidate for the job. "That's fine. The person chosen by young Master Zeman is definitely capable enough. This little woman will wait for him," Mi Empress said with a smile. Nodding his head, Long Yi continued, "We have already drunk and eaten to heart's content. I will not disturb you any longer." "Young Master Zeman, are you leaving me principality?" Mi Empress asked. "Yes, it is time for me to leave." When Long Yi thought of Yin Jian's intelligence report, his eyes shone with excitement. "Then, this little woman will not force young Master Zeman to stay. I hope young Master Zeman have a good trip." Mi Empress' voice trembled towards the end of her sentence. Raising his eyebrows, Long Yi looked towards Mi Empress in curiosity. He didn't know whether he was seeing things, but he felt as though Mi Empress looked much paler compared to before. "Are you okay?" Long Yi asked in confusion. Could it be possible that there was a problem with his vision? "Of course, I am fine. What could possibly happen to me? If young Master Zeman doesn't leave now, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to rush to Yatzana in time. Moreover, the sun is going to set soon. Young Master Zeman should get going." Mi Empress tightened the layer of thick clothes on her and she pretended as though nothing was wrong. However, Long Yi could see that she was shivering even though she wore so many layers of clothing. Long Yi was instantly suspicious of Mi Empress. She was obviously trying to conceal something from him. Also, it seemed as though she couldn't wait to be rid of him. "That's all right. I like to travel at night. I like to look at the moon, stars, and beauties while I travel. Also, the night is cool and comfortable. How about we drink a cup of tea while we chat? I still have many questions about your Fox clan. Now that we have started our cooperation, we should try to understand each other better." Long Yi didn't get up and his gaze moved about without any concern. Mi Empress gritted her teeth and reached out to pick up her pink gown. Just as she tried to put it on, Long Yi's hand shot towards her, towering. Chapter 425, Following a Mysterious Beautiful Lady. Mi Empress was flabbergasted. Before she had the time to react, she felt as though her chest was freezing. That layer of thick gauze was already torn away by Long Yi, leaving only a piece of transparent green underwear. Long Yi's body trembled and his eyes widened. Instead of an eager expression on his face, Long Yi had a face full of surprise. Mi Empress eventually came back to her senses and she noticed Long Yi's shocked expression. She could see that he had a sad expression on his face when he looked at her. Picking up the pink gown, she quietly wrapped it over herself. "How did this happen?" Long Yi suppressed his shock and asked in a low voice. He was simply unable to imagine Mi Empress, this kind of highest-grade fine jade-like woman, would have such an ugly appearance underneath. Her skin was a mixture of green and blank, which made her look extremely sick. Mi Empress' mouth slightly twitched and she sighed softly. "I knew that this would happen one day. I never had the bloodline of the silver fox running through my veins. However, I still forcibly cultivated the vanishing magic and the 1,000 extreme illusions. This is my punishment. Is there a way to cure it?" Long Yi asked. Shaking her head, Mi Empress slowly explained, "It's too late to save me now. Heaven was already kind enough to allow me to live for such a long time. At first, I thought that I wouldn't be alive to see Bertha return to me. I had even prepared my will in case Bertha fails to return before I leave this world. To my surprise, I was able to see both you and Bertha before my eye die. I am already perfectly content." Grabbing Mi Empress' little hand, Long Yi injected his spirit power and internal energy into her. During his examination, he discovered that the meridians in her entire body and 5 of the major organs in her body had begun to fail. Upon further examination, he found out that they were actually withering. It was already beyond any human's capability to save her. "It's okay, you don't need to feel sad for me. Your agreement to help our Fox clan reach a high position among the Beastmen clans is enough for me to pass away without any regrets." Mi Empress shook off Long Yi's hand and she said with a thin smile on her face. She was completely indifferent when she spoke about dying. It was as though she had already seen through life and death. Sitting on the sofa, Long Yi didn't say anything. He rubbed his chin and he appeared as though he was deep in thought. As the night deepened, Long Yi lied on a bed of grass surrounded by Wash Wang, Nellen Ryu Ayu, Long Linger, and Zeman Wuan. They were enjoying themselves in a remote place in the Mi Holy Magic Academy and there was no one around to bother them. "My husband, wasn't our plan to leave today? Why have you decided to stay?" Nellen Ryu Ayu asked while massaging Long Yi's leg. "Of course it is for big sister Shui Ruoyan. Am I right, you bad fellow?" Long Linger said with a knowing smirk on her face. "You're getting smarter. Didn't you say that that girl is acting mysteriously? If I don't know what Ruoyan is up to, I won't be able to leave with a peaceful mind." Long Yi grinned as he confirmed her words. Oh, and here I'm thinking about why second brother didn't look for her in the daytime. So you were indeed trying to find out what big sister Shui Ruoyan is up to. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be following her? Ziman Wuan asked curiously. Why would I track her myself? Such labor-intensive work should be left to the subordinates. Naturally, someone will help me to track her. All of you don't have to worry. Long Yi smiled and he quickly explained to the girls. Bad fellow, aren't you worried about big sister Shui Ruoyan? Long Linger frowned. Of course I am worried about her. However, the thing I am worried about isn't her having a lover's rendezvous behind my back. I'm more worried for her safety. Long Yi looked up into the starry skies and he felt as though there was something wrong. He was suspicious that everything wasn't as simple as it seemed. All of a sudden, magnificent fireworks lit up the sky. It formed a beautiful pattern in the sky. For everyone else, this might be ordinary magic fireworks. However, it had a completely different meaning for Long Yi. I will go and take a look. You should all stay here and continue with whatever you were doing. Long Yi turned around and rushed in a hurry the moment he saw the fireworks. Although the four women were unwilling to see Long Yi go, they knew that it was useless for them to persuade Long Yi to stay. Looking at the serious expression on his face, they knew that it was impossible to change his mind. Long Yi instantly disappeared into the night as he left behind a few afterimages. After few seconds, he quietly appeared outside the grove in the eastern suburbs of Mi Principality. There was a layer of strong barrier outside this place. Although it was hidden, Long Yi could sense a trace of dark aura surrounding this place. Why is there so much dark aura here? Are the people of the Dark Church here as well? This is strange. Why would Shui Ruoyan come into contact with people from the Dark Church? Long Yi frowned as he muttered to himself. He couldn't break this barrier as it would notify the caster of his presence. Although he wasn't afraid of the people who casted the barrier, he didn't have any intentions to let them know about his arrival. He only wanted to find out what Shui Ruoyan was up to, and who she was meeting with. Long Yi used his internal energy of Outanju to wrap his entire body up. He used his spirit power to make a fine net in order to contain his aura. Taking 2 steps forwards, Long Yi touched the barrier. Seeing as there was no fluctuation, Long Yi sighed in relief. Before long, Long Yi passed through the barrier and entered the grove. The barrier instantly restored itself to its original state. Inside the woods, there was no other mechanism to detect his presence. Long Yi was like a fish in water as he advanced towards the center of the grove. Using the cover from the darkness, Long Yi quickly arrived at his destination. Mother, I have already cultivated the first stage of the 9th heaven dark magic. Long Yi was able to hear Shui Ruoyan's voice in the darkness. Long Yi was surprised. 9th heaven dark magic was the magic belonging to the Dark Church. Only the direct descendants of the Dark Pope could learn this magic. Long Yi only knew about this magic because of Fengling. He concealed his aura and fully integrated into the darkness. He saw 2 graceful figures at the center of this grove. One of them was Shui Ruoyan and the other was a blue-eyed beautiful lady. This beautiful lady was looking at Shui Ruoyan with love in her eyes, but Long Yi could feel a kind of bone-chilling coldness coming from her. Mother? Long Yi was surprised. He knew a little about Shui Ruoyan's background, but he never imagined that her mother was such a dangerous woman. From the 9th heaven dark magic she was teaching Shui Ruoyan, he was sure that she was from the Dark Church. Of course, she definitely had a high status in the Dark Church in order to get her hands on the 9th heaven dark magic. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Long Yi's heart. Fengling also had blue eyes and she vaguely resembled this beautiful lady. Could it be that this beautiful lady was also Fengling's mother? However, Shui Ruoyan was addressing this beautiful lady as her mother. Could it be that Fengling and Shui Ruoyan were sisters? Long Yi thought of this possibility and an indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. He began to understand the reason behind Shui Linglong's behavior. Thinking about how Shui Linglong tried to separate her son from this beautiful woman, he started drawing some conclusions. Very good, Ruoyan, your progress is even faster than your father's. The beautiful lady caressed Shui Ruoyan's beautiful face. Mother, when can I see my father? Shui Ruoyan asked. Ever since the time she grew up in Shui Linglong's care, she was deprived of affectionate love. As a result, Shui Ruoyan didn't distance herself from her mother when she first appeared before her. This was her greatest desire from her childhood. The beautiful lady sighed softly and said, "In these last few years, your grandmother never forgave your father and me. Your father is always thinking about your grandmother, but he had sworn that he wouldn't see her unless she forgives us. Why would mother appear before me now?" Shui Ruoyan became silent for a while before asking. "The oath included me too, but mother was no longer able to bear the pain of separation with you. I wanted to see my flesh and blood no matter what, so even if the oath came through and I die, I wouldn't regret anything," the beautiful lady said, and she couldn't help but break down. "Mother." When Shui Ruoyan heard about her mother's sacrifice, she affectionately hugged her. The mother and daughter hugged each other. The beautiful lady gently patted Shui Ruoyan's back and her sad expression slowly turned into a complicated one. Shui Ruoyan wasn't able to see this change, but Long Yi saw everything clearly. What does this woman want to do? Long Yi's eyes sharpened when he thought of various possibilities. "Ruoyan, your mother has to return now. You must work hard in your cultivation. Also, you can't forget our agreement. You must not tell anyone about this, not a single soul. Do you understand?" After a good while, the beautiful lady retracted her complicated gaze. She whispered into Shui Ruoyan's ear as she got ready to leave. "I understand. However, can't you stay for a few more days?" The tone of Shui Ruoyan showed her dependence and reluctance to see her mother leave. "Mother wants to stay as well, but I can't delay any longer. Mother must return to the church today." The beautiful lady sighed softly and pushed Shui Ruoyan away. Holding on to Shui Ruoyan's face, she stared into Shui Ruoyan's eyes. Shui Ruoyan nodded her head and remained silent. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she knew that her mother was going to leave her again. "Obedient child, don't be sad. As long as you follow mother's teachings closely, our family would be able to reunite soon. You'll be able to see your father and younger sister soon." The beautiful lady wiped off Shui Ruoyan's tears and she quietly consoled her. "Young sister, how is my younger sister now?" Shui Ruoyan asked. She was very happy in her heart. She was happy as she found out that she had a younger sister. She was unexpectedly a big sister. This gave her a pleasant surprise. "She is doing very well. She makes so much noise about meeting her big sister, and she would be very excited to meet you. You must not disappoint mother. Do you understand?" the beautiful lady said. Nodding her head, Shui Ruoyan strengthened her resolve to get stronger. "Okay, it is already late. Mother should leave now. Take good care of yourself." The beautiful lady hugged Shui Ruoyan again as she patted her back. As she released her grip on Shui Ruoyan, she took a deep breath and stared hard at Shui Ruoyan. With a single wave of her little hand, the barrier she erected disappeared into the darkness together with her. "Mother." Shui Ruoyan cried and took 2 steps forward with tearful eyes. Long Yi turned around and disappeared from his location. He followed her dark aura and chased after the beautiful woman. After chasing the dark aura for 10 minutes, he could see that the figure in the distance. "Beauty, why are you running away so urgently? How about you stop and accompany this young master for a drink?" Long Yi emitted his powerful spirit power to suppress the surrounding area. Lightning magic element spirits formed a silverish purple barrier around the beautiful lady and Long Yi stared straight at her.